Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
You're here. Yes, but can you please leave me alone for another hour? I have something to do. Sure, but you have to do it yourself. What do you mean? I mean, hit me. Remy stared in disbelief. What kind of perversion is this? After all these years, I finally get to be touched by a handsome guy. Don't you know how happy I am? Myrtle shrieked. Come on, no need to hold back. Hit me. Myrtle turned her back, wiggling her bottom provocatively. Remy wanted to tear his eyes out. Myrtle, I'm not that kind of person. Please, do you want me to turn around? You can hit me anywhere you like, she insisted. Bang! Remy kicked her away. Go to hell, he shouted, furiously digging his fingers into his ears to get rid of the sound of her cackling. This world is getting more and more twisted, he muttered. What is going on? No matter, business first. He took a deep breath, rushed to the sink, and pressed his notebook onto it. He flew back down to the Chamber of Secrets, heading straight for the second door. Voldemort, open the door, he said. Inside, he carefully placed a small box and 2 large boxes on the floor. He then left and sealed the old man's mouth with a massive stone. He returned to the tunnel, grabbed his notebook, and used the flying magic Voldemort taught him to ascend. He felt like he was flying faster this time, but he was still moving at a snail's pace. When he finally reached the top, he stood at the edge and looked down at the dark hole. He looked at the notebook in his hand, and his eyes narrowed. I just remembered something, he wrote. You're a restricted item, too, aren't you? Don't worry, Voldemort wrote back. I can hide myself. We can use a code. I won't reveal myself unless you write the code. That's too much trouble. You should just stay in the Chamber of Secrets, too. Wait, if I'm in the Chamber of Secrets, who's going to open the door for you? Open the door? Why would I need to open the door? It would be much better for me if no one could ever open this Chamber of Secrets again. Remy closed the notebook, tossed it aside, and let out a small, satisfied laugh. Inside the notebook, Voldemort was furious. You jerk, I went through all that trouble to help you, and you betray me, he scribbled furiously. But you're wrong if you think this is over. Your secret won't be kept, whether I'm in the Chamber of Secrets or not. Voldemort sneered and closed his eyes. Thousands of miles away, a wisp of black mist flew out of the cave and shot into the sky at the speed of a fighter jet, heading straight for Hogwarts. As he flew, he was both excited and confused. This magic is perfect. Why did that little brat fly so slowly with it? He thought, maybe the secret in his body is affecting it. It doesn't matter. Even if that thing affects the ability to fly, it's worth it in exchange for such power and immunity to the killing curse. He survived my killing curse. Can that ability help me transcend the constraints of life and death and achieve eternal life? The very thought made Voldemort's speed increase even more. Meanwhile, Remy had just left the abandoned girls' bathroom when he was caught again, this time by Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore announced that Snape would be in charge of the interrogation. Remy's face went green. While he knew Dumbledore was just trying to make it look realistic, why Snape? Remy had publicly insulted Snape and tricked him at the end of the last school year. They were far from friends. Professor Snape, I'm telling you, the Professor Flitwick incident has nothing to do with me, Remy pleaded. He looked into the eyes of a basilisk. You have to believe me. Why should I believe you, Mr. Barrett? Snape said, sneering. I just asked you where you killed the basilisk. Why are you beating around the bush? How about this? Snape picked up a small bottle from the table and shook it in front of Remy's face. Do you know what this is, Mr. Barrett? A potion, Remy asked. In more than a year, that's the only word you've learned in my class? Snape said coldly. Remy smiled awkwardly. Of course not. I'm great at potions. I can tell if it's a potion or a poison just by tasting it. Snape's eye twitched. He was tempted to just pour the potion down Remy's throat. It was shameful to teach such a student. This is Veritaserum, a truth serum I introduced in class, Snape said, his face cold. One drop is enough to make an adult wizard confess every foolish thing he has ever done. Would you like to try it? Well, okay, Remy said after a moment's thought. Snape frowned, his face darkening. This kid doesn't follow the rules, he thought. But it might be a good idea. Snape opened the bottle, took out his wand, and carefully extracted a single drop of the serum. How lame, Remy said with a sneer. I thought you could cast spells without a wand. I'm using the wand to control the dosage. You idiot, Snape thought, his face as black as a pot. He had the best intentions, but Remy still managed to insult him. Go! Snape flicked his wand, sending the drop of Veritaserum into Remy's mouth. Remy's eyes widened, and he was about to speak, but Snape quickly covered his mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 5 seconds, Snape released his hand. How do you feel, Mr. Barrett? He asked, a sneer on his lips. Remy smacked his lips. It's a little small. I can't taste anything. Snape's jaw dropped. Did I grab the wrong potion? Or has it been stored for too long and expired? More. I can't drink anymore, Professor Snape. I'm begging you, I'll tell you everything. Remy hiccuped. Silence. Snape snapped, shooting a cold glare at Remy before returning to the potion he was stirring. 5 crucibles sat in a row on the table, each one brewing a high-level batch of Veritaserum. Snape mumbled to himself. What went wrong? Did I forget something? Is there something wrong with this batch of materials? Or has my potion-making skill declined? Remy's mind was reeling. Professor Snape, no. Please, brother, can't you consider that maybe I'm the one with the problem? He begged. Please don't change the recipe. I can't drink any more of this. The more you sweeten it, the worse it tastes. Snape turned, his eyes piercing like a venomous snake's fangs. If a potion doesn't work on all wizards, then what right do you have to call yourself a potions master? I am not like you, Mr. Barrett. I will always look for the fault within myself. Brother, please don't set your standards so high. Human power is limited. You have to accept that reality and can't. Shut up. Don't interrupt my thoughts. Don't make any more potions. Just looking at them makes me sick. If I have to drink another one. Gulp, gulp, cough, cough, bleck. What the heck did you just make me drink? It's disgusting. Your favorite, the draft of living death, Snape said flatly, turning to grab another crucible. It appears the draft also has its flaws and must be improved. Remy's face went green. Oh my God, what did I do to deserve this? I've been turned into a human guinea pig. Headmaster Dumbledore, where are you? Come save me. I'm going to burst or die of nausea first. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were staring intently at a map. A green dot sat in the center, and next to it a red dot. A dotted line connected the two, with a number 234 meters written on it. Still nothing, Grindelwald said. Has Voldemort not made his move yet? Or is the tracking device faulty, as Remy suggested? I'm not sure. Let's wait a little longer. Dumbledore shook his head. I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, we'll lose our chance to destroy the Horcrux. It's fine even if Voldemort takes it. We'll find it easily once we know what it looks like. Would you like something to drink? Just water. All right. Grindelwald turned to pour 2 glasses of water. But before he could finish, Dumbledore exclaimed, It's moving. Grindelwald hurried back to the table, and they both stared at the red dot. An hour earlier, Voldemort had landed outside Hogwarts and possessed a snake in a nearby forest. He then controlled it to slither into the Black Lake, intending to enter the castle through the sewer. But he didn't realize the snake he possessed wasn't a water snake. He sank to the bottom of the lake, and by the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. Luckily, he found a water snake nearby, just in time. Possessing the new snake, he charged toward the castle, only to be swallowed by a giant fish 5 minutes later. Voldemort was furious and had to abandon that body. He found another snake in a matter of seconds, and this time, successfully entered the sewer and slithered into the Chamber of Secrets. Inside, he didn't waste a moment, twisting his way toward the final hiding spot. But when he arrived, he hesitated. That brat said that no living thing could touch it. What if? He decided it was better to be safe. He abandoned the snake and transformed into a wisp of black gas. Good thing I can still perform basic magic in this state, he thought. It will be no problem to take these things with me. He shook, and the 3 boxes on the floor slowly opened, revealing their contents. One was filled with guns, the other with unknown materials, and the third, the smallest one, contained a book. It was a magic book so captivating that a single glance was enough to draw him in. Bringing Muggle items into Hogwarts. You are a disgrace to the wizarding world. I will get rid of these scourges when I am resurrected. He scoffed. The book floated out of the box and hovered in front of him. Feeling its pure, implicit dark magic, Voldemort was certain. This was no ordinary book. Sunflower Manual, he thought. What language is this? This magic is so profound. I've never heard of anything like it. Voldemort was excited, but he forced himself to calm down. He couldn't sustain this state for long, and he didn't dare to linger. With time running out, he opened the book. His heart skipped a beat as he read the first line. If you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. Voldemort froze. He had seen many side effects in dark artifacts, but this was a new one. He was about to figure out how to bypass the restriction when a voice in his mind began to sing a series of soul-piercing hymns. Open me and achieve a celestial body, transcending gender, transcending race, transcending matter, transcending life and death. Voldemort's psychological defenses shattered. The voice made perfect sense. You can't gain without giving something up. I can already split my soul at will. So why should I care about 1 or 2 inches? The concept of a celestial body makes sense. How can I transcend life and death if I can't even transcend gender? The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced. He gritted his teeth, solidified his form, and pressed his hand against the strange pattern on the book. He felt a burden lift from his body. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, Grindelwald and Dumbledore watched the red dot on the map suddenly turn black. They looked at each other and said in unison, "Awesome! The 6 senses are pure, and the mind is clear, and the nature is revealed." The moment the root of his troubles was removed, Voldemort realized. No sorrow, no joy, no desire, no request. Is this the body of a celestial being? It is indeed miraculous. A perfect body that transcends gender. After a hearty laugh, Voldemort turned his head and looked into the distance, where his Horcrux was located. He could feel that the moment he placed his hand on the Sunflower Manual, even the soul fragment in the Horcrux was missing a part. It's so amazing. Is this pattern something like a contract? The effect is so strong. I am really looking forward to how powerful I will become after I master it. Voldemort once again turned into a ball of black gas and wrapped the Sunflower Book inside. He could feel that the Sunflower Book was now bound to him. But if the Sunflower Book was touched by other creatures, he would lose it forever. Therefore, he must not allow even the slightest accident to happen to this magic book. In comparison, that Horcrux is nothing. Maybe I can use that Horcrux to trap that kid in Azkaban. By then, no one in this world will be able to stop me. Wrapping the Sunflower Manual in his arms, Voldemort let out a hearty laugh and quickly left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. At this moment, he just wanted to find a safe place to hide and practice the Sunflower Manual. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, Headmaster Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at the black spot on the map that was moving away quickly with complicated expressions. According to Remy, if the red dot turns white, it means Voldemort took only one look and closed it. If the red dot turns black, it means Voldemort. TSK, he is really cruel to himself. He made such a decision so quickly. Grindelwald sighed. Yes, it seems he is crazier than before, said Dumbledore. In 3 days, he will be even crazier, Grindelwald said. Yeah, I hope he won't hurt innocent people when he goes crazy, said Dumbledore. What are you afraid of? With this map, we can monitor his location at all times. If he hides in the ravine, we will look for the Horcrux. If he comes out by himself, well, even if we can't kill him now, we can still teach him a lesson. Grindelwald said, Yeah, that's right. Dumbledore nodded and stood up. You continue to watch. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic. What are you going to the Ministry of Magic for? Are you going to tell the Ministry of Magic about this? Those cowardly idiots in the Ministry of Magic won't believe what you say. Grindelwald said, It's not about this. Dumbledore said, Didn't Remy kill the basilisk? I'm going to the Ministry of Magic to vindicate Hagrid. And by the way, Remy's punishment for Malfoy's prank should also come to an end. If Remy is punished at this point in time, he will probably be very angry, right? Grindelwald asked. Probably not. I have already thought of how to punish him. I think you will like it, Dumbledore said. Grindelwald was a little confused and thought to himself, who would like to be punished? No one would like it no matter what kind of punishment it is, right? I wanted to ask again, but in the blink of an eye Dumbledore had disappeared. About half an hour later, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, bringing with him the Minister of Magic and 2 Aurors. The group of 4 first went to Hagrid's cabin, but before they entered the cabin, they saw Hagrid using magic cards to water the pumpkins in the pumpkin garden outside the cabin. When Hagrid found out that he had been discovered using magic by the Minister of Magic, he was shocked and hurriedly explained that he did not use a wand. He just used magic cards. He also said that if they didn't believe it, they could try it themselves. The 2 Aurors were interested, but Minister Fudge was clearly not. He was just angry that Hagrid had circumvented the Ministry's punishment for him. But on the one hand, Hagrid did not violate the rules by using the wand. On the other hand, he came here to reinvestigate what happened that year, and seeing that Dumbledore was in control of the situation, there was a high probability that the case would be overturned. If Hagrid is completely cleared of the suspicion of being the Slytherin heir, and it is found that the death of that student had nothing to do with Hagrid, the mere accusation that Hagrid illegally raised 8-eyed spiders would not be enough to break his wand. Therefore, Minister Fudge did not fail to give Hagrid face, in case Hagrid would not give him face after the case was overturned and hold the Ministry of Magic responsible for its poor handling of the case. Taking Hagrid with them, the group of 5 went to find Remy, who was being used as a guinea pig for drug testing in the confinement room. Remy was so excited at that time that he almost cried. Remy threw himself into Dumbledore's arms and loudly accused Professor Snape of being so cruel and inhumane and how unpalatable the potions he made were. At the same time, he kept urging Minister Fudge to put Professor Snape in Azkaban on the charge of abusing underage wizards. Minister Fudge, who had originally planned to keep his distance today, would never listen to Remy. He immediately walked out and said that the problem with the taste of the food in your school is your internal matter. If it really doesn't work, just add more sugar to your potions in the future. Dumbledore only said a few words to Snape symbolically, but Professor Snape himself, to everyone's surprise, solemnly apologized to Remy in front of everyone, which scared Remy so much that he couldn't help but wonder if Snape tasted the medicine too much when he was boiling it and made himself stupid. But after all, he apologized in public, and it was not a big deal, so Remy chose to forgive him. After the 3 people from the Ministry of Magic checked the basilisk scales placed in the next room, Minister Fudge righteously stated that he was fully convinced that this was the basilisk and politely declined Remy's suggestion to check all the boxes, especially the boxes containing eyeballs. Are you kidding? Do you think I don't know? The headmaster told me before I came here that even a powerful wizard like Professor Flitwick was petrified with just one look. With his level of skill, I'm afraid he would be dead if he just took one look. Later, under Remy's guidance, everyone came to the abandoned girls' bathroom. Headmaster Dumbledore specially asked Grindelwald for help. With the permission and witness of Minister Fudge, Grindelwald was able to use Fudge's wand and work together with Dumbledore to break the magic on the passage of the Chamber of Secrets. After entering the secret room and searching around, everyone except Remy was very happy. Dumbledore was very happy when he found that the Horcrux was still there. Grindelwald was very happy and decided to transform this huge secret room into a new classroom. Hagrid was very happy. He was finally cleared of suspicion and was expected to be allowed to use the wand again. Minister Fudge was very happy because he found 2 boxes of contraband hidden by Remy in the secret room. Although Remy had stored them separately to take advantage of the loophole, it was still a handle. Only Remy was unhappy. He had made great contributions, but he was put in detention again when he was released. They said that the punishment for his prank on Malfoy had been discussed to the final stage to prevent Remy from escaping. It's fake. It's all fake. There's no way I'll be fooled. The celestial body is definitely real. I have already felt its power. It must be real. It's testing me. Yes, that's right. It must be testing me. My baby, you can't fool me, Mr. Filch, where exactly are you taking me? Just follow me. You asked me to change my clothes and confiscated my wand, and now you're taking me outside. Are you going to find a place to execute me? How could that be? Don't stop. Lucius and Headmaster Dumbledore are watching from the tower. Then tell me what you were going to do. It's nothing, actually. I just asked you to stay in the Forbidden Forest for a week. To the Forbidden Forest? Remy was stunned. Oh, yes, there's a Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I've been in school for so long, and I have never been there once. It is really so embarrassing for a time traveler. Bang! Filch suddenly pushed Remy and said, "Keep going. Don't stop. You can rest assured that Hagrid will protect your safety in secret. You will only suffer a little, but your life will not be in danger." Okay. Remy came back to his senses and continued walking forward. But I'm not actually worried about safety. I'm more worried about boredom. Were there many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest? I don't know about that either. I'm afraid only Ranger Hagrid knows part of it. Filch said, "Don't go too deep into the Forbidden Forest after you enter it. There are all kinds of magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, some of which are extremely dangerous." Ouch! Remy's eyes lit up. Does that mean those dangerous creatures are deep in the Forbidden Forest? That's about right, Filch said. The area closest to the castle is inhabited by creatures that pose no threat. After that are the centaurs. I don't know what's further in. Centaurs are relatively friendly to humans. If you're in danger, you can seek their help. Yeah, I got it. Remy nodded vigorously, his eyes shining like searchlights. They came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid had been waiting for a long time. He was bored and used his wand to control a scarecrow to dance, if that could be considered dancing. "Hey, here you are, Remy." Hagrid greeted enthusiastically. "Look at my wand. How is it? Isn't it great?" "Yeah, it's really great. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest," said Remy. "Don't worry, Remy. I will protect you." "I swear on my wand," said Hagrid. "I feel relieved when you say this. I'll leave the rest to you." "Hagrid," said Filch. "Oomph. I have to admit that what you said today was quite sensible." Hagrid said. Filch snorted coldly. Filch looked at the wand in Hagrid's hand with envy, nodded to Remy, turned around and waved at a tower, then returned to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid was also a man of action. After checking his equipment, he waved in the direction of the castle, then waved to Remy while leading a huge black dog. "Come on, Remy, I'll show you around the Forbidden Forest. You haven't been to the Forbidden Forest before, right?" "Yeah, never once." "Huh? You're such a good student." Unlike the Weasley twins, they have been running into the Forbidden Forest since first year, forcing me to stay up late every day to catch them to prevent them from getting hurt in the Forbidden Forest. Are there many dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest? What are they? There are so many: werewolves, vampires, curled-winged demons, blood-sucking worms. There are all kinds of things. Yeah, so which one should we go play with first? Let's go find. Remy, we're not here to play," Hagrid suddenly said with a stern face. "Principal Dumbledore asked me to take you into the Forbidden Forest and find a place for you. I will leave after I make sure there is no danger around. But don't worry, I will only leave during the day. I will come back to protect you at night. The Forbidden Forest is not dangerous during the day." "I'm not worried at all," Remy said. "Just tell me where those dangerous creatures live, then go back to sleep, and I'll go find them myself." "That won't do." Hagrid shook his head. "Remy, don't forget that you don't have a wand or any magic props right now. If you encounter some fast magical creatures, you may not even be able to run away." Okay, let's keep going. Where should we go first?" Remy said helplessly. It would take a lot of effort to explain it to Hagrid, and he might not understand it. Even if Hagrid could understand it, Remy knew Hagrid well, and he would not disobey Headmaster Dumbledore's order to let him go and play. It would be better if. He ran away as soon as Hagrid left, slipped away to a place where Hagrid couldn't find him. Let me take you to see some little cuties first. I guarantee that you can only see them here in the entire magical world, said Hagrid. Oh, if you say so, then I'm really looking forward to it. Haha, I won't let you down. I followed Hagrid with anticipation. The forest was full of fresh, oxygen-rich air. From time to time, melodious bird calls could be heard from everywhere. There were soft and thick fallen leaves under my feet, leaving a pit with every step. I have to admit that walking in the Forbidden Forest is much more interesting than Hogwarts Castle, even before seeing the magical beasts. Remy feels that he has fallen in love with this place. After walking deep into the Forbidden Forest for about 20 minutes, Remy, led by Hagrid, entered cave. Gradually, he began to hear the sound of gurgling water, and at the same time, there was a faint stench. After walking for a while, the sound of water became louder and the stench, like that of canned herrings, became stronger and stronger. We're here. Hagrid stopped and gestured to Remy to keep quiet, then carefully pulled aside the vines in front of him. As the thick vines were lifted, the bright sunlight illuminated Remy's vision, allowing Remy to see clearly ahead. There was a canyon ahead. In the canyon, a group of strange creatures that looked like rocks, standing up, but had legs and pincers. They were warming each other. They were breathing fire at each other. And it was very rhythmic. One of them stood up and spit a mouthful of fire at the other, and then quickly shrank back. Then the other also stood up and spit a mouthful of fire at it, and it went on and on. It looked like they were just fighting. This is fire crabs? What are they doing? Preparing a buffet to welcome us. Remy asked curiously. Making a buffet? Ha ha ha, I like this metaphor, but they won't be hurt by flames, at least not when they curl up into a ball. Hagrid said with a smile, then patted Remy's shoulder. Look over there, see those little cuties? Hagrid asked. Remy looked in the direction of Hagrid's finger and immediately showed the same expression as the old man in the subway. It was gray and white, and its soft body, like a slug, was clearly covered with mucus in the sun. It also had legs, and they were crooked. What the hell is this? You call this a cutie? Isn't it cute? Look at their soft and smooth bodies, their chubby little legs, and their clear mucus. They are so beautiful that you want to hold them in your arms at first sight. Remy, are the adjectives you mentioned really appropriate to describe this group of ugliness? Okay. Maybe my aesthetic level is too low, and I can't appreciate the advanced beauty of this kind of advanced creatures. But what are these things? Why have I never seen them before? Remy asked. Of course you haven't seen it. This is a brand new species I bred. Hagrid said with his chest puffed out proudly. A completely new species bred by Hagrid? Didn't Hagrid breed the blast-tailed squirts? Could it be that Hagrid is cultivating other creatures? What are they called? Remy asked. Oh, I haven't decided yet. I plan to wait until they grow up and then name them according to their appearance. Hagrid said, Would you like to admire them up close? With me here, you can even hug them. Remy's face turned ugly instantly, and his body involuntarily took a step back. No, I suddenly realized that I have no interest in magical creatures. Not at all. Oh, that's a shame. Let's go. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened here. Otherwise, the people from the Ministry of Magic will cause trouble for me again. Don't worry, I won't mention this place. Not even a word. That's great. Come with me. I'll take you to a great valley. It's perfect for camping. If you're lucky, you might even see a unicorn. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Remy immediately perked up when Hagrid mentioned unicorns. After being in this world for so long, he had never seen a living unicorn with his own eyes, nor a dead one. He had only seen the hair of a unicorn's tail. If I could really see a unicorn, I would definitely climb on its back and take a ride. With excitement and a head full of delusions, Remy followed Hagrid for more than 20 minutes. During this time, I heard a lot of rustling sounds, but every time I looked back, I saw nothing, until the two came to a valley. This valley is not big, and the terrain is not steep. A small river flows from south to north along the valley to a lake in the distance. On the riverbed beside the river, Several fawns are drinking water under the guidance of adult deer. On some rocks exposed above the water in the middle of the stream, there were several toads squatting there, occasionally sticking out their tongues to catch flying insects, and occasionally catching small fish and shrimps. "How is it? Are you satisfied here?" Hagrid asked with a smile. "That's great. But is this okay? If Lucius knew you brought me to a place like this, he would probably be mad, right?" Remy asked. "It would be best if he gets mad. Anyway, I have already brought you to the Forbidden Forest. He has no reason to find trouble, even if he wants to." Talking cheerfully, Hagrid took off the things he was carrying. A machete that was almost as tall as Remy, a bundle of hemp rope thicker than Remy's wrist, and 2 black stones the size of fists. "I'm sorry, Remy. The most I can provide you with is these tools as requested," Hagrid said embarrassedly. "What are these 2? Cool," Remy asked, picking up the 2 black stones. "No." Hagrid took the 2 stones, one in each hand, and rubbed them hard. Sparks immediately flew on the surface of the stones. "Here are 2 pieces of flint. You can use them to make a fire. It's not very easy to use, but you will definitely succeed if you try a few times. Or I will come over to help you make a fire at night." Hagrid said. "Oh, okay, I'll try it later. You go back and rest first. I still need your protection at night." Remy said, "Well, okay, you can play here for a while. Don't worry, I will be here before 7 o'clock in the evening." "Yeah, no problem. Bye. Bye-bye." Watching Hagrid's huge body disappear into the dense forest, Remy took a deep breath of fresh air and felt his whole body feel more relaxed than ever before. Which direction is better to escape from? That is the question. Touching his chin, Remy looked around and carefully recalled his previous route, trying to guess the direction of Hogwarts Castle. After Remy pondered for a while and even squatted down to draw a simple map on the ground to assist in calculation, he finally determined that he was lost. It seems that the first step is to figure out our current location. Got it. Let's try the flying magic that Voldemort taught me. I remember he said that this magic was a wandless magic since its invention. Having made up his mind, Remy immediately held his breath and concentrated on recalling the details of the performance of flying with the wind. Although the flying speed of this magic is extremely slow, isn't it useful at this moment? There is no such thing as useless magic, only useless wizards. Wandless spellcasting, successful at one go. Ollie go, charge! After cheering himself up, Remy held back his energy and mobilized the magic power in his body. And then, whoosh! Hey! I saw a fire meteor rising from the ground, drawing a crooked arc in the air and then hitting the earth. Boom! The top of the mountain was shattered in an instant. At the bottom of a hot, crystallized, bowl-shaped pit, the naked Remy climbed up and shook his head. "What a ripoff! I'm going to smack you, Voldemort! What the hell are you teaching me? When it's slow death. Now it's fast enough, so fast that I can't control it at all." Remy cursed under his breath and then looked down to realize his current situation and quickly used alchemy to make himself a pair of shorts to put on. Then he continued to curse. Just now, he was just about to say goodbye to this beautiful planet. Luckily, I reacted quickly and changed direction in time. If I had rushed straight up, Remy looked up at the sky. Tisk, I'm afraid I would be shoulder to shoulder with the sun. If that happened, I would definitely be left with nothing but ashes. You are such a jerk, Voldemort. You actually tricked me here. You are such a ruthless thief. But don't get caught by me, or you'll be in big trouble. Cursing and getting dressed, Remy was about to climb up the pit to see where he had flown to when suddenly a huge black shadow descended from the sky in front of him. It's a dragon, a red fire dragon. After their eyes met for a moment, Remy put on his pants and pinched his waist with one hand and pointed at the fire dragon's nose with the other. "What are you looking at? Are you looking for a fight?" Remy asked. The fire dragon was obviously stunned, as if it didn't expect that the little thing in front of it would dare to provoke it. Before it could come to its senses, Remy suddenly reached out and slapped it in the face. This time, the fire dragon was completely confused and then became furious. Roar! Bang! MMP, you're so arrogant. Just wait. When I climb up, I'll sew your stinky mouth shut with a needle. On the cliff, Remy climbed up using his hands and feet. Just now, he only had time to slap the provocative fire dragon in the face before being blown away by its flames. After a short flight, he fell on the rocks and rolled all the way down until he was stopped by a crooked tree. This revenge must be avenged, and I will avenge it today. Remy spat through gritted teeth, feeling very unhappy. It's not just because I was smelled by the fire dragon's breath, but more importantly, why is there a fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest? Remy was pretty sure this was still part of the Forbidden Forest because he could still see Hogwarts Castle. Although the castle is very small at this moment, so small that it is just a small black dot, it can indeed be seen. I don't know where this wild dragon came from, but he actually dared to act wildly on my territory. I can tolerate it, but I can't. He held his breath and continued to climb up. After who knows how long, he finally reached the top of the mountain. Remy's calves were shaking with exhaustion. He originally wanted to hide and take a rest before fighting the stinky dragon, but when Remy saw the situation at the bottom of the bowl, his eyes lit up and he immediately jumped down. Remy slid and rolled to the bottom of the pit at a high speed. Looking at the egg-shaped object in front of him, his eyes lit up terribly. Fire dragon egg. It's 100% a fire dragon egg. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to come here to lay eggs. Now I've got what I want, right? Ha ha. Build a fire. Build a fire. Roast dragon eggs. Roast dragon eggs. Remy deftly built a small cylindrical stove with the surrounding rubble and carefully placed the dragon egg on it. It was just the right size. As for firewood, it is easy to solve. With miracle alchemy in hand, there is nothing that Remy can't make. Well, it probably won't work to refine firewood with stone. Dragon eggs don't seem to be afraid of ordinary fire. Recalling what he had seen in Hagrid's hut, Remy decided to try a different material instead of ordinary firewood. When Hagrid was hatching the dragon eggs, he placed them directly in the stove, and he used a combination of firewood and charcoal. However, he was unable to cook the dragon eggs, and instead hatched them. If Remy had only used firewood, he would definitely not have been able to cook the dragon eggs. Ordinary fire won't work, so what about devil fire? Hee. Remy made a salivating sound towards the fire dragon egg, wiped his mouth, and began to refine the magic crystal. First, refine a pile of magic crystals, and then use the magic crystals as raw materials for secondary refining. Magic crystal evolves. Come out, flame magic crystal. Remy caught the shiny red magic crystal falling from the sky and scratched the surface of the magic crystal lightly with his fingernail. Suddenly, a raging fire burned on the surface of the magic crystal. Done! Remy casually threw the magic crystal into the furnace and continued to refine the fire magic crystal. 1, 2, 3. Huh, I'm so hot. No, I have to stay away. Remy, who was sweating profusely due to the scorching heat wave, had to choose to move the battlefield away from the stove, but because this was a bowl-shaped pit with poor air circulation, Remy could feel the heat wave no matter how far away he was. Finally, Remy simply ran to the edge of the bowl and fed the stove remotely. Whoosh. Oops, I lost it. It's okay, I still have more. Beautiful. Hit the bullseye. Oops, it's off again. Soon, the bottom of the bowl pit was filled with blazing flames. Now Remy is happy, because now he doesn't need to worry about the accuracy at all. The whole bowl is the bull's eye. Remy was having fun making and throwing one after another, when suddenly a deep roar sounded in the air. When Remy looked up, he was immediately shocked. It was the fire dragon from before. Oh my God, didn't you leave? Why are you back again? In front of him was a blazing brazier. Behind him was a cliff thousands of feet high, and above his head was a fire dragon that was obviously furious and was raising its head to spit fire. At this critical moment, Remy gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, converted all the remaining magic crystals around him into fire magic crystals, and threw them into the brazier. Then he jumped back and avoided the flames spewed by the fire dragon at the critical moment. Boom! Like adding fuel to the fire, The flames in the brazier instantly turned into a column of fire that shot straight into the sky, like a volcanic eruption. The fire dragon quickly dodged and let out a mournful cry towards the brazier that made anyone who heard it feel sad and cry. I'm telling you, this time I left on my own initiative. I wasn't beaten back by you. And I will come back again. Seeing the fire dragon actually flying towards him, Remy laughed and made an internationally accepted friendly gesture to the fire dragon, then adjusted his posture and aimed his head downward at a lake in the distance. Ride the wind and fly. Whoosh! Leaving behind a sonic boom cloud, Remy's body instantly disappeared. Almost at the same time, a huge column of water suddenly rose from the lake in the distance, scaring the small animals drinking water by the lake and causing them to flee in all directions. At the same time, on top of a tower in Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were drinking tea and chatting, stood up together and looked at the volcano that suddenly erupted in the distance. One galleon. I bet this has something to do with Remy. Grindelwald put down his teacup and said. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. 2 galleons. I bet he did it. I told you that if you put him in the Forbidden Forest, he would definitely get into big trouble. So, do you regret it now? Grindelwald teased. Dumbledore rolled his eyes at Grindelwald and thought to himself, at this moment, you still have the mind to laugh at me. Fortunately, Lucius is left, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Dumbledore sighed. You are quite good at thinking on the bright side. Let's go. As he spoke, Grindelwald walked over to Dumbledore and took his hand. Dumbledore immediately looked at him in confusion. I can't apparate here. Take me there. Grindelwald said calmly. I can handle it myself. After mumbling something, the next moment, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were already at the edge of the brazier. At this time, the flame in the brazier was no longer rushing upwards, but the flame almost filled the entire brazier. Even if you stood on the edge, you could feel the strong burning sensation. Roar! The fire dragon that was circling around the brazier roared and rushed towards the 2 uninvited guests after discovering them. But these 2 were not Remy. Faced with the oncoming fire dragon, neither of them panicked. Little guy, be quiet. We are here to help you. While saying help, Grindelwald raised his hand wearing the magic glove and pointed to the fire dragon. The fire dragon that was rushing towards him was actually fixed in the air. Seeing Grindelwald easily deal with the dragon, Dumbledore took out his wand and began to wave it. The god of fire leads the way. As the elder wand continued to wave, wisps of flames flew out of the brazier, but they were soon filled with more flames. I haven't seen you for many years. You look weak, Albus. Am I weak? Bullshit. Dumbledore's face darkened, and he used all his strength to cast magic seriously to prove himself. However, just as he was about to exert his strength, Grindelwald started to insult him again. It seems that you're really getting old and confused. Don't you feel the abnormality of these flames? Why deal with these flames? Can't you just solve the source? It saves time and effort. Grindelwald said, Damn it, I'm just trying to prove that I'm not weak. Giving Grindelwald a fierce glare, Dumbledore simply stopped. You come, Dumbledore said unhappily. Stop it. I'm watching this little guy, said Grindelwald. Aren't you very capable? This little thing won't be difficult for you, right? Dumbledore said. Grindelwald, hey, you're still trying to compete with me, right? I'm not the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Whether the fire is extinguished or not has nothing to do with me, said Grindelwald. Haha, this is not a castle, and there is no vegetation around, so just burn it, Dumbledore said with a smile. Then let it burn. Just burn it. The 2 gray-haired old men stood beside the brazier, watching the fire burning in the brazier like children fighting, which made the pinned fire dragon anxious. Roar! Roar! Quiet! With a shake of the magic wand, the fire dragon instantly became stiff and completely unable to move. Seeing this, Grindelwald slowly put down his hand and placed the dragon aside, then continued to stare at Dumbledore, and did not give in even though both of them were sweating profusely from the fire. Sizzle, sizzle. A sizzling sound like oil dripping from grilled meat came from the bottom of the brazier, and gradually, more and more rocks began to become redder and softer. Suddenly, Grindelwald moved. He stretched out his right hand and drew a semicircle behind himself. A 1-meter-high ice wall appeared behind him and half surrounded him. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he waved his wand to create an ice deck for himself, which was bigger and thicker than Grindelwald's. Snort! Grindelwald snorted coldly and waved his hand again. The rocks on the ground suddenly rose from the ground, drew an arc, and flew over the brazier, forming a bridge above the brazier. Raising an eyebrow at Dumbledore provocatively, Grindelwald stepped onto the stone bridge and headed upwards. Dumbledore also snorted coldly, waved his wand to create a stone bridge, and walked up as well. Standing on the stone bridge is like standing on a boiler. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be roasted quickly, but Grindelwald and Dumbledore are not ordinary people. Walking in the flames, Grindelwald waved his fingers as he walked, as graceful as a conductor walking in a symphony orchestra. The flames seemed to be following the rhythm of his command, not only moving away from his surroundings, but also gathering towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face was calm, and he kept waving the wand in his hand in a small range. A vortex of fire slowly rotated under the bridge, sucking in all the surrounding flames. Almost at the same time, the two men walked to the midpoint where the two bridges intersected. They stared at each other in the flames. No one spoke, and no one backed down. The two looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Grindelwald slowly said, "In this environment, you don't want to beat me?" "Why not?" Dumbledore replied. "You don't think I've forgotten all my magic after not practicing it for so many years?" Or, Grindelwald glanced at the wand in Dumbledore's hand. "Do you think that the Elder Wand can make up for the gap between you and me in fire magic?" "Fire magic? I never thought that your move was fire magic. In fact, I've always been curious whether that move of yours is dark magic." Dumbledore said. Well, I'll let you see it for yourself today." Grindelwald raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Fire shield protection. Boom! The flames below suddenly erupted and rushed towards Grindelwald, and halfway through the rush, the color of the flames suddenly changed to blue and white. These blue-white flames wrapped around Grindelwald's body to form an almost tangible shield, and then more flames gathered into huge fire phoenixes that flapped their wings and soared above Grindelwald. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and did not rush to take action. He was observing and silently feeling this strange fire, until 7 fire phoenixes made of blue and white flames appeared behind Grindelwald, until all the flames below were assimilated into blue and white flames by Grindelwald, until Grindelwald's move was brought to its peak. Dumbledore moved. Swoosh! As a loud cry came out of Dumbledore's mouth, a large ball of fire suddenly burned above his head, and then a phoenix with gorgeous feathers flew out from the flames. As soon as this phoenix appeared, it demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Flames were emitted every time it flapped its wings, and the surrounding blue and white flames seemed to be flying towards it. "Gellert, let me see if you can block my attack in this environment." As he spoke, Dumbledore raised his wand high above his head and slowly rotated it. At the same time, the Phoenix Fox also rotated closely following the rotation of Dumbledore's wand. Orange-red flames emerged from Fox's body and spun along with the Elder Wand. The surrounding blue-white flames also surged towards the Elder Wand like a tide and spun along with it. Grindelwald looked solemn, but did not try to stop him, just as Dumbledore did not stop him just now, until a huge and terrifying vortex of 2 kinds of flames appeared above Dumbledore's head, until Dumbledore's hands turned slower and slower, and even a trace of effort appeared on his face. Grindelwald still did not make a move. He knew that this was not Dumbledore's limit. Sure enough, just like breaking through a certain limit in a middle-distance race, Dumbledore shouted, and his arm waving his wand sped up again. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix also let out a loud cry, as if it had also broken through a limit. More flames emerged from its body and merged into the growing vortex of fire below. After spinning 5 more times in one breath, Dumbledore paused and looked at Grindelwald, and Grindelwald also raised his hand and looked at Dumbledore. As if there was a strange, tacit understanding, after the two looked at each other for 3 seconds, they both swung at each other with force at the same time. The god of fire leads the way. Fire shield protection. The huge vortex of flames and the 7 blue fire phoenixes rushed towards each other at the same time. When there was only 10 meters between the two, suddenly, the vortex of flames turned into 2 red and blue fire pillars that entangled with each other but did not intersect. At the same time, the 7 blue fire phoenixes collided with each other and condensed into a smaller but more powerful blue fire phoenix. The two attacks, revealing their true forms, continued to rush towards each other. Just when the winner was about to be announced, suddenly, whoosh, bang, boom, ah, hot, 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 hot. Where did this guy come from? Seeing Remy dancing and snoring in the air, Dumbledore and Grindelwald's first reaction was not to stop, but to wonder how Remy suddenly appeared among them. After all, looking at him now, it doesn't look like he's going to die at any time. Almost at the same time, they both lowered their heads to look towards one side of the brazier and saw a bright hole running through the mountain. Through the hole, they could see the lake in the distance. So he came from here. Wait, how did this guy crash through such a thick mountain and fly up? Just when Dumbledore was about to ask Grindelwald and him to stop and find Remy to ask for clarification, suddenly, Remy in the middle stopped shouting, "It's hot," and started shouting something else. Oh my God, the color of the flame is so cool. Coach, I want to learn this. Remy shouted. I'm a professor, not a coach. Grindelwald glared at Remy and said unhappily. He finally had the chance to compete with Dumbledore with the advantage of terrain, and there was even a high chance that he could avenge his previous defeat. But in the end, everything was messed up by Remy. It would be strange if Grindelwald was happy. Okay, Professor, when can you teach me this move? I love it. Remy asked. Wait until your next life. After saying that, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore opposite him. After they exchanged glances, they stopped at the same time. The blue fire phoenix instantly disintegrated into balls of flames, and then the sea of fire was split into 2. Remy, who was still wondering what he had done to make Grindelwald angry and make her say such a thing, suddenly fell down because he lost his support. The feeling of falling suddenly woke Remy up. Oh my God, save me. There's a sea of fire below. Remy shouted. Dumbledore rolled his eyes and waved his wand. At this moment, Grindelwald suddenly waved his hand. There was a sudden bang in the air, and Remy continued to fall. Facing Dumbledore's puzzled look, Grindelwald snorted. How can we not punish him for setting fire to the mountain? Dumbledore thought for a moment before nodding and putting away his wand. Blanche. Remy made an international friendly gesture to Grindelwald and immediately let out another scream as he fell into the sea of fire. Oh my God, why is there magma here? I'm dying, I can't climb up. Barbecue, pull me up. Hey, can you hear me? The lava is almost up to my thighs. Oh my God, it's at my waist. Pull me up quickly. Ignoring Remy's full-throated shouts without any panic in them, Grindelwald waved his hand to move the surrounding blue flames away from the stone bridge, then stretched out his hand and tapped twice in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Here comes the teapot. Teacup is flying. Whoosh! The teapot and teacup flew into Grindelwald's hands at an extremely fast speed, and then Grindelwald used transfiguration to create 2 chairs and a table on the stone bridge. The scenery here is quite nice. Why don't we have some tea together? Grindelwald extended his hand to invite. Dumbledore hesitated for a second before agreeing readily. He was very tired and really needed some tea and a rest. Even if Remy hadn't appeared just now, even if I could have broken that attack, I would have been exhausted, but you still had the strength to continue using magic. In this environment, you are indeed stronger. Dumbledore said, Stop flattering me. Grindelwald's expression softened a little before he continued. We must teach this little fellow a lesson today, lest he one day go lawless and cause a hole in the Ministry of Magic. Then you, as the headmaster, will be in trouble. Dumbledore pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to tell Grindelwald the truth. In fact, Remy had already blown up the Ministry of Magic once. They continued to drink tea and chat, but Dumbledore's mind was obviously not on the conversation. His attention was always below. Remy's voice was gone, but he could still feel the extremely unique and terrifying magic power in Remy. Even though there's magic power everywhere below at this moment, Remy's magic power is still as dazzling as the bright moon with few stars. He knew that Remy was still not in danger of death, but he was worried that Remy would resent them for their immoral behavior. Well, Dumbledore was well aware of how immoral their behavior was at the moment. But it was Grindelwald who caused all this, and looking at Grindelwald's expression, he didn't seem to be ready to stop now. Seeing Dumbledore absent-mindedly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, Grindelwald shook his head helplessly. Don't worry. This little guy's character is not as bad as you think. Don't treat him as a child, or even as a mentally normal adult. Grindelwald said calmly. Maybe he is having fun down there now. I hope you are right, Seth. Dumbledore sighed and raised his teacup to toast Grindelwald. At the same time, at the bottom of the brazier, Remy was not having as much fun as Grindelwald had expected. He was drooling. You haven't been burnt yet. Are you waiting for me? Then I won't be polite. Looking at the dragon egg completely wrapped in flames less than 3 meters in front of him, Remy wiped the saliva that was flowing down uncontrollably and hurriedly tried to find a way to get closer. At this moment, his chest and below were completely submerged in the magma, and the dragon egg, perhaps because it was an egg, was able to float on the magma. I didn't expect lava to be so sticky. It's much stickier than melted chocolate. Let me think. Got it. Water plus magma equals obsidian. Yes, that's it. He raised his hand and used alchemy to create a large amount of water. There was a sizzling sound all around him, and large clouds of water vapor rushed up from the bottom to the 2 old men who were drinking tea above. I told him he wouldn't behave himself down there. Look, isn't he fighting back now? Rolling his eyes, Grindelwald waved his hand, and a wall of wind suddenly appeared around the 2 of them, protecting them inside and preventing them from being steamed by the steam. Dumbledore nodded, feeling that he had indeed been worrying for nothing. Well, let's see what tricks he can come up with, Dumbledore said. As soon as he finished speaking, Dumbledore and Grindelwald suddenly stood up at the same time. I saw the surrounding flames rushing downwards like crazy, forming a blue flame vortex in the blink of an eye. The brazier was like a huge funnel, and the flames turned into water, flowing along the direction of the vortex at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, all the flames disappeared. At the bottom of the brazier, Remy was sitting on the ground holding a large, shiny black spoon, looking at the little fire dragon in front of him with a confused look on his face, which was burning with blue and white flames. Where are my balls? How come my egg, which is so big, cracks so easily? How come there is this little thing popping up? I wonder if it has been mutated by radiation, although the wings, tail, and head are all burning with flames, which looks quite rare, but these 2 lively big eyes are a bit hard to eat. Just when Remy was feeling pain in his cracked T********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* the little Charmander, who was rubbing against Remy's legs and babbling, suddenly raised his head, and a hint of dissatisfaction and grievance was revealed in his two big eyes. It's just like a kitten that has failed to be petted by its owner, but it is much more ferocious than a kitten. It roared twice in a childish voice, spewed out a lot of blue sparks, took a deep breath, and then, boom, a flame thicker than Charmander's body instantly covered Remy's face. After the fire, Remy came back to his senses and his face suddenly darkened. MMP, you little b asterisk 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 d. I was almost deceived by your appearance. You dare to spit at me just after you were born. What will happen when you grow up? Build a fire? We must build a fire. As he yelled, the big black spoon in Remy's hand transformed into a black grill. Under the surprised gaze of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, who had just landed, Remy took out a piece of wire from somewhere and skillfully tied the Charmander to the barbecue grill. Strangely enough, although its wings, tail, and head were all burning with flames, the flames did not damage the grill, and even the iron wire was not burned red. Thunder! Dumbledore was about to say something, but Grindelwald held out his hand to stop him. Grindelwald shook his head slightly at Dumbledore, signaling him not to rush into intervening. Under the watchful eyes of the two old men, Remy lit a fire, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, staring intently at the small fire dragon on the grill. The little fire dragon tied to the barbecue grill didn't seem to be afraid at all. Not only that, it was twisting its body and making babbling sounds, and one could even feel that it was very happy at the moment from the sound. Suddenly, Charmander stretched his head toward the flames below and sniffed hard. Just like a dragon sucking water, all the flames were sucked into the little fire dragon's mouth. Then, boom! Ha-ha! This little thing really doesn't know what fear is. Almost the same as Remy. Grindelwald laughed heartily and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Don't compare me with this idiot. If someone tied me to the barbecue grill, I would definitely roast that person. Remy turned around and said unhappily, "Isn't this a coincidence? Didn't it just roast you with fire?" Grindelwald smiled slightly and controlled the untied little dragon to fly towards him. Oh my! As he was getting closer and closer to Grindelwald, the Charmander suddenly let out a sharp cry. Oh, look at this little guy, it's so charming. Especially this gorgeous flame, so mysterious and noble. It makes people unable to help but be attracted by it. Boom! A flame even bigger than the one that just hit Remy instantly swept over Grindelwald's body and even affected Dumbledore, who was standing beside him. Fascinated, Grindelwald smiled and lifted up the little dragon in his hands, completely ignoring the fact that it was still breathing fire at him. Next to him, Dumbledore used his wand to control the flames to gather into a ball in front of his eyes, frowning. After a moment's thought, Dumbledore touched the flame with a finger. Not hot at all, not even feeling anything at all. Subconsciously, Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, only to find that Grindelwald was playing with the dragon in his palm with great joy. After another moment of thought, Dumbledore closed his eyes and took a deep breath before reaching his hand toward the flames once more. Before Dumbledore could touch the flame, Grindelwald spoke. Don't try it. Its flame will only burn those who have evil thoughts towards it. Grindelwald continued to tease the little dragon and said, I just don't know if this little guy can change the characteristics of this flame like me and turn it into a fire of evil spirits that burns people without evil thoughts. At this time, the little dragon lying on Grindelwald's palm no longer showed any fear and was chasing Grindelwald's other hand to bite it. You're not trying to teach it? Dumbledore asked. Teaching a dragon? I've never tried it before, Grindelwald said with a smile, but it's something I can consider. You have the Phoenix, so it would be nice if I could have a Charmander that is so special and a perfect match for me. Remy, how about giving it to me? Grindelwald looked at Remy and asked. Not good. Remy immediately refused. I still remember your ugly faces just now. Remy, although the transformation of this little fellow is closely related to you, the fire on its body obviously comes from Professor Grindelwald, and the Ministry of Magic will definitely not agree to you raising it. Even Professor Grindelwald will find it difficult to convince the Ministry of Magic. I can eat it. The Ministry of Magic hasn't banned students from eating dragon meat, has it? Dumbledore choked for a moment, causing Grindelwald beside him to laugh. Albus, do you really not understand, Remy? Or are you too embarrassed to do that? Grindelwald laughed and said, I will use my fire shield to protect me in exchange for the custody of this little guy, and you will keep today's events and the existence of this little guy's secret. How about that? Fire shield protection? Is it the Grindelwald gas stove trick that Grindelwald just used? Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Grindelwald gas stove, this magic trick is cool, has a wide range, and is powerful. Remy has been coveting it for a long time, from the last life to this life. Even Remy went to great lengths to trick Grindelwald into coming to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. One of his purposes was to learn this magic from Grindelwald. But, Professor Grindelwald, I've been taking good care of this little Charmander and watching it grow up since it was still an egg," said Remy. Grindelwald glanced at Remy. "So," Remy turned his head, twisted his mouth, and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. "You have to pay more." "Ha ha, okay. Then I'll teach you another killing curse." "Gellert, are you G crazy? If you dare to teach him the killing curse, I will immediately expel you from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and lock you up in Nurmengard again." Dumbledore roared immediately. Grindelwald shrugged at Remy. "You see, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but our great headmaster Dumbledore won't let me." Dumbledore's face darkened, and he instantly realized that he had been tricked by Grindelwald. "I don't care. You have to teach me another advanced magic. Otherwise, I will go to the Ministry of Magic to expose myself tomorrow," Remy said. Self-explosion? The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched as bad memories were instantly brought back. Forget it. I'll teach you some advanced magic later, okay?" Dumbledore said helplessly. The 3 elements of wilderness survival: food, water, and shelter. There is no food supply for the time being, but Remy is quite resistant to hunger, so there's no need to worry about it for the time being. As for water, there is a lake 100 meters away with plenty of water to satisfy your hunger. So Remy decided to build a shelter for himself first. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Building a shelter is not an easy task and requires tools. This naturally did not pose a problem for Remy. He made several tools for himself, including a shovel, a pickaxe, an axe, an iron bucket, and several torches. "Really? I've bred such an awesome, super rare pet, but it still can't offset the penalty. But it doesn't matter, I haven't had enough fun yet." Muttering to himself, Remy squatted on the ground, swung the shovel, and pounded the ground in front of him. If a muggle who has done the job saw this, he would definitely shake his head and sigh. This is not how you use a shovel. But this is not the muggle world. This is the magical world. And the shovel in Remy's hand is not an ordinary shovel, but a magic shovel. As the shovel hit the ground, a square frame suddenly appeared on the ground with the landing point as the center. And as Remy continued to hit it, it became covered with cracks. When he knocked for the 5th time, with a puff, the 1 cubic meter of soil in front of him suddenly shrank into a 1 cubic centimeter cube. With a cheer, Remy jumped into the pit below, picked up the block, and looked at it carefully. After hesitating for a moment, he injected a little magic power into the block to activate it. Bang! The small cube instantly returned to its original size and squeezed Remy tightly into the mud. The experiment was successful. Let officially start. It's definitely impossible to dig through the earth in 7 days, but building an underground palace and digging a secret passage to Hogwarts Castle shouldn't be a problem. Get to work. Remy dug himself out of the ground, picked up a shovel, and started working. It only takes 5 strokes each time to dig out a whole cubic meter of soil. Soon Remy has dug a 2 by 2 by 3 large pit in front of him. It was a standard pit, 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 3 meters deep, with clear edges and corners and a cross-section as smooth as a mirror. Reality is really not like a game. The soil is still a bit soft. There's still a risk of landslide if we dig a hole directly. We have to keep digging. After digging another 10 meters down in one breath, Remy, who was a little tired, suddenly lost interest in digging, but did not want to give up the idea of building an underground palace. In desperation, Remy decided to cheat and make himself a small mini excavator. Well, the seat must be adjustable, and the body of the vehicle should be 1.5 meters wide, but must be able to dig the soil in a 2 by 2 area in front at the same time. It also needs to be able to dig the soil below, so a telescopic structure has to be designed to prevent misoperation. Oh, and we need to add the wall climbing function, otherwise it will be embarrassing if we can't get up after going down. It would be nice to add an automatic torch insertion function. There were so many of them that after Remy finished the design and saw the parts needed, he was immediately overwhelmed. There are too many functions to be manufactured in a short time. In desperation, Remy had to reluctantly delete and simplify various functions. After redesigning a plan and spending 2 full days on manufacturing, finally an excavator that can dig in a 2x2 range at the same time and automatically collect blocks was officially launched. The entire vehicle is 1.5 meters long, 1.3 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. Except for the drill part, the rest of the vehicle is a purely mechanical structure. The car is powered by magic crystals, has zero emissions, and is super environmentally friendly. After inserting a small flag with the words "Safe Production" on it at the back of the vehicle and putting on a safety helmet equipped with a searchlight, Remy took out a Z-shaped car key from his waist, inserted it into the keyhole, and shook it twice. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the excavator officially started. Opening the car door and entering the driver's cab, Remy solemnly fastened his seatbelt, full of a sense of ceremony. Although this little shabby car doesn't even have a windshield, and the main frame of the car is made entirely of wood, the sense of ceremony must be maximized. No matter how difficult the conditions are, the sense of ceremony cannot be lacking. It's time to start work. Another day filled with 70,000. Beep. First it honked the horn, then turned on the turn signal, and after another ritualistic but actually useless operation, this extremely strange-looking excavator officially started operation. Buzz. The 4 drills in front vibrated at the same time, and in just a moment, 4 cubic meters of soil were converted into 4 small cubes. As soon as the small cubes fell to the ground, they were swept into the storage box at the bottom of the car by several circular brooms rotating side by side below. This automatic collecting device was inspired by the cleaning vehicles of the Muggle world. Wow, such efficiency. That's why we say technology changes our lives. I am such a genius. Try the drill bit below to see if it works. Buzz. Bang. Ouch. Oh no. I forgot to add shock absorbers to this broken car. Never mind, it doesn't matter as long as the car doesn't fall apart. Touching his head, Remy was suddenly glad that he was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, his head would have had an intimate contact with the roof of the car just now. If I remember correctly, the deepest mine in the world seems to be 3 kilometers or several kilometers deep. Muggles can dig that deep, so my underground palace must be deeper than that, right? Dig 5 kilometers first. Dig another 5 kilometers after the second phase of the project. After finalizing the construction plan, Remy started the excavator again. Bang, bang, bang. They dug and stopped, then shook it, shaking Remy so much that his brains almost dropped into his stomach. At first, it descended about 1 meter per second, but later Remy thought it was too slow and the vibration was a bit uncomfortable, so he simply started the drill below and the speed increased immediately. No, it's descending very fast, until it fell into an underground river with a splash. Remy had to take out 2 blocks from a special storage box and install them on the roof to add some weight to the car to prevent both the car and people from being washed away by the river. After fixing the counterweight, as the excavator dropped to the bottom of the riverbed, Remy used the surrounding river water to start the excavator and continued digging downwards. After digging 3 meters downwards, Remy took out some more blocks and sealed the top with his backhand. To be on the safe side, Remy sealed the roof while digging downwards and sealed more than 30 meters thick in one go. Now even if I don't go back to the hole on the ground, no one should be able to find me, right? Buzz. The excavator continued to work, and 1 man and 1 machine continued to descend in the dark vertical mine. He dug for an unknown amount of time, until Remy felt sleepy. Suddenly, he was awakened by a terrifying push. The next moment, he was immersed in a sea of red. Sizzle, sizzle. 5 minutes later, after being pushed all the way back to the dark river he had encountered before by the gushing magma, Remy finally confirmed that he had not dug up the legendary core of the earth as he had initially guessed, but had accidentally dug up a small piece of underground magma that looked like an underground dark river. I'm also losing my mind. The Earth's core is at least several thousand kilometers. Even if I keep falling at the speed of free fall, I don't know how long it will take. I've only been digging for a while, so I shouldn't even have dug through the moho, right? Fortunately, we managed to protect the excavator at the last moment. Let's move to another place and continue digging. Taking out a map similar to the live map, but with only two small dots, Remy first pushed it towards Beiping for a distance, and then dug a hole downwards again. Having learned from the previous lesson, Remy counted every time he moved down. After digging another 3,000 meters without considering how deep the top of his head was, Remy stopped descending and instead pushed eastward according to the map. After roughly estimating the distance by pushing the shaft forward for a few hundred meters, Remy drove back to where he had originally come down and began to expand the surrounding area with the vertical shaft as the center. It is very hot, more than 3,000 meters underground. Remy specially made a thermometer to check. Even though there is no trace of magma here, the temperature is still 5 degrees higher than the most common Lao bygone on the market. Although this degree is not that degree, the numbers are universal. In this kind of environment, if an ordinary person were to be in such an environment, not to mention the lack of oxygen, the temperature alone would be enough to dry him out. Even Remy had to breathe oxygen and hold a large block of ice to continue construction work. Fortunately, his work efficiency, the excavator's work efficiency was high enough, and it took only a few minutes to dig out a huge underground space that was larger than 3 basketball courts. Several pillars were specially left for inserting torches. When the magic torches were lit, this place finally felt like a secret base. It's just a bit empty. Lay some special cooling floor tiles, put some animal bone-style furniture in there, and replace the torches with green flames. Then it will be a perfect devil's cave. Wait, can I use this to trick that idiot Voldemort again? Evil energy, wonderful. Oh, and there's also the frozen throne of the filthy Demon King. Look around to see if there are any high enough snow-capped mountains nearby. I'll come up with a series of tricks. I don't believe you won't fall for any of them. Many wonderful ideas came to Remy's mind like a fountain, and he continued to perfect this devil's cave with full enthusiasm. Since it's a devil's cave, it has to be classy. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to have only one living room? Haven't you noticed that in a dungeon you have to go through several rooms before you can see the final boss? We could talk about the mechanisms later. Let's dig out the rooms first. Dig out 13 of them first. 13 is not a good number in the wizarding world. It represents bad luck. If it wasn't too much trouble, Remy would even want to dig 6 sixes, which also represent bad luck. It is easy to dig just one stone chamber, but it is not easy to dig 13. They were busy for an unknown amount of time, digging all the way towards Hogwarts Castle. When the 13th and smallest stone chamber was excavated, Remy began to push forward toward Hogwarts Castle. We pushed all the way to the bottom of Hogwarts Castle, but the next step became difficult. According to Remy's plan, we needed to dig a spiral upward passage. Although the car was designed with a stair climbing function at the beginning, Remy designed a mechanical structure to take shortcuts. The stair climbing speed is very slow and the driving feel is very bad. In order to make the stairs more convenient to walk on and to make it easier for the car to climb the slope, Remy specially added 2 drill bits to the car 15 centimeters from the ground and used them to flatten the 1-meter-high steps. However, even so, after persisting for about half an hour, Remy, who could no longer bear the boring operation of constant turning, started to cheat again and designed an automatic driving function for the excavator. True autonomous driving is undoubtedly very complicated, but if it is just a few simple and repetitive processes, it will be much simpler, similar to a certain button script often used in playing games. The design was to turn 90 degrees every 6 meters of digging. After experimenting and making sure there was no problem, Remy laid the seat back flat and lay down flat. This reclining function is not a new addition, but was designed by the foresight Remy from the beginning. You know what, when I was sitting in the car, it felt quite bumpy when climbing the stairs, but after lying down, it had a hypnotic effect like a rocking chair, and Remy fell asleep after lying down for a while. Principal Dumbledore, I still can't find Remy. Hagrid, didn't I tell you the day before yesterday? If you can't find it, don't look for it. How can that be possible? I was the one who brought Remy into the Forbidden Forest. What if he encountered any danger in the Forbidden Forest? Oh, he has been missing for half a month. He must have been in danger. Ugh. Looking at Hagrid, who was blaming himself so much that he was crying, Dumbledore felt helpless. Although he was worried about Remy's disappearance in the Forbidden Forest for half a month, he was not worried about Remy's safety, but the safety of other creatures, even the safety of other non-living things. But Hagrid, with his stubborn mind, completely ignored his words of comfort and insisted that Remy was still too young to handle any dangerous emergencies. Okay, Hagrid. Remember I told you that I saw him in the Forbidden Forest on the day he entered? I was the last person to see him. Do you think Remy's disappearance has anything to do with me? Dumbledore asked. How is it possible? How could Remy's disappearance be related to you? Who said that? I'm going to tear his mouth apart right now. Hagrid said angrily. Well, Dumbledore slapped his forehead helplessly. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that Remy wasn't missing, but I asked him to go. Well, Hagrid, I'm sorry. There are some things I can't tell you now. Hagrid's eyes widened. What do you mean? Oh God, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have. I didn't affect your plan, did I? Not yet, but that may not be the case if you continue going deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore said, lowering his head slightly. Yes, I will never go to the Forbidden Forest again. Oh, I promise you. I will never tell this to anyone, said Hagrid. It would be strange if you didn't tell others with your leaky mouth, but it's just a fabrication anyway. Dumbledore nodded, thinking that it was easiest to solve some problems using some unethical methods. Just as Dumbledore was about to act out the whole thing and say a few more words, suddenly, the office door opened. Professor Snape walked into the office with Remy in his hand with a gloomy face and threw him to the ground. Principal Dumbledore. Remy was caught breaking into the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Dumbledore. Hagrid. Headmaster Dumbledore. Is this part of your plan? Facing Headmaster Dumbledore's complicated, almost twisted gaze, Remy quickly raised his hands. It's unfair. I was arrested without seeing anything. It's an attempted crime at best, said Remy. Dumbledore's eye twitched. Is this the point? Tell me, where have you been for the past half-month? Dumbledore asked. I haven't been going anywhere. I've been staying in the Forbidden Forest and accepting my punishment. Remy replied. In the Forbidden Forest? Then why didn't Hagrid find you after looking for you so many times? Dumbledore continued to ask. Oh, maybe it's because I've been underground all the time. Remy replied. Underground? The three of them were stunned at the same time. What were you doing underground in the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore asked in confusion. Before Remy could answer, Professor Snape's face suddenly changed, and he squatted down and stared at Remy. The hole you dug under the girls' dormitory leads to the Forbidden Forest? Professor Snape asked. What do you mean by leading to the Forbidden Forest? I was just digging from the Forbidden Forest toward the castle, and then I accidentally dug into the dormitory. I really didn't mean to do that. Principal Dumbledore, you know me well. I never do anything sneaky when it comes to looking at girls. If I really wanted to see girls, I would definitely break in directly and would not dig. Hey, Professor Snape, where are you going? Seeing Snape suddenly stand up and leave, Remy was full of question marks. Just as Remy was about to ask Headmaster Dumbledore, who knew Professor Snape better, if he knew what was going on, Professor Snape, who had already opened the door to leave, turned around and gave an explanation himself. I'll come back to settle the score with you after I finish dealing with the dormitory passage, Mr. Barrett. Snape said. Well, Remy raised his hand, but finally put it down after thinking for a while. Noticing Remy's abnormality, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Professor Snape is worried that some students will enter the Forbidden Forest through that passage. Did you want to say something to Professor Snape just now? Dumbledore asked. Oh, well, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Remy hesitated for a moment and raised his head. I found a mine down there. Mine? What mine? Gold mine. Gold mine. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then looked at Remy with something strange in his eyes. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to find a gold mine by just digging a few meters downwards, right? How many meters did you dig? Dumbledore asked. About maybe 1 or 2,000 meters? Puff. Hagrid, who had been drinking tea far away just now, seemed to be avoiding suspicion, but suddenly spat out a big mouthful of tea. Ahem. Don't mind me, I just choked. I didn't hear anything, said Hagrid. Glancing helplessly at Hagrid, Dumbledore turned back and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a moment, Dumbledore took a piece of parchment and spread it out in front of him, then picked up the quill. How big is the mine? Asked Dumbledore. It's unclear at the moment, and they are all raw ore, Remy said. Nonsense. If the gold mine does not contain raw, or could it be that it contains refined gold? If it is refined gold, can it still be called a gold mine? Then the sweet one must be called a gold vault. The reserves are unclear, right? But can you be sure it is gold and not copper? Or is it some other ordinary stone, but with a special color? Dumbledore asked. Come on, I'm an alchemist. How can I not tell which is gold, or and which is copper, or? Do you believe that I can use copper, or to refine and process it into real galleons? Remy said, Dumbledore, it's a good bet, but I refuse to accept it. You'd better just keep quiet. After writing quickly on the parchment, Dumbledore took out his wand and copied the text on the parchment on several other pieces of parchment, which he then put into envelopes one by one. This matter is a little special. I must inform the school board. Dumbledore explained after noticing Remy's puzzled look. When Remy heard that Dumbledore was going to tell the board of directors about this, he suddenly became anxious. Why? That's the gold mine I found. It's mine. Remy jumped up and down. First of all the property within the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, including the underground property, belongs to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, not to any one individual. Headmaster Dumbledore said, pushing up his glasses. Secondly, the school board only has the power to supervise and appoint and dismiss me as the principal. They have no power to deal with school property. Oh, so the gold mine belongs to the school? I can accept that. Remy nodded and said, when we have money, we can renovate this broken castle and expand into phases 2, 3, and 4. Make it bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Headmaster Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. There are not so many little wizards in this world who need to go to school. Currently, Hogwarts Castle is large enough to accommodate them. At this moment, his eyes were full of relief when he looked at Remy. He was relieved by Remy's broad mind that did not care about the personal ownership of the gold mine. Putting himself in Remy's shoes, Dumbledore even felt that even if he found a gold mine now, he probably wouldn't be able to be as free and easy as Remy and let it go as easily as he said. This feeling of relief lasted for a full second, and after a second Dumbledore suddenly remembered who Remy's teacher was. As Nicholas Flamel's apprentice, it seems normal that Remy doesn't care about the gold mine. After all, he can produce gold himself, and it is pure gold. After packing the letters and handing all of them to Fawkes, Dumbledore stood up and walked over to Remy and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, take me to see the gold mine you mentioned, said Dumbledore. Okay, no problem. Ahem. Principal Dumbledore, Oh, Hagrid, I almost forgot about you. Dumbledore turned his head and looked Hagrid up and down, looking a little embarrassed. Hagrid, it's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that your physique. No, I don't want to go with you. I just want to say that I can leave now. Now that Remy is back safely, I feel relieved. Hagrid said hurriedly. Of course you can, said Dumbledore. Hagrid, thank you for your concern, and I'm sorry to have made you worried. Remy said suddenly. Oh, it's okay, it's my duty. After all, I was the one who brought you into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Remy pursed her lips and didn't know what to say to Hagrid for a moment, so she could only smile and nod. After watching the big man Hagrid leave, Remy and Dumbledore also walked out of the headmaster's office and headed towards the Slytherin College dormitory building. On the way, he ran into Snape, who was walking in a hurry. After a brief explanation from Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape nodded with a slight surprise and went to find Professor McGonagall. They wanted to go together to see the gold mine that Remy mentioned. What happened? What was Dean Snape doing in the girls' dormitory just now? I heard that Dean Snape caught a male student who broke into the girls' dormitory. Is this true? I'm so envious. Ahem. I mean, it's so abominable. Not only that, I also heard that the male student dug a tunnel into the girls' dormitory. And he's from Gryffindor. What? That's abominable. Another one from the Lion Court? The people in the Lion Court are really abominable. That's right. I've never been to the girls' dormitory in our college. Why should he? That's not right. Why did I hear that the person taken away by Dean Snape was a person wearing the uniform of Ravenclaw Academy? From Ravenclaw House? Impossible? Aren't all Ravenclaws a bunch of nerds? Exactly. Besides, aren't there more female students in Ravenclaw College than in Slytherin College? And they're prettier. Ahem. Pay attention. Don't you want to find a girlfriend? What are you afraid of? At worst, I'll just go find someone from Ravenclaw Academy later. TSK. You can't even woo the girls from this academy, yet you're thinking of wooing girls from other academies? What you said is wrong. I just heard from my girlfriend that the person who was caught was the troublemaker named Remy, the one who pranked Malfoy and was criticized by the whole school and thrown into the Forbidden Forest. Oh, it's him. Isn't he from Gryffindor? As expected, none of the students in Gryffindor are good. Sure. Look, the dean and the principal are here. The one called Remy has also been brought here. Stop talking nonsense, and don't bring shame to Slytherin House. Hello, Dean. Hello, Principal. Hello, Principal. Hello, Dean. Dumbledore seemed to be in a good mood and kept nodding to the students around him who greeted him. Professor Snape seemed to be in a good mood as well. Although he had a stern face, if you looked closely you could see that the corners of his mouth were clearly rising. Remy, who was walking behind Dumbledore, was in a bad mood. He felt like there was a thorn in his back, a lump in his throat, as if he was blocked and walking on fire and water, all because of the gaze from Professor McGonagall behind him. Listening to the discussions around him and the strange, mocking and contemptuous looks, Professor McGonagall's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Although those discussions were not directed at her, and those glances were not directed at her, she was the headmaster of Gryffindor House. The most important thing is, it was clearly Remy who caused the trouble, and Remy was transferred to Ravenclaw. Why should we Gryffindors be held responsible for what Remy caused? That doesn't make sense. Professor McGonagall, who felt extremely aggrieved, lowered his head and stared at Remy. After entering the girls' dormitory, he finally couldn't help but explode. Student Remy, although you are no longer a student of Gryffindor College, I am not only the headmaster of Gryffindor College, but also the vice-headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I will be solely responsible for the handling of your trespassing into the Slytherin College girls' dormitory. After speaking to Remy, Professor McGonagall glanced coldly at Dumbledore and Snape. Do you have any objections? Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then gave Remy a look that Remy thought meant, you're on your own. Professor Snape hesitated for a moment and then raised his head. Dean McGonagall, this incident happened in Slytherin College, so I'll handle it. I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. After saying that, Professor Snape glanced at Remy meaningfully. There was so much tenderness in his eyes, like a silent spring breeze that melted the ice and snow, which frightened Remy so much that his anus tightened. Remy had seen this look before, not long ago, when Snape was using him to test the drug. Professor McGonagall, I have committed a heinous crime, and I plead guilty to the crime. I support you in handling me. Remy said hurriedly, looking at Professor McGonagall. Remy's attitude immediately confused Professor McGonagall, and he even felt a little ashamed. He was still a child. He didn't mean it, and those words were neither his nor what he asked or guided those people to say, and such a good attitude in admitting mistakes. How could I blame Remy for the inherent prejudice of Slytherin students against Gryffindor? Even if there was no Remy incident, I am afraid that Slytherin students would also slander Gryffindor for other reasons, right? Coming back to his senses, Professor McGonagall let out a long breath, nodded to Remy with a complicated expression, and then looked at Professor Snape. You are right. This incident happened in Slytherin College. You should handle it. I will not interfere, Professor McGonagall said. Remy, WTF? Hey. Professor McGonagall, please hold on a little longer. Headmaster Dumbledore, headmaster you. Okay, put your little things aside for now and get down to business, Dumbledore interrupted. Remy, Blanche, Is it a small matter for me to break into the girls' dormitory? Is the gold mine the real business? I never thought that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually a money grubber. It's really not a big deal. They had just returned from get out of class when you showed up. Apart from the bad influence, the actual damage is probably just the hole in the floor. Snape patted Remy's shoulder and said, obviously, it sounded like words of comfort to tell people not to be afraid, but when these words came out of Professor Snape's mouth, Remy shuddered immediately. Next to them, Headmaster Dumbledore saw the three people discussing and walked over to the excavator curiously to study it. What is this? The machine you use to dig underground? Dumbledore asked, touching the drill in front of him. Yes. It's an interesting invention. How efficient is it? It's okay. The excavation speed is quite fast when running at full power. Well, then let's take them together. What? Maybe we can find another mine nearby? Haha, what do you think? Blanche, you're a money grubber. Remy rolled his eyes and was about to go over to start the excavator, but found that Headmaster Dumbledore just snapped his fingers and made the excavator float in the air. Seeing this, Remy shrugged and walked towards the passage on the ground. Just as Remy was about to lift up the half-fallen bed, he felt his hand lighten. Turning around, he saw Professor Snape waving his wand to move the bed. Noticing Remy's gaze, Professor Snape smiled at Remy. With this smile, the world suddenly lost its color. Remy's face changed drastically, and he hurried into the passage. He didn't know what was wrong with Snape today. He just felt that Snape was very abnormal today, and he was worried about his future. At first, no one paid any attention and just stepped into a spiral downward passage. The flat walls and stairs were no different from other passages in Hogwarts Castle. No, they were much simpler. The interior of Hogwarts Castle was all solid marble, or at the very least bluestone, but here it was just dirt and no lighting. But as they walked, even the dumbest person would notice that something was wrong. This passage was dug by one person. How is it possible that one person dug from the Forbidden Forest to Hogwarts Castle in 3 weeks and even had time to repair the passage? Even wizards don't have this ability, right? Unable to help, but the three of them glanced at the excavator being brought down from time to time, including Headmaster Dumbledore himself. As time went by, and as the investigation continued, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't bear it anymore. Remy, how deep did you dig? Professor McGonagall asked. Not sure. I haven't made any instrument that can measure depth, Remy replied. So, what exactly is the function of this vehicle? Can it dig and repair the passage at the same time? Asked Professor McGonagall. It's almost like that. Actually, it can't be considered a renovation. It's just dug out, and it's like this. Remy said. After getting an answer that was not an answer, Professor McGonagall suddenly became even more curious. However, since Dumbledore hadn't said anything, she couldn't suggest giving it a try now. So she could only continue walking down, silently estimating the depth. Continue walking downwards, and the surrounding environment gradually becomes rocky, and occasionally you can see some shiny minerals on the stone walls. At first, Professor McGonagall thought it was some kind of gem, but after careful observation, he was disappointed to find that it was just some quartz. We descended more than 100 meters in one breath, and after turning a corner, the view in front of us suddenly opened up. Cave, an underground cave, a cave of gems shining everywhere. No, it is the colorful and brilliant light that is reflected under the illumination spell. Oh my God! Professor McGonagall exclaimed and hurried forward with a lighting spell in hand. These are crystals? So many! Professor McGonagall exclaimed. Not to mention Professor McGonagall. Even Snape and Dumbledore couldn't help but be attracted. It's just that I don't know whether they were attracted by the gorgeous crystals themselves or were calculating their value. They're all crystals, but the quality is not very good, and there are very few pure ones. Remy said, Come with me. There is a smaller crystal mine below, but the quality of the crystals there is much higher than here. Didn't you say that only gold was found? Dumbledore asked. Gold mine? You found a gold mine? Professor McGonagall asked excitedly. That's great. Now we can finally afford to replace the old training brooms in the school that are about to fall apart with new ones. Wow. It turns out that Professor McGonagall is also a money grubber. He even thought about how to spend the money. But, excuse me for asking, is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry short of money? I never noticed it before. Remy asked curiously. He originally wanted to ask Professor McGonagall, but what Remy didn't expect was that the first person to open his mouth to answer his questions was Professor Snape. It's lacking, but not too much. Professor Snape said as he observed a large crystal column. The school board and the Ministry of Magic donate a sum of money to the school every year. It's enough, but there's not too much left. The school directors also give money. No wonder Principal Dumbledore is so respectful to the directors. I originally thought it was just because they had the power to appoint and dismiss the principal, but it turns out they're also the financial sponsors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That's what I was wondering. I used to be curious about how Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry managed to operate without charging tuition. It turns out that it relies on funding from the Ministry of Magic and donations from a school board. Remy said with sudden enlightenment. Not entirely. The school itself has some industries of its own, such as Professor Sprout's plantation and some magical materials in the Forbidden Forest, said Headmaster Dumbledore. Oh, Principal, the two examples you cited should be the entire industry of the school, right? Remy asked. Dumbledore froze, but continued walking forward without saying anything. Remy knew what was going on after noticing Headmaster Dumbledore's reaction. It seems that the school's financial situation has not been very good. Have you ever thought about applying for more teaching funds? Remy continued to ask. Why haven't you thought about it? It's just that we're not very good at this, and the economic situation of the entire wizarding world is not very good. No, to be precise, it is relatively more stable. Remy interrupted. Oh yes, it is relatively stable, Professor McGonagall said. Just like in school, sometimes we feel that we need to buy a lot of things, but when we think about it carefully, it seems that nothing is necessary to buy. Remy nodded. I understand. This is the case with self-sufficient, small-scale peasant economies. After necessities are met, there is not enough desire to buy other items. At the same time, there are not enough new products to stimulate consumption. Small peasant economy? Snape shook his head. We are not the farmers you are talking about, Mr. Barrett. We are wizards. Wizards only have magical powers that muggles don't have. But what I'm talking about is the production method. Remy said, here we are. The crystals in this crystal mine are generally of good quality. I think we could buy a few crystal balls for the school first. Anyway, with the current market activity that is almost stagnant, it is likely that they will not be sold, so it is better to benefit ourselves first. Professor McGonagall did not answer. She was completely absorbed by the colorful and beautiful scenery before her. Red, gray, purple, yellow, pink. Unlike the mine behind him, which was full of colorless crystals that reflected colorful light, the crystals in the mine in front of him now had colors themselves. These are all rare crystals, and they are rare crystals of very high purity. There are also colorless and nearly transparent crystals here, which are perfect for making crystal balls. It's so beautiful, Dumbledore said as he stroked a piece of pink crystal. If possible, I really don't want to destroy this place. Its existence is more valuable than these crystals themselves. It is a priceless treasure. But I've already destroyed part of it. Remy touched his nose embarrassedly. I was sleeping when they dug it up, and when I woke up, but it's not a big problem. There's more below. Wait, Remy, how many mines did you find? Dumbledore asked in confusion. Didn't you say before that you only found gold mines? When did I say I only found a gold mine? I said I found a gold mine, not just a gold mine. Remy said, after rolling his eyes. After working so hard to dig a hole underground for so long, you only find a gold mine? Who are you looking down on? With great anticipation, the three followed Remy and continued down along the passage in the crystal mine. The road after that is no longer as boring as before. You have to turn every certain distance, and sometimes you even need to walk up a distance. In the next 2 hours, the three men visited copper mines, tin mines, and a silver mine. However, the channels only pass through it, and no one knows the exact reserves. Walking in the crooked passages, the three of them felt that these passages were not dug randomly, but had a purpose. Otherwise, it would not make sense to encounter so many mines in such a small area. But they were too embarrassed to ask. After all, these mines are the school's property. Asking Remy now if he has any prospecting skills will always make people think that they are greedy. I feel like I can use apparition now, Snape said. Remy, stop it, said Dumbledore. We're almost at the gold mine. Remy said, no need. Dumbledore shook his head. We are out of the school. The gold mine belongs to you. We're not going there. Really? What a coincidence. We should be there in a few hundred meters. Remy said, it's quite a coincidence. Dumbledore smiled and pushed his glasses. It's enough. The silver mine alone is enough for the school. I hope the Ministry of Magic will not reduce its donations to the school in the future because of this. You seem to be quite contented. I thought you would not give up until you got the gold mine. Remy said with a smile. What do you think I am? A money grubber? Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. Although I may not be as indifferent to money as you are, I don't take money too seriously either. Who said I don't care about money? I care about money the most, right? It's just that what I care about is money. Money is currency, not these mines, said Remy. I know you shop in Diagon Alley. Making money by selling magic gloves is indeed more joyful than selling ore, and it can help many people in need. Dumbledore said, how much money can you make from magic gloves? Remy rolled his eyes and puffed out his chest. My dream is to become the biggest arms dealer in the magic world. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, let's talk about the gold mine. Just when the three of them were struggling with how to educate Remy, suddenly, there was a whoosh and a blue flame appeared in an instant and stopped in front of Snape, who was at the back. Professor Snape shuddered with fear and raised his hand to perform his own original magic. God's sword has no shadow. Whoosh! The flame was instantly cut into 6 pieces, but soon merged together and condensed into a human shape. And then the flame turned into Grindelwald. Professor Green? Professor McGonagall said, why are you here? I heard that Remy got into big trouble again, so I came here to join the fun, but now it doesn't seem to be a big trouble. Those 2 crystal caves are really good. Grindelwald smiled, reaching out and patting the shoulder of Snape, who was looking at him in shock. Grindelwald walked over to Remy and said, why did you stop? Is there anything good behind this? There is one more gold mine, but there is nothing good after that. Remy said, I found that gold mine by accident and then decided to look for other mines on the way forward. The gold mine, it's not interesting. Are you planning to go back? Grindelwald asked. What do you want? Dumbledore asked. That little thing has been a little depressed lately. I asked Hagrid, and Hagrid said it might be because he was missing Remy. Grindelwald said, little thing? Who that guy? What does it want from me? Remy asked puzzledly. After all, you are the first creature it sees when it opens its eyes. It is not close to its mother at all now. It must think of you as its mother. Grindelwald said, do you think I'm your mother? I am a man, okay. I don't take the blame for this. I don't have any special fetish for being a male mother. Remy said in a muffled voice, you want to treat me like I don't want you to be one yet. Albus, I'm going to take him back first. After I'm done with the little guy, I'll bring him directly to your office. After saying that, without waiting for Dumbledore to nod or Remy to agree, Grindelwald grabbed Remy's arm and turned into a ball of fire and flew away. Principal Dumbledore, who exactly is this senior? Snape asked. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and said, an old friend. Do you want to follow me to the front and have a look? I have a feeling that Remy is not just digging a tunnel. He must be up to something else. Now that you mention it, I also think there must be something fishy going on, said Professor McGonagall. Yeah, Snape said. Having reached a consensus, the 3 continued walking forward along the passage. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at what was suspected to be the gold mine that Remy mentioned. This place has been dug up in a mess, as if it had been gnawed by a dog, with pieces missing here and there. It can be seen that the people who dug the tunnel were probably not in a calm mood at the time. After carefully inspecting the stone wall and confirming that it was indeed a gold mine, the 3 did not stay for long, but continued forward along the passage. This time, They only advanced less than 100 meters before the road disappeared, replaced by a spiral passage leading to a deeper depth. It looks like Remy was dug up from here. It's already very deep here. How deep did he dig it from? Professor McGonagall asked puzzledly, and his eyes once again involuntarily looked at the excavator that Dumbledore had been leading. This excavator is definitely not simple. Even without going deeper, the distance they had walked was already very far. It was definitely a miracle that they could dig such a long passage in such a short time. Won't you know if you go down and take a look? With that, Dumbledore led the way into the passage. All the way down, all the way down. In the nearly infinite downward cycle, the temperature becomes higher and higher while the oxygen becomes less and less, making people walking in it feel so hypoxic that they feel dizzy and uncontrollably irritable. This is a good place to exercise, but unfortunately I can't walk to the end. Let's go back, Dumbledore said helplessly, holding onto the wall. Maybe it was because he was too old, but at the moment he was in the worst condition among the three. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the wizarding world, was defeated today, defeated by lack of oxygen. Well, let's apparate. Albus, do you need any help? Professor McGonagall asked. No need. You guys go away first. I'll go straight back to the office. After saying this, Dumbledore and the excavator disappeared at the same time. Snape and Professor McGonagall exchanged a glance, and both of them disappeared as well. About 2 minutes later, Dumbledore suddenly appeared in the passage again, but he appeared in the passage in front of the gold mining area, and also brought an excavator. After making sure that there was no one around, Dumbledore floated the excavator in the air so that it did not touch the ground. He then reached out and pressed every button and pedal in the cab to study their functions. After a brief experiment, Dumbledore picked up the helmet on the chair and put it on himself, then bent down and sat in the car to start practicing. The narrow cab made it impossible for Dumbledore to straighten his back, but he didn't care. Instead, he smiled happily, especially after the excavator is officially started. Go forward, go backward, turn. Just like an adult who becomes addicted to teaching his child to drive a toy car, Dumbledore had a lot of fun driving the excavator around in the deserted underground world. On the other side, Remy, who was taken away by Grindelwald, was taken away from the Slytherin dormitory area and then taken to the Slytherin secret room, but not through the abandoned girls' bathroom. Although the location has not changed, it is no longer a girls' bathroom, but has been converted into a defense against the dark arts classroom. According to Grindelwald, Myrtle was very unhappy about this at first and even came over to make a scene several times, but she finally compromised after he persuaded her with both emotion and reason. Remy didn't believe what Grindelwald said. If there really exists magic in this world that can deal with ghosts, then the person most likely to master this magic must be Grindelwald, who made him the Dark Lord. Except for the room above, the passage into the Chamber of Secrets has not changed, but the way of entering has changed. Grindelwald prepared many flying brooms for students to use. It is said that he originally planned to open another flight combat training course, but it was rejected unanimously by all professors. Entering the first room in the secret room through the passage, it had already been cleaned out, and the animal bones that originally covered the floor had long disappeared. Not only were the animal bones gone, but the floor and walls were covered with tiles and gorgeous wool carpets, and there was an ornate crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was not an exaggeration to call it an auditorium. In the past, Remy might have simply thought that Grindelwald had good vision, but after learning from Headmaster Dumbledore that the financial situation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was not good, Remy had to wonder if there was any abuse of power for personal gain. However, upon asking, I found out that the decoration here was actually built by Grindelwald himself. I wonder why Headmaster Dumbledore would agree to let you build this place so magnificently. It's almost like a palace. Remy said, "The palace is much more magnificent than my place. This is the practical training ground for the defense against the dark arts class. There's nothing to see here. Come over here. I'm going to prepare." Ga, 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 ga. Before Grindelwald finished his introduction, a little fire dragon with blue flames burning on its stomach and almost as tall as a person came rushing over with a cackling sound. It quickly rushed to Remy jumped up, threw Remy to the ground, and used a washing, hot, and blowing method on Remy's head. I'm boiling. Flames flew everywhere, but neither the carpet nor Remy was burned. However, Remy rolled his eyes due to the pressure. Ha ha ha, as expected, this little guy is missing you. Grindelwald said happily. I don't think so. Get out of my way. I'm almost crushed to death by you, Remy said, while pushing hard. I don't know if it understood what Remy said or saw Remy's actions, but Charmander actually crawled to the side. Why is this guy crawling back and forth like a dog? Can't it fly? Remy couldn't help but ask as he looked at the Charmander circling around him. It can fly, but it can't fly for a long time yet. Hagrid said it should be able to in 2 months. Grindelwald said, Oh, what's it called? Remy asked. Hagrid and I both came up with several names, but after some thought, we decided that it would be better for you to name it. After all, you're its recognized mother, said Grindelwald. Forget it. Remy rolled his eyes. Where's its mother? Did you stew her? That's a wild dragon, and it has been sent to a protected area by Dumbledore's contact. Grindelwald said, Do you really want to eat dragon meat? I can buy you some. I promise that you won't want to eat it a second time after you have tasted it once. No, I still prefer to hunt on my own. Patting Charmander's little head, Remy fell into thought. What should I name this little thing? Guzzy? Fire Baby? Hwitchy? When I think of Grindelwald and Dumbledore having a pet duel, Dumbledore yells, Come out, Phoenix Fox, while Grindelwald on the other side yells, Come out, Fire Dragon Guzzy. The scene was really unbearable to watch. You should choose a more serious name, little guy. From now on, you'll be called Endwing. Your name is Endwing. Do you understand? Remy pulled the chin of the little dragon and asked, If you understand, nod your head. If you don't understand, I will stew you. The little dragon nodded repeatedly, then tilted its head and looked at Remy in confusion. No one knew what it was confused about. The Wings of the End? What a nice name. But your threats like that won't scare it. I always bathe it with boiling water. I'm afraid it will freeze if I use cold water. Grindelwald said, Remy, you are still so vigorous. By the way, I haven't finished introducing it to you just now. I plan to transform this place into a dueling club. What do you think? Grindelwald asked, waving at the Wings of End. Endwing looked at Remy, then at Grindelwald, and ran over happily. Duel club? That's great, but unfortunately I'm afraid I won't be able to join it. Remy asked very self-awarely. As expected, Grindelwald smiled and nodded, giving Remy an affirmative answer. There are only 2 results when fighting with others with Remy's strength. Either the opponent is demolished, or the venue is demolished, or both may happen at the same time. Even if Remy swung his wand and used physical magic, it would only undermine the confidence of other students and would not have the positive meaning of a duel or competition. After playing with Endwing for a while and listening to Grindelwald talk about his ideas for renovating the secret room and his experience in raising dragons, the 2 left the secret room and came to the principal's office. Headmaster Dumbledore was not there, so Grindelwald entertained Remy as if he were at home. He not only poured tea for Remy, but also took out a lot of snacks and candies from the drawer of his desk. While eating, Grindelwald explained to Remy the magic he had promised Remy before, the Grindelwald gas stove. After waiting for more than an hour, the 2 finally saw Dumbledore. Only, why are you all looking at me like that? There's dirt on my face. Raising his hand to wipe his face, Dumbledore's mouth suddenly twitched. I was careless. I was in such a hurry to get back that I forgot to take off my helmet. Dumbledore knew he was exposed. He knew Remy must have known what he was doing, but he relied on his thick skin acquired over the years to act as if nothing had happened, casually took off his helmet and got down to business. First of all, the punishment for Remy. Although Remy discovered a lot of mines, it is an indisputable fact that he disappeared without reason and broke into the girls' dormitory. Merits are merits and faults are faults, and merits and faults cannot offset each other. However, the punishment was not severe, it was just a simple notice of criticism. For Remy, who had already been criticized by the whole school, it was just a drizzle. Not only did he accept it very happily, he was even very happy, because it meant he wouldn't fall into the hands of that pervert Snape. Remy suspected that this was a hush money from Headmaster Dumbledore, so he didn't mention the helmet. After talking about the punishment, Dumbledore talked about Remy's reward, a commendation announced to the whole school. It still doesn't matter to Remy. After the punishments and rewards were arranged, Headmaster Dumbledore assigned Remy a few more tasks and let him leave. In the following days, Remy assisted the always grumpy Professor Snape to repair the hole in the girls' dormitory and then dug a new passage leading to the surface. The exit of the passage is located at the foot of the mountain far away from the castle, very close to the road leading to the train station, making it convenient for transporting or aftermining. In addition, Remy also sealed the passages at both ends of his gold mine to prevent anyone from stealing. Although he didn't care much about the gold mines, he didn't like having his things stolen even more. After completing the tasks assigned by Headmaster Dumbledore, Remy's life gradually returned to normal. I go to classes every day, study, and get private lessons from Grindelwald. In the remaining time, I either rest or work on my own little inventions. Occasionally, when I feel bored, I drive an excavator underground to do some expansion. In order to create a completely underground secret base, Remy even went to the Forbidden Forest to completely fill in the pit that had been dug before, and then designed 2 interconnected portals that could directly lead to the underground base. With the portal in front of him, Remy decided to abandon the original idea of the ventilation shaft and instead prepare to use magic to completely solve the oxygen supply and cooling problems of the underground base. Both of these problems are difficult to solve and are bound to be a huge undertaking, so Remy doesn't have a good solution for the time being. While trying to find a solution to these 2 major problems, Remy finally completed the design of the production line for magic guns and magic amulets. The next step is manufacturing. First, make the machine, and then use the machine to mass-produce magic amulets and magic guns. But Remy was confused about which production line to manufacture first. From the bottom of his heart, Remy, of course, wanted to build a production line for magic firearms first, but he was worried that the Ministry of Magic would cause trouble for him. He also wanted to create a magic amulet that could withstand ordinary bullets, but its priority was not as high as magic firearms. This problem troubled Remy for 3 whole days. Finally, he decided to compromise with reality and start by making a production line for magic amulets. While manufacturing the magic amulet production line, Remy also began to design magic glasses that can see harassment horseflies. There is nothing much to design for the function of this magic glasses, and there is no need to manufacture parts and then assemble them. Remy only designed the appearance and materials. The final solution was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with polygonal crystal lenses, a must-have for even the most refined of scoundrels. There are crystal mines and gold mines, and the raw materials are sufficient for Remy to make whatever he wants. Although the crystal mine belongs to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Remy had already dug out several cubes of crystal when he dug through the crystal mine, which was more than enough for his experiments. Not only is the quantity sufficient, but the quality is also good, and more importantly, there are all kinds of colors available. But in the end, Remy decided to use the most common colorless crystal as the lens. Why do glasses have so many fancy colors? Besides, they are not mass-produced. The production line of magic amulets has not been completed yet. After only 4 failures, Remy successfully produced the magic glasses that he had in mind, which can see the harassment flies that Luna Lovegood, a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, can see. Remy was so successful that he could hardly believe it. The reason for adding so many restrictive prefixes is that Remy has no accurate concept of the function of the items being refined this time. He must add enough restrictive conditions to the functional concept to ensure that there will be no mistakes. But as to whether there is any error or not, we can only know after experimentation. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. It went incredibly smoothly, and the amount of magic power consumed was very small. Could it be that creatures like harassment flies really exist in this world? Muttering to himself, Remy walked to the mirror, took a deep breath, and put on his glasses. When he put on the glasses and looked at himself in the mirror, he felt more handsome, but he did not see the legendary harassment horsefly. He was the only creature in the mirror. Fail! Remy sighed and was about to take off his glasses, but suddenly remembered what Luna once said, that he was very special and there was no harassment fly in him. Thinking of this, Remy left the laboratory wearing his glasses, ready to find someone else to try. Just as he left the laboratory and was about to go down the stairs, he heard hurried footsteps and Remy couldn't help but stop. The sound was getting closer and closer, and suddenly, a dense swarm of translucent flying insects appeared in Remy's sight, and then Harry with a sad face appeared in front of him. Remy was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes to observe carefully. Are there really such creatures as harassment flies? Oh, Remy, thank God I finally found you, Harry said with relief. As he breathed a sigh of relief, Remy discovered that the number of small flies surrounding him had instantly decreased by more than half, but the remaining ones were still very numerous, still surrounding his entire head. It wasn't that death was falling or that it was entering Harry's head, it just disappeared out of thin air. What's wrong? Are you troubled by something? Remy asked while staring at the small, flying insects. Yes. Harry nodded vigorously and hesitated for a moment. Is it convenient for us to go in and talk? I don't want anyone else to know about this. As he spoke, Remy noticed that there were more harassment flies around Harry's head, and these extra little flies all came out of Harry's head. No, to be precise, it didn't come out of Harry's head, but very, very thin silk threads came out of Harry's head, and these silk threads turned into those little flies after leaving Harry's head. Of course, my friend. Remy smiled slightly as he pushed his glasses up with his middle finger. At this moment, he felt that he had some understanding of what the harassment horseflies Luna was talking about were. As soon as Harry entered the room, he was startled. It turned out that there was a huge skeleton specimen hanging above the room. Oh my God, what kind of bone is this? A snake? It's too big, Harry exclaimed. It belongs to a basilisk. Remy said, I originally had a whole basilisk, but the professors took all the flesh and blood and said they would do research to see if they could publish some research papers. The most annoying thing is that they didn't even leave me the two most precious eyeballs. Basilisk? What is that? Harry asked curiously. How should I put it? Remy thought for a moment. As you can see, it's a monster that looks like a snake. You should tell me what trouble you encountered. A poor way of changing the subject, but it worked for Harry. Oh yes, that's right. Harry came to his senses and lowered his head. At this moment, Remy obviously noticed that the number of small flies around Harry's head was increasing rapidly. I was attacked by a house elf on the same day that Malfoy returned to school. I suspect that Malfoy ordered it to do so. He might be taking revenge on me. I wonder if you encountered it? Logically speaking, you were the one who caused that incident. So he should have taken revenge on you, right? Harry asked. Remy thought for a moment and shook his head. Unfortunately, no. As soon as he finished speaking, there were more flies around Harry's head, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Remy. Well, it seems that he really doesn't dare to retaliate against you. Remy, you have to help me. It's obviously you who caused all this. I didn't do anything. I'm even a victim. Harry said, Really? I don't think so. Remy pushed his glasses with his middle finger, and a white light suddenly appeared on the mirror. First of all, after my trick, Malfoy will stay away from you to prevent others from gossiping. In other words, I didn't harm you, but helped you. You have always hated him, didn't you? Harry opened his mouth to retort, but didn't know where to start. Secondly, why must Malfoy have been the one who attacked you? After what happened, I believe Malfoy hates me much more than he hates you. He didn't bother me, so why would he bother you? I don't think he even has the courage to order a house elf to secretly mess with me. Remy said. Harry was stunned when he heard this, and nodded subconsciously before falling into deep thought. Remy didn't interrupt him, giving him enough time to think slowly. After about 5 seconds, Harry came back to his senses. So Remy, who do you think it could be? Could it be Voldemort? Voldemort doesn't have that ability. He's doing fine on his own now. Remy thought about the wording and continued. But his former followers, the Death Eaters, may not be the same. You have to know that it was you who defeated Voldemort last year. Harry was stunned for a moment. How did I defeat him? Didn't you defeat him? It was indeed me who defeated him, but the outside world would rather believe that it was you who defeated him. So the rumor spread and became that you defeated him. And the outside world was not willing to believe that Voldemort really came back. They were particularly willing to believe that the one who attacked Hogwarts Castle was just a dark wizard who was suspected to be a Death Eater. So the version that is generally circulated outside has become that the boy who lived and his friends worked together to defeat a dark wizard who invaded Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After saying that, Remy shrugged to show that he was helpless too. I see. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. I didn't mean to steal your limelight, Harry said embarrassedly. How can this be called stealing my limelight? You were clearly rushing in front of me to take the bullet for me. Remy grinned. Hasn't your revenge come already? The mastermind behind this should be Voldemort's former follower. He is seeking revenge on you for Voldemort or his fellow Death Eaters. Harry's face suddenly drooped, and the guilt and slight pride in his heart disappeared in an instant. Although those emotions have disappeared, they have been replaced by clouds of sorrow that block out the sunshine. Then what should I do? There are no clues at all now. It's impossible to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Am I just going to passively take the beating? Harry asked depressedly. Isn't the clue obvious yet? Where's the obvious? Oh, you mean the house elf? But I can't catch it. It teleports. The house elves themselves are a clue. Remy pushed his glasses with his middle finger again, wanting to say in a very pretentious way, the wisdom of mortals. House elves are not something that ordinary families can own. In other words, the families that can own house elves must be wealthy. Are there many wealthy families in the wizarding world that advocate pure blood theory and have had relationships with Voldemort? Remy asked. Harry's eyes lit up, but soon fell into confusion again. Isn't it the Malfoy family that meets the conditions you mentioned? I heard from Ronald that the Malfoy family used to be Death Eaters, but they claimed that they were affected by the Soul Control curse. Isn't it Malfoy who did it? There's more to the Malfoy family than just Draco Malfoy. And don't you think about how old Draco is? Remy said, You mean, whether it's the Malfoy family or not, if you follow my line of reasoning, then the mastermind behind this can only be an adult, not a child. They can't command the house elves to run to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to mess with you. Harry suddenly realized. That's right, he actually forgot the special nature of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. How could a child command the house elves and his family to come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to cause trouble? Besides, with Malfoy's personality of always complaining to his parents, how could he dare to do such a thing without telling his father? If he was caught, wouldn't his parents break his legs? I see. But this can't be used as evidence, said Harry. Now that you have an idea and a goal, are you still afraid of not finding evidence? Maybe next time it appears you can talk to it. If it's willing to talk, said Remy. Harry thought for a moment and nodded. I think it will be willing to talk to me. It's very special and gives me a completely different feeling from the house elves in the castle. Then what are you waiting for? You should go back and find a deserted place to wait for it to appear again. It won't dare to act recklessly here. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, there were several crisp sounds of metal collision coming from above their heads. The two men subconsciously raised their heads at the same time, and the next moment they were both shocked. The huge snake bone hanging in the air was falling towards them. Slap in the face. Life is too complicated. I just said that no one dares to cause trouble here, but before I could finish my words, I was slapped in the face by actual actions. What Remy couldn't stand even more was the way he was slapped in the face. Damn it! Do you know how much time I spent putting together this skeleton? Wingardium Leviosa! As the spell was shouted loudly, the magic power in Remy's body surged out, and the next moment, the entire room, including all objects except Remy, floated into the air, including Harry, who was about to roll to dodge. Turning back, Harry was shocked to see the strange sights around him and Remy, who was holding out his hand like a god. Remy, when did you learn to cast spells without a wand? Harry asked. What do you mean by wandless spellcasting? Oh yeah. When did I learn how to cast spells without a wand? As Remy came to his senses, The next moment, the objects and people floating in the air fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Bang! My snake bones! Remy cried out in grief, tears almost falling. He stayed up all night many times just to put this snake bone together. Although the bone itself is strong enough not to break, it is broken. It is not whole anymore. It's good that you're not hurt. We can fight again later. Harry stood up, rubbed his butt, and said, "You don't know how many times I've encountered this before. It's just a hammer. I'd rather get hurt than fight it again." Remy said angrily, "A house elf, huh? If I catch it, I'll kill it. Split it in half, braise in red sauce and spicy in red sauce." Not really, calm down. Harry tried to persuade him. "Wait until I get my wand back, and let me use the repair spell to help you fix it." Huh? Oh, yes, I almost forgot about the existence of the god-level magic called the repair spell. Remy's eyes lit up, and he turned to get his wand, but he stopped and turned his head to stare at the snake bones on the ground, a thoughtful look on his face. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "I was wondering if I had a breakthrough just now. I want to try wandless casting. Please move aside. I'm not very accurate when casting," Remy reminded. Harry nodded and quickly ran behind a machine in the corner, only half of his head exposed to look at Remy. He had experienced Remy's outrageous magical abilities before, so he didn't dare to be hit by any of them, even if it was just the most ordinary magic. His butt was hurting now. Seeing Harry in position, Remy turned his head, took a deep breath, and reached out his hand towards the broken snake bones on the ground. Restored to its original state. There were no sound or light effects, but as Remy chanted the spell, the broken bones on the ground actually moved quickly to their original positions, and even the entire skeleton slowly rose and returned to its original position. With a click, the ring at the end of the chain fell onto the hook at the top, and everything was back to the original state. Really a breakthrough? Remy looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling ecstatic. "Awesome. You really did it." Harry came out from behind the machine and clapped his hands, his eyes filled with admiration and envy. "Can you tell me how you did it?" "I don't know. I just used it in a hurry. I'll go ask Headmaster Dumbledore," Remy said as he walked over and picked up his wand. Harry also left the room with Remy, but he did not follow Remy to find Dumbledore, but returned to the dormitory. He was more concerned about the mastermind behind the scenes who intended to harm him. "I ran all the way to the principal's office, opened the door, and sure enough, Grindelwald was there. Not only was Grindelwald there, but even the wings of N were there, albeit in a shrunk form. No one knew what kind of magic Grindelwald had used on it. Ordinary shrinking spells wouldn't work on animals, and Remy suspected he might have used some more powerful transfiguration spell. "Remy, what's up? I hope you have good news and not trouble again," Dumbledore said. "I've been busy lately, okay?" Remy said, "I came here for 2 things. "Oh, which 2 things?" Dumbledore asked. "First of all, when will you perform the magic you promised me? Professor Grindelwald has already started teaching me the fire shield, and I don't even know the name of the magic you promised me," Remy asked. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment and then slapped his forehead. "I'm so sorry, Remy. I really forgot about this. Let me put it this way, I may have to go to the Ministry of Magic a few times this week. I will teach you next week." "Okay, let me tell you the second thing first. I can cast spells without a wand." Puff! Grindelwald, who was drinking tea, instantly sprayed the tea all over the face of Endwing next to him, and Dumbledore was stunned on the spot. Remy was confused by the reactions of these 2 people. It would be fine if Dumbledore was particularly surprised, but why was Grindelwald also? "What happened to you?" Remy asked cautiously, taking a step back. "Ahem." Grindelwald coughed and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "Nothing. We just finished discussing how long it would take you to learn wandless casting, and you come here and say you've already mastered it. Remy, you already knew that I can master wandless casting?" Remy asked doubtfully. "With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you master wandless casting. It's just that your speed is still a little beyond our expectations. Although theoretically you should have mastered wandless casting a long time ago," Dumbledore explained. After listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Remy suddenly became even more confused. "What do you mean, theoretically I should have mastered it a long time ago?" "Because of magic. Remy asked. No, the difficulty of wandless spellcasting is not magic power, but faith, unwavering and accurate faith without distractions. Grindelwald explained, Your alchemy is amazing. Albus and I both believe that the necessary condition for you to perform that alchemy is a firm and accurate faith. Faith! Remy frowned, not quite understanding. To put it simply, when you're casting a certain magic, you are thinking about that magic and only that magic in your mind, Dumbledore explained. Although it only takes a moment to clear your mind and perform the magic, most people need a long time to clear their mind when they first start to cast wandless spells. Well, to be precise, most people are simply unable to clear their mind and must undergo a long period of targeted training to succeed, Grindelwald explained. It turns out that the key to wandless spellcasting is to concentrate, not the strength of the magic or the proficiency in magic. Remy suddenly realized, and thought to himself, no wonder he could succeed without using magic many times. It turns out he is a genius. Focus is Remy's strong point, but he was not born that way. Rather, he developed this ability through thousands of times of using alchemy. I am not born strong. I am a genius who works hard. This is what Remy thought at this moment. And in a sense, this is indeed the case. Although Remy's alchemy skills are superb enough, the concentration required to use it successfully is something he has practiced bit by bit. The supermodel magic power brought by Mawbow is also because he persists in draining himself every day and finally cultivates it himself. Today's wandless spellcasting can only be regarded as the result of years of accumulation. Although I was late, skipped classes, was put in solitary confinement, and was thrown in jail, when I think about it, I am really a talented and hard-working student. After praising himself a lot in his heart, Remy suddenly remembered that Headmaster Dumbledore still wanted to teach him advanced magic. Principal Dumbledore, what kind of magic are you going to teach me? You promised to teach me advanced magic, so you can't go back on your word. Remy said, Of course not. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses. I will teach you the Patronus Charm starting next week. Patronus Charm? It's really high-level magic. That is the only high-level magic that is said to be able to deal with Dementors, etc. Dealing with Dementors? Remy was stunned. It seems that the Patronus Charm probably should only be able to deal with Dementors, right? Principal Dumbledore, do you think I need to learn the Patronus Charm to fight the Dementors? Remy gritted his teeth and said, Can you show some sincerity? You don't have to teach me if you don't want to. How can you fool ghosts with the Patronus Charm? What? You can deal with Dementors without the Patronus Charm? Grindelwald asked curiously. Dumbledore chuckled. But it is indeed advanced magic, isn't it? Of course, if you don't want to learn it, you can give up this opportunity to learn advanced magic. I'll learn. I'll definitely learn. After I learn it, I'll tear down Azkaban. Remy said, It's as if you can't dismantle it unless you learn the Patronus Charm. Dumbledore rolled his eyes and waved his hand. I will teach you magic next week. Now, if you have nothing else, go back first. Who said I'm okay? Remy pushed his glasses up with his middle finger. Do you see my glasses? Through them, I can see a magical creature that is invisible to the naked eye. Professors, please help me study it. A magical creature invisible to the naked eye? In the principal's office? Grindelwald immediately became interested. He waved at Remy, and Remy's glasses immediately left his face and floated into Grindelwald's hands. Without putting them on, Grindelwald simply held the glasses in front of his eyes and observed. Where's the creature you're talking about? Why can't I see it? Huh, it really exists. Grindelwald uttered a light exclamation and squinted his eyes to observe the small flying insects around Dumbledore through the lenses of his glasses. What are you looking at? Is the creature you were talking about on my face? Don't be ridiculous, Dumbledore said. Before Dumbledore could finish his words, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. He saw what Remy had seen before, saw tiny threads coming out of Dumbledore's head, turning into tiny flies as Dumbledore spoke. But the number was not as exaggerated as what Remy saw on Harry. There were only more than 10 around Dumbledore's head. So that's how it is. It's really amazing. Grindelwald raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pointed his glasses at Remy again. Sure enough, you don't have any of it at all, Grindelwald said. Why do you say that? Remy asked curiously. What are you talking about? What do you mean he really doesn't have anything on him? Is there really something on me? Dumbledore shook his body as if he was trying to drive away something dirty and looked here and there. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. You can see for yourself. Look at me and Remy. As he spoke, Grindelwald gently raised his hand and handed the glasses to Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Dumbledore, who had been intrigued for a long time, picked up the glasses and immediately pointed them at Remy. He saw nothing but a handsome guy. Pointing the glasses at Grindelwald again, Dumbledore immediately understood what the two had been talking about. There really are things. Were these things? Are they around my body as well? Dumbledore asked. Wait a moment. I'm thinking about a question, said Grindelwald. At the same moment, when Grindelwald hadn't finished speaking, Dumbledore instantly discovered the same abnormality that Grindelwald had discovered before. Phew. So that's what it is. I thought it was something else. It scared me. Dumbledore said with a smile. I think there's more to it than that. Grindelwald shook his head and suddenly snapped his fingers, then his body disappeared. Can you see them now? Grindelwald asked. Dumbledore's face became slightly more serious. Okay, the invisibility charm doesn't work, so it seems the invisibility cloak won't be able to hide them either. TSK, I never thought our bodies have been leaking like a sieve. This research is worth publishing 10 papers. Grindelwald said. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about publishing a paper? Why don't you tell me? I'm also a participant, so even if the paper is published, my name must be on the paper. Remy said anxiously. Grindelwald and Dumbledore looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then Grindelwald raised his hand slightly to signal Dumbledore to speak. Dumbledore nodded and looked at Remy. What you see through these glasses is not a real living thing. It is just our thoughts that meet the overflowing magic of nature. Well, a non-living thing that looks like a living thing. Harassment flies. Luna calls them harassment flies. I invented these glasses because I was curious about what the harassment flies Luna was talking about were. Remy said, so you can't see harassment flies without these glasses? What great name. Dumbledore asked. Yes, it seems that only Luna can see it. No one else can see it. Remy explained. That's normal. Some strange phenomena often require people with unique talents to see. But judging from your reaction just now, you have discovered the truth about these harassment flies a long time ago, right? Grindelwald asked. I just had a guess, so I came here to ask the two professors. I previously guessed that they were related to thoughts, but I never thought that magic was involved in their formation. Remy said, now you understand why you don't have it anymore, right? Grindelwald asked. Remy nodded. Since both professors said that magic was involved in the formation of harassment flies, it was clear why he had no harassment flies on his body. His magic power is very stingy, and not a single bit of it will leak out when he is not actively using it. Precisely because he had known this for a long time, when Remy first met Hagrid, he joked that he was more Grandet than Grandet. Some things really require consulting knowledgeable people to truly understand. This was Remy's biggest gain when he left the principal's office. If he had not asked Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Grindelwald, he would have arrogantly believed that the harassment flies were just the product of thought and would never have thought that magic was involved. It's my fault too. How could there be no magic involved in the magical world? My brain is really a mess. Why can't I get around this after all these years? Patting his head and remembering the lesson firmly in his mind, Remy returned to the common room of the Ravenclaw dormitory building and continued to improve the production line design while drinking tea to see if it could be simplified further. After an unknown amount of time, when Remy was concentrating on drawing, suddenly a strand of hair brushed across his neck and scared him. Do you like painting? I'll go. Remy shuddered and turned around quickly, only to find that it was Luna. Why are you walking without making any sound? You scared me. Remy breathed a sigh of relief and said, I was just drawing for fun. The drawing is quite interesting. Can you show it to me? Luna asked. Remy hesitated for a moment before handing the notebook to Luna. Luna took the notebook, smiled, sat next to Remy, and began to look through it. Her big eyes were even wider than usual, full of curiosity. "You're here at the right time. I've been waiting for you here," Remy said. "Wait for me." Luna looked up at Remy. "Want some pudding? I'm a little hungry." "Well," Remy was stunned for 2 seconds, and for a moment he couldn't follow Luna's train of thought. Is this an invitation to have dinner together? But isn't the tone a little too bland? Before Remy could answer, Luna lowered her head and continued to look at her notebook, as if she hadn't said anything just now. "How about we go to the kitchen together to have a meal? I'm quite familiar with that place," Remy asked tentatively. "Wait a minute. Let me finish looking at your painting," Luna said. "Remy, meow, am I being amused? No. How can the initiative in the chat be taken away? Let's get down to business first. I saw the harassment horsefly you mentioned," Remy said. "SS." Sure enough, when Luna heard Remy mention the harassment horsefly, she immediately raised her head. "Did you see it too? It seems that you and I are the same kind of people." Luna said, No. I still can't see them with my eyes alone. I see them with the help of these glasses." As he spoke, Remy took out a pair of glasses and handed them to Luna. Luna did not put them on immediately after taking them, but was attracted by the appearance of the glasses. "These are beautiful glasses. Can I try them on?" Luna asked. Remy shrugged. "Of course." After putting on the glasses, Luna looked up and down the common room. However, there were only 2 of them in the common room at the moment, so she couldn't verify the effect of the glasses. Even if someone did, there would be no way to verify it, because she could see the harassment flies whether she wore glasses or not. "I just went to see Headmaster Dumbledore and asked him to try on the glasses. He told me a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Remy asked. "Good news," Luna said. "The good news is that Headmaster Dumbledore saw the nuisance flies through these glasses," said Remy. "Oh, and what about the bad news?" Luna asked. "Shouldn't you be happy about this?" Remy asked curiously. "Isn't this reaction a bit too bland? For a long time, what I've been insisting on has not been understood and recognized by others. Now someone has recognized it, and that person is a respected person. Shouldn't most people be ecstatic or even cry with joy when they hear this news? Why are you so happy?" Luna asked. "I always believed that there would be someone who could see the harassment fly like me." "Okay, you've defeated me." Sighing, Remy placed his hands behind his head and leaned back in the chair. "The bad news is that Headmaster Dumbledore believes that harassment flies are not real creatures. He believes that harassment flies are just the product of the fusion of human thoughts and overflowing magic power, and cannot be considered real creatures," Remy said. Luna was obviously stunned. After she came to her senses, she adjusted her hair and suddenly smiled faintly. "Let's go eat pudding," Luna said with her big bright eyes, without a trace of abnormality in her eyes. This completely confused Remy. "Aren't you disappointed?" Remy asked. Luna blinked her eyes. "Harassment flies are real, and I know their nature. Why should I be disappointed? It seems to make sense. In just one day, I not only verified the existence of the harassment horsefly, but also understood what it is. It seems that there is really no reason to be disappointed." After figuring this out, Remy suddenly felt that he could somewhat follow Luna's train of thought. She is not crazy, and her words are not illogical. She just has the habit of omitting some unnecessary transitions when speaking, so her words seem a little abrupt. "I see. I am obsessed." Remy nodded and stood up. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Do you like rice pudding or Yorkshire pudding? I like them all." Taking Luna out of the dormitory building and coming to the kitchen, the little badgers who had already become familiar with Remy immediately started to make a noise. Luna was calm and composed throughout the whole process, but Remy was a little reserved. However, he soon relaxed and even mocked the badgers who came to eat alone or in groups of 3 or 5 people, the same as *X. It was so noisy and lively until Mr. Filch came over to serve the food. Even the badgers, even on their own turf, were still afraid of Mr. Filch. This gave Remy, who had suffered a loss before, the opportunity to taunt them, mocking them for being timid and cowardly and not daring to confront Mr. Filch head-on. The badgers were fine with what they heard, but Mr. Filch himself could not stay still. After ordering 2 sandwiches, Mr. Filch said hello to Remy and left in a hurry with an embarrassed look on his face, which surprised the little badgers. Thanks to Mr. de Felch, as soon as he left, a large group of little badgers clamored to be Remy's younger brothers and kindly invited him to transfer to the badger yard as soon as possible to take care of them. After dinner, I strolled around the castle with Luna. Neither of us talked much until it got dark. Then we returned to the dormitory building together. After returning to the dormitory to feed Shioku, Remy left the dormitory again and went to his laboratory to continue his experiments. The night does not belong to the young. The darker the sky, the more energetic he is and the clearer his thinking is. Accompanied by the sound of tinkling bells and occasional bangs, Hogwarts pulled a cloud over himself and fell asleep. Safe, efficient, silent, and fully automatic. These are Remy's requirements for the production line, and also the actual effect after manufacturing. When the first golden magic amulet came out of the oven, Remy found that he was not excited at all, and he didn't even say, "Oh." He just picked it up, looked at it in front of his eyes, and then put it back on the conveyor belt, letting it pass through the conveyor belt into the machine behind, where it will put on a clothes, which will increase its value a lot. Remy was surprised at how calm he was throughout the whole process. As expected, if I don't create something that I'm really interested in, my heart won't be moved at all, let alone smile. Sighing, Remy walked to the workbench and pushed the messy things on the table aside, then took out a pen and paper and bent over the desk to write 2 letters. One was addressed to Fudge, Minister of Magic, and one was addressed to Mrs. Weasley, the current acting store manager. After writing the letter, Remy first sealed the credit envelope addressed to Fudge, and then waved behind him. The bird on the shelf behind him immediately spread its wide wings and flew down from the shelf, passing by Remy and grabbing the envelope. Its sharp beak, which was like a curved hook and slightly shiny, made people worry that it would bite the envelope to pieces, but fortunately it didn't. Its wings were huge, with a wingspan that felt at least 2 meters long. In addition, its claws were long and sharp like daggers. Remy didn't dare to let it stand on his arms or shoulders. It is no longer the cute little bird it used to be, but a real bird of prey. It's a pity that Remy didn't see the expected changes in it. It was just much stronger than before, but it didn't have any magic or supernatural powers. Opening the window to let the hovering long johns away, Remy took a deep breath of fresh air and suddenly didn't want to close the window just yet. The scenery outside is beautiful. That kind of beauty cannot be appreciated through glass. It must be appreciated at close range. The breeze brought the scent of earth and flowers from afar, making Remy wonder if there were any bees working hard somewhere he couldn't see. The occasional bird calls compose the music of country folk songs, which make people involuntarily indulge in it. It's so comfortable that it makes people lose their ambition and just want to spend their whole life like this. But I'm still young. Retirement and the like are not something I should consider right now. This complicated world needs me to add fuel to the fire and make it burn more magnificently. Remy let out a long sigh, closed the window, distanced himself from the temptation of silence, and focused on his research. It has a bit of the meaning of turning a deaf ear to the world outside and focusing on reading the books of sages. Remy picked up the crystal ball on the table, wiped it carefully, and placed it on his left hand. This crystal ball was one he had made before that could test magic power. He later improved it a bit, and now it is a good helper and partner for him in alchemy. With it, Remy no longer needs to rely entirely on feeling and memory to allocate magic power each time. The efficiency is improved by more than double, and Remy can control his magic power more accurately. A double harvest of creation and strength, without any delay in either. Spreading out a design drawing and carefully looking at the part numbered 1, Remy placed his left hand on the crystal ball and picked up a stone with his right hand to use alchemy to refine it. Bang! The explosion was not loud, but in fact it was very powerful. It was just that they were trapped in the purple magic power shrouding Remy's right hand and did not explode. This is a magic trick that Remy created after a long period of practice, specifically used to solve the explosion problem when refining fails. Of course, it also took some guidance from Grindelwald and Dumbledore before it was finally perfected. Failure once was not enough to shake Remy's mentality. After recording the magic value just used with a pen, Remy picked up another piece of ore and continued refining. Experimenting bit by bit, refining one component at a time, facing failure and success again and again, Remy appears to be very patient. He's used to it. In the days that followed, Remy's life became unusually regular. Resting, attending classes, doing experiments, and asking Grindelwald for special lessons. There was no trouble at all. From time to time, Remy would go outside the castle to relax, feed the red squirrel, and observe its condition. It's a pity that it didn't undergo the changes Remy expected, except that its body became stronger and its hair became smoother and redder. However, it seemed to have become the leader of the nearby red squirrels. Remy saw it several times, jumping around with a group of red squirrels, and no one knew what it was doing. Moreover, the tribute it offered was more and more each time. Remy didn't take them all away. He just grabbed a small handful each time as a token of his appreciation. Sometimes he simply didn't take any and left them for him to eat. As a result, I found that there were more tributes when I went there next time. On this day, Remy, who had been bored for 2 weeks, went out of the castle again to see the red squirrel. Not only did he see the red squirrel, he also saw Luna, who was trying hard to call the red squirrel. Remy had met her once before when he came to feed the red squirrels and brought her here once. "What? Do you like it very much?" Remy asked while waving at the red squirrel. The red squirrel, which had now grown into a big guy, jumped onto Remy's shoulder without hesitation. "It's interesting. I can feel that it is different from other squirrels," said Luna. "That's for sure. None of the animals I feed are normal," said Remy. "Really? What other animals have you raised?" Luna asked, not sure if it was an illusion, but Remy felt that Luna's speech was more normal than at first, and it sounded easier to understand. "Well, I also have an owl, and its size must be beyond your imagination. In addition, I also have a fire dragon that is covered in fire. It is a naughty ghost, and it always spits in my face every time we meet." Remy said, "Really? Can you take me to see it?" Luna asked with wide eyes. Remy hesitated for a moment. It's not in my hand now. I'll go ask later. It shouldn't be a problem." "Okay." Luna nodded without saying another word. Seeing Luna stop talking about the dragon and turn her attention to the squirrel, Remy smiled and stretched out his hand to Luna. Luna was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, she raised her hand and gently placed it in Remy's hand. This made Remy stunned for a moment, and then Luna was also stunned. The red squirrel ran along Remy's arm and stopped at Remy's wrist. "Well, actually, I reached out too." "Is it afraid of me?" Luna interrupted, looking at the red squirrel with a pair of puzzled eyes. Or does it not want to be friends with me? Phew, maybe it's because I'm not familiar with it yet." As he said that, Remy stretched out his other hand and gently slapped the red squirrel on the head and pointed at Luna. The red squirrel hesitated for a moment, then carefully climbed up Luna's arm and all the way to her shoulder. "From tomorrow on, be a happy person, feed horses, chop wood, and travel around the world." It's too early to travel around the world, but you can feed the horses and chop wood at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There are no ordinary horses at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, only thestrals and unicorns that look like horses. Unicorns are elusive and hard to come by, but thestrals are easy to spot. Just go find Hagrid. Remy admired Hagrid very much. This seemingly rough and unruly giant could actually get close to so many magical animals without the help of magic crystals. Remy knew that he could never do that. Not only is Hagrid a friend of magical creatures, he is also a magical creature, a master breeder of magical creatures. He has overcome many difficulties in raising magical creatures, such as raising thestrals. The only thing that Remy couldn't accept was that Hagrid seemed to have some problems with his aesthetic sense. He always called some strange-looking magical animals cuties, such as the eight-eyed spider, and those unknown creatures he had newly bred that Remy didn't want to recall until now, such as the thestrals. I remember there's a conclusion in the horror film industry in the Muggle world. The more something looks like a human but is not a human, the more fear and physical discomfort it can cause in humans. Remy touched the Thestral's head and said to Luna beside him, "To me, a skinny Thestral is not as comfortable as a skeleton horse." Luna smiled and said nothing, but Hagrid, who was accompanying the two of them in case of any accidents, quickly pulled Remy aside. "Remy, don't say such things in front of Thestrals. Thestrals are very smart," Hagrid said, then bowed slightly to Thestrals and smiled apologetically. "I didn't mean to insult it. I was just stating my feelings objectively, and it wasn't angry at all," Remy said. "You can't say that. It's a matter of politeness," Hagrid said. Remy shrugged. Hagrid treats all magical animals equally as humans, but Remy can't do that. He is a senior member of the Appearance Association, and he only likes beautiful ones. Luna, on the other hand, seemed to have a common language with Hagrid. When she faced the Thestrals, there was only curiosity and tenderness in her eyes, without a trace of abnormality. After feeding the Thestral 2 magic crystals as a bribe and greeting it, Remy picked up 2 loose-tail feathers and plucked them while Hagrid was looking nervous and hesitant. The Thestral has no hair on its body. Its wings are featherless like a bat's, but it does have feathers at the end of its tail, very small feathers. The feathers Remy picked were among the longer tail feathers, but they were less than 10 centimeters long, which was insignificant compared to its body size. "Good boy." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and patted the Thestral's head, even giving it a kiss on the forehead. "Remy, don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. If you want Thestral tail feathers, you can come to me. I have collected a lot of them," Hagrid said. "Stamp collecting is only fun if you collect them yourself. Otherwise, why don't I just go to Diagon Alley and buy them?" As he spoke, Remy handed one of the feathers to Luna, who took it and held it in front of her eyes to look at the sunlight. Luna smiled slightly when she noticed that there was nothing wrong with the base of the feather. Using the magic crystal, a little Thestral was lured to come closer and tease for a while. Then a blue flame suddenly stopped in the distance. All the Thestrals nearby raised their heads alertly, and the little Thestrals quickly ran behind their parents to hide. "Sorry, Hagrid, it seems I scared these little guys," Grindelwald said after he appeared. "No, Professor, you were far enough away. They were just a little wary of strangers," said Hagrid. "That's good. Remy, and this little girl, your name is Luna, right? Come here," Grindelwald said. "Okay." Remy clapped his hands and stretched out his hand to Luna. "Let's go. I'll take you to see something good." Luna nodded and took Remy's hand. Then Remy walked over and took Grindelwald's hand. After nodding to Hagrid as a greeting, Grindelwald took Remy and Luna and turned into a ball of fire and flew into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. They flew to the top of a mountain in one breath and appeared on the platform at the top. In front of them was a dark cave. Strange rumbling sounds could be heard from the cave from time to time. "This lazy bee asterisk, 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 D must be sleeping again," Grindelwald said with a smile. "Yeah, I heard it. Watch me wake it up in a second." As he spoke, Remy refined a new magic crystal and threw it towards the cave entrance. Before the magic crystal fell to the ground, a huge figure appeared in front of the 3 people with a bloody mouth open and caught the magic crystal in one gulp. The huge size, gray skin, and blue flame stunned Remy, let alone Luna. "This guy, is he white?" Remy asked Grindelwald puzzledly. "Probably not. I'm not too sure, but it's definitely getting whiter as it grows. Maybe when it reaches adulthood, it will completely turn into a white dragon," Grindelwald said. "You're not yet an adult?" Remy looked up at the wing of the end, which was several heads taller than him and was lying on the ground. He quickly raised his head and used a levitation spell to stop it from getting intimate with him. If this guy pounced, Remy would be in the ground. He just spun in a circle, and the wings of End, affected by magic, also spun in a circle and made humming sound from time to time, as if it was having a lot of fun. Judging from its voice and the still somewhat round head outline, it does not look like that of an adult dragon. It's only been that long, and it's special. I think it will take 3 years for it to reach adulthood, which is much later than the average dragon. Grindelwald said, My goodness, it's no smaller than an ordinary adult fire dragon now, right? What will happen if it is allowed to grow for more than 2 years? Remy exclaimed, How is it? Proud, huh? Why should I be proud? You are its mother. Aren't you proud to see your child grow up healthily? When Remy heard Grindelwald bring up the old story, his face suddenly darkened. This hurdle is impossible to overcome, right? Noticing that Luna's hands were slightly clenched, Remy controlled the wings of the end to land and patted Luna on the shoulder. Go ahead. Its flames won't harm anyone who has no ill will towards it, said Remy. Under the curious gaze of Endwing, Luna slowly approached and slowly stretched out her hand. At first, the wing of End seemed to be a little resistant, but soon he started to interact with Luna, and his strength was obviously much gentler when he rubbed Luna. This made Remy feel relieved, but also very annoyed. This little B*** D actually knows how to judge people. Then why did he always knock me away before? Was he doing it on purpose? Grindelwald smiled and patted Remy's shoulder. I have never been hurt by it. Remy Blanche. After fulfilling his promise to Luna and taking her to see Charmander, Remy's life returned to normal again. During this period, Harry came to see Remy again to consult him on how to cancel the contract on the house elf. Remy didn't understand this, so he asked him to go to Headmaster Dumbledore or go to the library to look up information himself. Remy didn't know what exactly Harry was trying to do, and he didn't care. He is not Harry's babysitter, so there is no need for him to care about or help with everything. He was so busy with his own work that he didn't have the time to care about Harry's trivial matters. A batch of magic amulets have been delivered to the Ministry of Magic, but there has been no follow-up. The current inventory is more than enough for every member of the magic world to own one. There is no need to continue producing. The production line can be changed to a gun production line, and the bullet production line needs to be designed separately. But there are many existing parts that can be used. After taking a look at the drawings on the table, Remy let out a sigh of relief. He has finalized the production plan for the final gun production line, producing the gun body and bullets separately. In this way, only one gun is needed to launch different magic by replacing different bullets, which is more convenient to use and produce. If it is an all-in-one magic firearm, not only will it be difficult to produce, but each gun can only fire one type of magic, making it too difficult to sell. There's no need to add any magic to the gun body, but the gun barrel needs to be simulated as a magic wand. The magic bullet can't be fired and release magic directly in the gun barrel, which is no different from exploding the barrel. As for bullets, let's first design some toy paintballs and water bullets to make it easier to promote them to younger age groups. While thinking, Remy walked to the machine and started to remove a ball. This ball was the module responsible for controlling the shape of the finished product. Just by replacing it, this machine for producing amulets could be transformed into a machine for producing gun bodies. The same is true for several other machines. Industrial transformation can be achieved by simply replacing key modules. After taking out the cores that needed to be replaced from several machines and marking them for proper storage, Remy went to the workbench to start a new round of refining. The easiest part is naturally the module that controls the shape, and Remy succeeded in one go. After installing the module back into the machine, Remy pressed the start button to conduct a test run. Automatic loading functions normally. Automatic smelting functions normally. The auto-shaping function works fine. The automatic discharging function is normal. Automatic transmission functions normally. Everything was normal. Remy turned off the machine and picked up the brand new M4A1 on the conveyor belt to examine it carefully. The strong magical smell is so unmistakable that any wizard will recognize it. It is 100% magic certified and is clearly distinguished from the firearms in the Muggle world. When you take the gun apart, every component can be removed and reassembled without any problems. The ability to complete the project in one go is entirely due to Remy's knowledge of firearms. He understands every component of this firearm and has the gun himself for reference. I took out real bullets, loaded them, and test-fired 2 rounds, and the feel was very good. Acceptance passed. The barrel needs to be processed. And then there's the bullet. There still needs to be recoil, otherwise it's boring to shoot. And there also has to be sound and light effects. Placing the new gun back on the conveyor belt, Remy returned to the workbench to continue refining. The things that need to be refined later are much more difficult than before, and the quantity required is also much larger. Time passes day by day, and no one mentions it. But when I count the youth in my pocket, I find there is still a lot. When the first bullet was transported from the conveyor belt to the packaging machine at the back, Remy, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately picked it up and put it into the magazine. Remy loaded the magazine, loaded the gun, and aimed at the door. Without any hesitation, Remy pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! Almost instantly, a patch of green paint exploded in the middle of the dark brown wooden door. Fluorescent green. Dang! The bullet made a crisp sound when it fell to the ground after being ejected. This sound immediately stirred up a huge wave in Remy's heart that could not be calmed for a long time. Finally done. Magic guns. Real magic guns. And they are mass-produced. Wizards tremble. It's so horrible. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, cough. Remy accidentally laughed so hard that he choked, and he quickly tried to control himself while coughing. If he keeps laughing like that, it would be too frivolous and he would act like a villain. He is not that kind of person. What bad intentions could I have? I just want to help the wizarding world better defeat the Dark Lord. I am the savior of the magic world. Harry Potter, Dumbledore, they all have to stand aside under the gun. The future of the wizarding world still depends on me to save it. Remy kicked the shell aside and turned back to the production line. At the end of the production line, 3 magazines had already been automatically loaded. Taking out a magazine full of magic bullets and replacing it, Remy aimed at the door again. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Remy suddenly slapped his head. Oh, I forgot to switch to shooting mode. Try burst shooting. Click. Da-da-da-da. After emptying a magazine of bullets in one breath, Remy rubbed his shoulders and felt relaxed all over, refreshed and invigorated. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed shooting so much. Now that he was enjoying it again, there was only one word in his mind: enjoyable. Awesome. I'm such a genius. Mass production. Must be mass-produced. But we can't rush to launch them. Before they're launched, I want to use these guns to give the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry a big surprise. That underground base can just happen to be put to use. Then we'll have 2 maps, the castle and the underground ruins. Hee. With a meaningless laugh, Remy placed the gun on a shelf nearby, then went to the workbench and began writing furiously again. He had many wonderful ideas that kept coming out, bubbling like spring water. Remy was busy writing down words and drawing sketches when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Remy glanced at it and ignored it. He didn't want to stop now, for fear that if he stopped, he would lose the opportunity to grasp those wonderful ideas. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking sounded for a while and then stopped. Then the door made a slight sound and slowly opened. Then Dumbledore, wand in hand, carefully opened the door, his expression serious and alert. Headmaster Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Remy was in the room and that his opening the door did not trigger any mechanism. Remy, what happened just now? Professor McGonagall said someone told her that there was a gunshot here. Dumbledore looked around the room while speaking, and when he saw the production line running in the corner, he was stunned. At the moment he was stunned, Remy raised the corners of his mouth slightly and hooked his fingers lightly behind him. Remy, those machines are... Bang! Dumbledore lived up to his title as the strongest wizard. His reaction was quick, very quick. He dodged almost the moment the gunshot rang out. However, when he appeared next to Remy, his chest was already covered in fluorescent green. He is fast, but the gun is faster. Technology changes our lives. What do you think? Remy asked without raising his head. Dumbledore gave a helpless smile, thinking to himself, "You don't need to teach me this. Do you think I haven't been to the Muggle world in all these years?" Seeing Remy busy, Dumbledore did not disturb Remy, but instead studied the paint on his chest. After studying it for a while and finding that the cleansing spell was ineffective, Dumbledore realized the seriousness of the problem and turned to study the gun again. After disassembling the gun, I still couldn't figure out anything. I could only see a strong magical aura on it, which confirmed that this was not a gun from the Muggle world. In fact, this can be concluded without research because the machine in the corner is continuously producing new guns and magazines. So Dumbledore ran to the machine again and studied the production machine, touching it here and there like a curious baby. I didn't expect you could actually make them. What are you going to do with these guns? Sell in your store? Dumbledore asked. Not selling for now. Stocking up first, said Remy. Are the bullets in these magazines the same as before? Dumbledore asked. Yes. After getting a definite answer, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the magazine, and assembled the gun together, studied it for a while, and then shot Remy. Bang! Remy was instantly speechless after his face was covered in fluorescent green. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, is it really okay for you to treat a top student like this? Remy asked. Dumbledore chuckled. Ha ha! Otherwise will you hand over the thing that can remove these pigments? Unfortunately, there is no such thing. These colors will automatically disappear after 24 hours. Before that, there is no solution. Remy said, You know alchemy, don't you? Go ahead and do it, said Dumbledore. Not interested. Remy shook his head. Just like the poisons in many movies and TV shows that are said to be the most poisonous in the world, if they have corresponding antidotes, can they still be considered the most poisonous in the world? As long as there is an antidote, there is a risk of it being obtained by others. So the real most poisonous in the world should not have an antidote. Makes sense. Dumbledore thought for a moment and nodded, turning back to study the production line. Perhaps because magic bullets cannot hurt people and are therefore not dangerous, Dumbledore did not stop Remy. He only warned Remy that it was okay to play like this now, but that was the only way, and it was absolutely impossible to make magic bullets that could hurt people. Remy did not fully agree to this, and only agreed that it would not be produced at this stage. You better be careful. If you're imprisoned in Azkaban again because of these guns, it won't be as easy to get out as last time. Dumbledore reminded. Don't worry, I know what's going on. As he spoke, Remy snapped his fingers and one of the boxes in the other corner was opened. A glittering golden amulet necklace floated out and into Dumbledore's hands. This is a talisman that can defend against ordinary bullets. It can defend against bullets of various calibers. Remy said, Really? Have you told the Ministry? Dumbledore asked. I did, but there's been no reply yet. I don't know what the Ministry of Magic thinks. I said I was interested at the beginning. Remy said depressedly. It's probably an internal debate. You sometimes think things are too simple. This thing is likely to arouse the ambitions of the Muggle-unfriendly groups in the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said, It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. It's overestimating its own capabilities. The future of the wizarding world must be to live in harmony with Muggles. They want to attack the Muggle world with a small amulet? They definitely don't know what a missile is. Remy said disdainfully. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and when he looked at Remy again, a different and strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he understood Remy a little. Because I understand a little bit, I am even more surprised. I think I understand. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses, then picked up a gun from the conveyor belt and loaded a full magazine. Do you mind if I take it and study it? Don't mind. Just give me the money. 1 galleon, Remy said. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. So expensive? Is it expensive? I think it's too cheap. Remy raised his head. Now 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 galleon. You can't buy a gun like this for 5 pounds in the Muggle world. But this isn't a real gun, said Dumbledore. Who said it's not a real gun? If I hadn't changed the caliber, this gun could definitely fire bullets from the Muggle world. Hiss! Dumbledore took a deep breath and gained a new understanding of the gun in his hand. Fortunately, you changed it otherwise. Shaking his head, Dumbledore pulled a gold coin from his pocket and flicked it towards Remy. I'm leaving first. Professor McGonagall is waiting for me. I don't know how to explain the gun issue to her later. She is much more conservative than me in this regard. Dumbledore said, Wait a minute, the gun is 1 galleon, but the bullets are charged separately. Every 100 bullets are sold. Oh, whoosh, boil. Looking at Dumbledore, who disappeared in an instant, Remy cursed loudly and made a sharp gesture with the spiritual official's finger towards the place where Dumbledore disappeared to express his sincere blessing for Dumbledore's deadbeat behavior. Clearing my mind of distractions and continuing to plan my grand plans, time passes by unknowingly. After the bullet expired, Remy still lived a reclusive life and was busy every day. In the blink of an eye, the final exam is approaching. Relying on memory glasses, Remy successfully passed the final exams and survived another year. During the holidays, Remy did not go home or to Nicholas Flamel's house, but stayed in Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts was deserted during the holidays. Even most of the professors left the castle and went back home. Only a few who had homes in the school stayed. For example, Mr. Filch and Hagrid and two old bastards. When Remy saw that Grindelwald decorated the Chamber of Secrets so gorgeously, he felt puzzled, but he just thought it was Grindelwald's personal aesthetic preference. However, when he asked Grindelwald for tutoring during the holidays, he realized that he was a little too young. This old guy really decorated the secret room as if it were his own home, and even hid a mistress in it. Although he didn't see anything he shouldn't have seen that time, Remy never went to the Chamber of Secrets to look for Grindelwald again after that, in case he saw something he shouldn't have seen and was killed to silence him. It is also to avoid being led astray in certain areas of one's hobbies. Azkaban is one of the most notorious and terrifying prisons in the wizarding world. Many criminals would rather commit suicide than be imprisoned here. Entering here means being treated more horribly than death. This is hell for criminals. It's not just the criminals. Even the Ministry of Magic employees in charge of supervision are unwilling to stay here for long. Even though they can work 1 day and rest 3 days and enjoy super generous benefits, no one is willing to come here to work. All this is because there is the most evil jailer in the entire wizarding world, the Dementor. But not everyone is unwilling to come to Azkaban. Some people with unique tastes will occasionally come to Azkaban to have some fun. For example, Minister Fudge, who was recently driven crazy by a group of people arguing within the Ministry of Magic over whether to purchase magic amulets, came to Azkaban, ready to have some fun to relax. Look at the miserable situation of these guys and stimulate them at the same time. What a good thing it would be. Coming out of cell, Fudge took a deep breath and felt refreshed. He hummed a little tune and went to look for his next target. However, his good mood soon disappeared. When the warden used the key to open the cell door that held Sirius, one of the most vicious criminals, Minister Fudge's smile froze instantly when he saw what was inside, and even his breathing stopped. Dementors, a room full of Dementors. But this is not the point. The point is that surrounded by Dementors, the prisoner who should have been in agony was actually sitting at a dining table, eating steak with a knife and fork. Still hot steak. When Fudge saw it, the supervisor also saw what was going on inside. He subconsciously shrank his neck and sweat broke out. Minister, this is none of my business. I really didn't give him these things. I swear, I definitely didn't give them to him. The supervisor said hurriedly, "It's just that Dementors often go to the supervision room to ask for things. We just gave the things to the Dementors. We really don't know where they took those things." Often, Minister Fudge exclaimed in a shrill voice, "Give them what they want. What are you for? What are your responsibilities? Your duty is to supervise the Dementors here. But they are Dementors." The regulators thought with tears in their eyes. They are Dementors. Who dares to refuse them? Especially, they don't come one by one to ask for things. They always come together in a large group. However, the supervisor did not tell Fudge these words. Not only did he not defend himself, he confessed his guilt straightforwardly. "Minister, you are right. We have failed in our duties. On behalf of my colleagues here, I am willing to accept the punishment. Please transfer us as soon as possible," said the supervisor. "Blanche, I see you guys are eager to leave quickly, right? Now that you guys are gone, who's going to keep an eye on the Dementors? I really want to find an empty cell and put you in there," Minister Fudge said through gritted teeth, then pointed at the Dementors in the room. "You bastards, get out," Fudge roared. However, no one No Demeter paid any attention to him, not even one. Sirius, who was holding a piece of beef, blinked and thought for a moment before putting down his knife and fork and wiping his mouth with a napkin. "You all get out," said Sirius. As Sirius finished speaking, all the Dementors bowed at the same time, then lined up in an orderly manner and left. This made Fudge so angry that his mouth was crooked. "Remy, it must be you, right?" When he thought of Remy, Fudge's face became more distorted and terrifying. He recognized these Dementors. The words on their faces had already exposed their identities. They were the ones who served Remy in the past. But suddenly, Fudge looked horrified. Wrong. If Remy had sent these Dementors to serve this traitor who betrayed the Potters, what was Remy's motive and who was he? How did he control the Dementors, who were so vicious and had no human emotions at all? There is also the amulet he invented that is specifically designed to protect against Muggle weapons. And the incredible power he possesses. Could he be Voldemort's? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fudge's expression kept changing. When he thought of that possibility, he didn't dare to think any further. He didn't even dare to think about it. "Minister, what's wrong with you? I have some chocolate here. Would you like to have some?" the supervisor asked. Oh no. It's okay. Nothing happened." Coming back to his senses, Fudge hurriedly wiped the sweat off his face with the paper in his hand. When he realized that it was a newspaper in his hand, he quickly threw it away. "That's all for today's inspection. Close the door. I have something else to do." After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Fudge left in a panic without looking back. He was very panicked now, a very panicky, yuppie kind of person. He didn't want to stay even a second longer. He just wanted to get back to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible, back to the office that belonged to him and was surrounded by layers of protection. They got scared like this just because of a few Dementors passing by. These office workers are rubbish. Spatting, the supervisor looked back at Sirius in the cell and glared at him again. "What are you looking at? Eat your meal." Bang! Seeing the door suddenly close, and then looking down at the steak, Sirius was stunned. "What's going on? I'm living a life of luxury and evil in prison. Don't you guys care about it? It would have been fine if they hadn't discovered it before, but now that it's been exposed, why are you still not caring? It would be fine if the regulators didn't care, but how come even the Minister of Magic doesn't care?" Not only did he not care, he also ran so fast. Wait, Sirius' pupils shrank suddenly. Is it because of my identity that they don't care about me? Am I about to be vindicated? Or are they, including the Minister of Magic, followers of Voldemort? Thinking of this possibility, Sirius instantly thought of Harry again. If the Minister of Magic is Voldemort's man, then Harry is now Dem. Bang! He pounded the table hard, then looked at the steak in front of him. How could he have any appetite left? He looked around this extremely familiar room with only one thought in his mind: escape from prison. Suddenly, Sirius noticed the ball of paper at the door. Could it be a message from Fudge to me? Humph! I want to see what tricks you were playing. Walking over, picking up the ball of paper and unfolding it, Sirius was puzzled to find that it was actually a newspaper. Is it a code word? If so, just as he was trying to find the code word from the newspaper, he noticed the magic photo in the middle of the newspaper. "This rat is you?" Sirius's face suddenly became terrifyingly ferocious. "I'm in Azkaban. How dare you travel to Egypt, deploy troops, and fight among 8 people in an innovative way? Plan strategically, black and white strategies are king. Fair competition, the opening masterpiece of esports events. Global server, breaking down barriers and sharing joy. Exciting, passionate, brain-burning, real. A brand new version of the Witcher auto chess that you have never played before. Worldwide debut, limited time offer at a bargain price of only 1 galleon. You can't get a bad deal with 1 galleon. You can't get a bad deal with 1 galleon. You could buy the most fashionable toys in the wizarding world with 1 galleon. Without auto chess, you are out. Action speaks louder than words. Hurry up and buy it now. The large flashing billboards and the passionate loudspeakers not only bring noise pollution, but also light pollution to Diagon Alley. But the effect was very good, and a large crowd surrounded the store called Remy's Aid. The largest number of them were the short goblins. They stood on tiptoe with red faces and holding signs, protesting loudly. Oppose racial discrimination. Fairies are not an inferior race. Resolutely resist auto chess. Change the racial talents of the fairy in auto chess immediately. Down with Remy. Oppose all discrimination. All rare races in the wizarding world unite to boycott Remy. Remy, the situation is not good. Why don't you change the fairy's racial talent, or even change the name? Ronald shrank his neck and said, "The name Betrayal is our honor is indeed a bit too much. Why should we change it? Goblins have betrayed humans more than once. Isn't that a fact? I'm just helping people recall that real history. I'm not making it up," Remy said. "But goblins are now allies of humanity." Nonsense. How can we betray without an alliance? In history, when were the fairies not allies with humans before they started a betrayal? Can you guarantee that they won't betray us again in the future? Ronald, what you said makes sense, but why do I always feel like something is not right? If things keep going like this, I'm worried that even if they really betray me, it will be because you forced them to do so, Ronald complained. Don't worry, look at the customers in our store. There are so many of them. The target customer group of our product is not fairies. Now they're not protesting at the door. They're clearly doing free publicity for us. Patting Ronald on the shoulder, Remy gestured for him to look outside at the crowd that had been attracted by the goblins' unusual behavior. After the huge crowds of people are attracted by the goblins, most of them will go into the store out of curiosity to take a look. As long as they enter the store, how long are they away from spending money? Well, you're the store manager anyway. You have the final say. Ronald, everyone is here. Let's get started. Okay, here I come. After responding, Ronald trotted all the way to the actual machine experience area, where there were 4 octagonal tables, 8-sided tables, with a total of 32 sets of the Witcher auto chess for players to experience, and 4 games could be played at the same time. Not only does it offer a free trial, it also provides free candies and snacks. Each table also has an experienced player who teaches others how to play. Ronald is one of them. His 2 twin brothers also participate, and there is another one who is an additional temporary worker. Not only can the 4 of them play for free, as long as the people playing with them end up making purchases, they can get a generous commission. Among the 4, Ronald is the best at auto chess, and he seems to have a talent for this kind of chess game. It's just that his level is a little too good, and his desire to win is a little too strong, which results in the kids playing with him having a very bad gaming experience. His sales performance is far worse than that of his 2 brothers who are terrible at chess. To be precise, they're not bad at playing chess. It's just that the 2 of them like to form all kinds of weird lineups. Sometimes they are unexpectedly strong, but most of the time they are vulnerable. The numerous routines created by these 2 funny guys have greatly enriched the playability of the game. After instructing Soul Bullet to be more careful to prevent anyone from running away without paying, Remy walked to the experience area and checked the tricks they used at each table. Remy looked at Ronald's first. He had already put together a basic lineup, but the lineup he chose surprised Remy. A fairy. Remy glanced out the window, subconsciously. Didn't you just say that you think the fairy's racial talent is not good? On Ronald's chessboard, there were 3 goblins in different clothes sitting together, counting money, and from time to time, they let out evil laughter. Since it's the Witcher auto chess, the chess pieces will of course move, and after completing the bonds, special interactions can be unlocked, and even different positions can trigger different actions. I mean, the name is not good, but the effect is still very good. Ronald said, although there's a 50% chance that they will attack their own people, the money-stealing bond activated by the 3 goblins is very powerful. Even if you lose a few times at the beginning, it doesn't matter. After you have money, you can directly switch to the dragon tribe and crush the whole field. Then you have to be able to hold on to the back. As soon as Remy finished speaking, the countdown in the upper right corner of the chessboard ended, and the next moment, 4 more chess pieces appeared on Ronald's chessboard. All 4 of them are charming and hot girls. After taking a look at the number 3 displayed on the chessboard, Remy looked at the little boy wearing glasses and looking gentle at position 3, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "The young are really formidable. There are 3 one-star Vila, and only one is of blue quality. You're really lucky," Remy said as he looked at the goblin on the chessboard, who was smug and grinning after smashing the Vila with an abacus, a scale, and a weight. The strength of the goblin is not very high in Remy's design. Its individual strength is only slightly higher than that of the goblin among the pieces of the same color. But at this time, one of Ronald's 3 goblin pieces is blue, and the remaining 2 white ones are both 2-star. Only 3 identical chess pieces of the same star can be combined into a higher star. The chess pieces in Ronald's hand have purely overwhelming attributes against those 3 Vila. Not to mention that in Remy's design, Vila are all range characters, and without a meat shield in front to take the damage, they will shatter at the first touch. Not bad. Do you want to play together next time? Ronald raised his eyebrows and said provocatively, "I will organize an auto chess competition when I return to school, and I'll wait for you in the finals," said Remy. "Okay, it's a deal." "Ha ha, another lobby manager. 2-star blue. This game is secured." "Okay, just take your time and play. Don't just play by yourself. Teach them too." I know. Leaving Ronald's table and preparing to go to the next table, Remy suddenly noticed Harry and Hermione coming. Hermione was holding a cat that looked a lot like Garfield and had a face full of hatred and resentment, observing the surroundings with curiosity, while Harry next to her had a frown on his face just like the cat, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. "What's wrong, Harry? Are you reluctant to give up your vacation?" Remy walked over and asked. "How is that possible?" Harry forced a smile. "It's just, I heard something. It is not wine that makes people drunk. It is people who make themselves drunk. Ignorance and worries make people drunk." Faced with Remy's questioning, Harry hesitated and still did not tell the truth. He only said that he had a very unhappy holiday and had a falling out with his aunt's family. He didn't know, but Remy actually knew everything. The newspaper had published a wanted notice. How could he not know something? This incident also made Remy a little distressed for a while, but Remy was distressed because he had forgotten about the mouse, because he was too happy and too busy playing. Fortunately, it's not too late to think about it now, and there is still a lot of fun to do. After chatting with Harry for a while, Harry didn't want to talk about his holiday experience. Instead, he talked about what happened before the holiday and how he used a trick to rescue an elf named Dobby from Lucius Malfoy. "I wanted to tell you at that time, but I couldn't find you then, and then I was busy preparing for the exam and forgot about it," Harry said embarrassedly, and then heaved a sigh of relief. The store was bustling with activity, and this bustle made Harry feel a little more at ease and even made him forget some of his worries. "By the way, what are those goblins outside protesting about?" "Some racial talent," Harry asked. "Come with me," inviting Harry and Hermione to come to the experience area to find Ronald. Remy gave them a brief introduction to the gameplay of Wizard Auto Chess. The game is still in its first version, and there are relatively few races, including humans, fairies, Vila, goblins, dragons, giants, werewolves, murlocs, and elves. There are currently only 4 professional bonds: warrior, magician, priest, and assassin. The gameplay is also very simple. 5 chess pieces will be refreshed in this store every round. You use the money given in the game to buy chess pieces to form a lineup to fight against your opponent. If you win, you can get more money, but if you lose, you can only get a little bit, and the player's magic value will be deducted. If the player's magic value reaches 0, he will be eliminated. Hermione, sounds interesting. Harry, I don't think this is simple. I don't understand it at all. It's hard to understand just by listening, but it's easy to learn if you try it yourself. After their game is over, let Ronald play with you. He's an expert. Remy said. Ronald straightened his back quietly, frowning as he kept checking the chessboards of other opponents and observing their lineups through the buttons on the chessboard. Remy explained it to the 2 confused people at the right time. This is an advanced way of playing. By observing the opponent's lineup and adjusting your own lineup appropriately, you can get a higher winning rate. But it's actually useless. This game is more based on luck. If you can't refresh the required chess pieces, it will be very disadvantageous to change the lineup rashly. When you play later, I suggest that you don't try these fancy things. Just stick to one race until the end. Remy said, "Okay, I'll try it later." Harry nodded. At this moment, he was completely attracted by the magical chess pieces of various shapes and lifelike on the chessboard. At this moment, he thought back to the days when he lived in the storage room under the stairs. At that time, he only had a few motionless chess pieces as toys, and he didn't even have a set. Moreover, this auto chess was different from wizard chess. Wizard chess was a little too difficult and too rigid for Harry, so he didn't really like it, but he didn't hate it either. Luck? It's a good opportunity to see how my luck is lately. Harry thought to himself. After arranging things for Harry and Hermione, Remy went back to continue receiving customers. The store had an unusually large amount of customers today. It was packed, and Soul Bullet alone could not handle it at all, especially since many wizards wanted to study it, which greatly interfered with its work. But Remy did not stop it, which is one of the gimmicks of this store to attract customers, provided they don't do it. At first, there were some dirty people who tried to get in close contact with a Soul Bullet, but they naturally got beaten badly as a result. The power of the Soul Bullet is not to be underestimated. It can lift an adult wizard like a chicken. Unless the wizard has the physique of Hagrid, he will have no power to fight back against the Soul Bullet. Remy welcomed and saw off countless people, and suddenly, everything went dark in front of his eyes. "Oh my God, Neville, it's been such a short time since we last met. What did you eat to grow so big?" Remy asked with wide eyes. Obviously, he was much taller than Neville when he first entered school, but now Neville is almost a head taller than him. It's impossible to grow so fast by eating Jinkala, right? Neville smiled innocently and scratched his head. "I didn't eat anything special. I just grew taller all of a sudden." "Please come in. What would you like to buy?" Remy asked. "Oh, I was planning to buy some botany books. I heard that the magic books here are cheaper than those in Flourish and Blots, so I came here," Neville said embarrassedly. "The magic books are on the left, but there's nothing particularly rare. Go check and see if there's anything you need." "Okay, thank you." Remy asked Soul Bullet to take Neville to pick out the magic book and continue to receive other guests. After a while, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came over with their two remaining children who were still in school. Mrs. Weasley took the lead and squeezed through the goblins outside. As soon as she saw Remy, she gave Remy a big bear hug. Then there was a round of caring and concern, but the questions they asked were all about whether Remy had eaten well, whether he had found a girlfriend, whether he had studied hard, etc., which made Remy have no idea how to answer. However, Mr. Weasley was attracted by the novelty of wizard auto chess as soon as he entered the door. After greeting Remy, he ran to find Harry and the others to watch others play chess. It is not difficult to tell from his restless hands that he also wants to play. Mrs. Weasley had no interest in the auto chess games. Harry, Hermione, and the other 6 Weasleys made up a total of 8 people. After one table was over, Remy simply opened a separate table for them. What a person! He is so grown up, but still snatches toys from children. "I'm so sorry, Remy, for causing you trouble," Mrs. Weasley said embarrassedly. "No, this little thing is not a big deal. Didn't you see how many adult wizards gathered around Mr. Arthur? If Mr. Arthur wasn't there, they probably wouldn't even be embarrassed to go over and watch." Remy said, "Ah, this guy doesn't even know how to be ashamed." Shaking her head helplessly and amusedly, Mrs. Weasley turned around and quickly got into the mood to help Remy entertain the other guests in the store. I have to say she was very good at handling this noisy and chaotic situation and seemed to enjoy it. Perhaps it was developed from the Weasleys' unique family environment. Freed from the heavy work, Remy leaned against the cashier counter at the door, drinking water and enjoying the hustle and bustle in the store. The reputation of the shop has been thoroughly established, and magic guns will definitely be on the market this school year. Time is the greatest magic. We only missed each other for a holiday, but when we met again on the train, we were surprised to find that each other looked like poop. It is not obvious for the male students. They're just a little taller and stronger, but the female students have all transformed from buds to early bloomers, completing a gorgeous qualitative change. This made Remy, who had already changed into the Hufflepuff school uniform, regretful. You shouldn't have come to Hufflepuff Academy this year. You should have gone to Ravenclaw Academy this year. There are many more girls in Ravenclaw Academy than Hufflepuff, and each of them is very artistic. But on second thought, although there are few artistic girls in Hufflepuff College, there are many cooks in Hufflepuff College. The most important thing is that eating and living in Hufflepuff Academy does not affect his sightseeing in Ravenclaw Academy. Thinking of this, Remy felt much more balanced. The train to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was still as lively and noisy as before. What was lively was the people on the train, and what was noisy was the train's constant clanging sound. With nothing to do, Remy went to the freshman carriage at the back and took a look around. Some freshmen would say hello, senior, to him when they saw him, but most of them looked nervous and did not dare to talk to him. Even wherever he walked, there would be a moment of silence. This is the pressure from the senior. While doing this, Remy also saw some small surprises, such as the cute pets of the freshmen and the wizard auto chess that many people were playing. After going through the whole process, Remy made his statistics and found that about 1 out of every 5 freshmen owned a copy of his Witcher auto chess, which made Remy feel very satisfied. Looking at the sophomores, the popularity of the wizard auto chess among them is about the same as that of the freshmen, which is about 1/5. What makes Remy happiest is the third-year group. This group has the highest penetration rate of the wizard auto chess, almost reaching 1/2. There are people playing it in every box. Some of them are actually playing, while others are explaining the gameplay to their companions who don't have the Witcher auto chess yet. This popularity rate is enough to support the holding of the competition. I wonder how the seniors are doing. Thinking of this, Remy walked towards the front carriage. After just 2 steps, suddenly, accompanied by a violent shake, the train slowed down and finally stopped. There was a commotion in the carriage. Many students leaned out and looked around in confusion. Some students even drew their wands. Hiss! A gust of cold wind blew by, and Remy shivered. The air he exhaled condensed into white water vapor in the air, and the car window glass next to him quickly condensed into window grills at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be fair, the window paper cut is very beautiful, but in this season and in this place, with the lights flickering and finally going out, no one is in the mood to appreciate its beauty. Even Remy wasn't in the mood, because there was a Dementor above his head breathing madly at him. After sucking for a long time, the Dementor floating in the air seemed to realize that it had not sucked anything. It tilted its head in confusion, then descended a little and sucked hard at Remy again. Remy stood there calmly, looking at it as if it were a fool, and watched it quietly descend until it was almost touching his head. After getting close to Remy's head and sucking hard again, it still didn't work, so the Dementor simply hugged Remy's head. Just as it opened its empty mouth to try again, suddenly, a hand from its companion grabbed its neck from behind and pulled it away from Remy. It turned its head, and the next moment, it was slapped hard and its head turned 3 times. Remy watched calmly, watching the newly appeared Dementor with the number 3 written on its face. And then he slapped the Dementor's head and turned it back. Is it your new little brother? He has no manners at all. If you take him down, he will get 100 blows on the head. Remy said. Dementor number 3 bowed to Remy, then raised his hand and hit the Dementor's head with a loud bang. The sound was almost as loud as a pistol shot. Remy smiled kindly at the frightened classmates in the box next to him and was about to say a few words to comfort them. But he found that after he smiled, the people inside became even more frightened and huddled together in fear. Well, I better not make trouble. Shaking his head helplessly, Remy walked over, patted number 3's arm, and pointed out the window. Take him out and beat him up. Don't scare my classmates here. Remember to go out through the door. Remy said. Dementor number 3 bowed to Remy again, then dragged the Dementor and turned into a ball of black gas and flew to the end of the carriage. After being interrupted by the Dementors, Remy no longer had the mood to go to the market for research, so he simply turned around and walked back to his own carriage. They encountered several Dementors along the way, and almost every one of them was very respectful to Remy. Occasionally, one or two ignorant ones would be beaten up by the seniors who knew Remy before they could do anything out of line. Remy treated those ignorant ones equally and took them all out and gave them 100 beatings on the head. After walking 2 carriages, Remy suddenly noticed that a Dementor in front of him actually opened the door of the compartment and floated in. Remy immediately quickened his pace and walked over to it and kicked it. However, after he kicked the ball, he realized that the people sitting in the open compartment were not Harry and his friends, but 3 girls who were already crying with fear and Luna, who was holding a book and doing something with no fear in her eyes, but only curiosity. What are you doing?" Remy asked confusedly. "To be the opposite, I like to give one to this gentleman," Luna said after thinking about the wording. Remy, sending magazines to Dementors? After being stunned for 2 seconds, Remy reached out and pulled the Dementor over. "Did you hear that? Luna wants to give you a magazine. Why don't you thank her quickly?" The Dementor was stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed and extended his hand. Bang! "You're so rude. What the hell did I teach you? Bow at a 90-degree angle. Use both hands to receive things," Remy said after hitting the Dementor's head, shaking his hands as he spoke. "This Dementor's head is really not easy to hit. It's too hard." The Dementor felt aggrieved and anxious, thinking to himself, "You got the wrong accusation. I joined later. I have never attended any etiquette training class." Although the Dementor felt extremely aggrieved, it did not say anything and it could not speak. Bowing again and bending his waist almost in half, the Dementor reached out to Luna again, this time with both hands. Not only Luna, but the other 3 girls in the compartment were all stunned by this scene and even forgot to be afraid. Talented people emerge in every generation, and the previous generation is even crazier than the next generation. After witnessing Remy's toughness, Luna's sisters came to a consensus. Compared to Senior Remy, Luna actually seems extremely normal. When the ticket inspector finished checking and confirmed that every passenger had purchased a ticket, the train started again with a series of clanging sounds. Remy wandered around and found the cubicle where Harry was and discovered that the 3 people in the cubicle were playing auto chess, and they were not frightened at all. "Hey, are you guys playing?" Remy asked. "Shoo, keep your voice down. The professor is sleeping," Harry said. "Oh." Remy glanced at the grown man with his coat covering his entire head and thought, "Is this year's defense against the dark arts professor? Probably. I don't know how it compares to Professor Green." "Professor Green's class is still very interesting," Ronald said. "Professor Green is still teaching at Hogwarts, but the course has been changed to magic practice, which is an elective. If you're interested, you can choose it later," Remy said. "Really? That's great. I'm lacking opportunities to practice magic right now," Harry said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry's face suddenly became depressed again. "It's over, I lose," Harry said dejectedly. "Just start another round. It's just a game." As he said this casually, Remy glanced at an inexplicable bulge on Ronald's coat, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. After a little thought, Remy chose to say goodbye. He decided not to expose the true identity of the little mouse here to avoid any accidents. Catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. Now that things have developed to this point, let's find a way to end it happily. Remy still admired Sirius as a person. Otherwise, he would not have let his demented brother give him convenience in prison. Even though I forgot about his incident later, because I was having too much fun, it's not too late to help him clear his name now. It's not a big deal anyway. Just a little bit of operation is required. When he returned to his previous cubicle, several people in the cubicle had already started eating and playing auto chess while eating. Remy immediately joined in and turned off the true gentleman watches chess without saying a word mode and gave random commands while eating. Maybe it was because Remy was the founder of the game. Although he gave blind commands, the 2 students listened to his commands very well. As a result, they lost miserably. The 2 furious men pressed Remy down and beat him up, and finally let him go reluctantly after Remy promised to pack some snacks for the rest of the journey. Remy also played a few games with them. The Witcher Auto Chess can be played online or offline. The three people found 5 people who own the Witcher Auto Chess and set up an 8-person local area network to play together. In every game, Remy chose the Vila lineup, which not only concealed his true strength, but also made the game pleasing to the eye, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the train arrived at the station, Remy had just achieved 3 consecutive defeats. It was raining and the ground was muddy. Fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to have taken this into consideration and arranged many driverless magic cars in the shape of old cars at the entrance of the station. But the freshmen are in a miserable situation. They still have to follow the tradition and walk in the rain along the path that their predecessors have walked, wearing raincoats. Retro styling, old interior, and a speed that is almost as fast as the first-generation car of Leotul. Remy had only seen it on TV before, and now it feels quite exciting to ride in person. It's just that the shock absorption is not good enough, and his head hit the roof several times along the way. But there was one thing that made Remy very satisfied. The car did not stop at the school gate, but drove directly into the castle gate inside the school and stopped. We arrived at a new dormitory. The hardworking house elf had already carried the luggage to the dormitory. Because he is a transfer student, Remy can still have an entire dormitory to himself this year. But it doesn't matter to him. He didn't live in the dormitory most of the time last year, and it won't be much different this year. After simply packing up his things, releasing the long johns from the cage, and feeding them food and water, Remy cast a cleansing spell on himself to clean off the rain and mud on his body. A wandless cleansing spell. Ever since being enlightened by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Remy's magic level has skyrocketed, and now all the magic he has learned can be cast without a wand. Moreover, the control over the power is also significantly improved, which is much higher than the control when casting spells with a wand. Remy suspected that he should cast spells without a wand, as using a wand would affect the full display of his strength and talent. When I arrived at the auditorium, the atmosphere today was obviously different from usual, probably because the rain outside was heavier with thunder and lightning. This class of freshmen was definitely the most miserable one Remy had ever seen. When they entered the auditorium, their hair was wet and they made hissing sounds when they walked, causing many people to burst out laughing. This made the already embarrassed freshmen even more embarrassed. They all blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. There is something unusual this year. So unusual that even the dullest person can notice the abnormality. First, there was the strange experience on the train, and then there was the fact that after the routine, sorting the dinner did not start directly, but instead the Ravenclaw Academy choir performed a chorus for everyone. Although the music had a cheerful rhythm, adding such an item at this time was like giving a death row inmate a dinner before his execution. Almost everyone looked heavy-hearted when listening to it. When the music ended, Principal Dumbledore walked onto the stage with a serious face and informed everyone of the new changes in the school this year. Dementors have moved into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dementors are born without the ability to forgive. I hope you won't provoke them, so as to avoid any accidents that may lead to irreparable consequences, Headmaster Dumbledore said, and then he gave Remy a meaningful look, which made Remy very confused. How could a good student like him possibly provoke Dementors? After talking about the precautions, Headmaster Dumbledore introduced the changes of professors this year. Professor Green was transferred to teach other classes. The defense against the dark arts class was taught by the new Professor Lupin this year, and Hagrid also became a formal professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, responsible for the protection of magical creatures class. The atmosphere was still dull at the beginning of the dinner, but after eating for a while, everyone seemed to have forgotten their worries, and almost everyone enjoyed the food in front of them and ate to their heart's content. During the meal, 1,000 paper cranes flew from somewhere and landed on the plate in front of Remy. When he opened it, there was only one sentence inside. "Come to my office after dinner, Dumbledore." The first note I received in the new school year was actually from Headmaster Dumbledore. How can I describe this feeling? It was very wonderful. Boom, boom, boom. Remy knocked politely and walked into the principal's office. He was a little confused and had no idea what he would face next. In the office, Only Headmaster Dumbledore was standing at the window with his back to him. Even Fawkes had disappeared. This atmosphere made Remy feel a little uncomfortable. "Principal, what do you want to talk to me about?" Remy asked. "Have you seen the news about Sirius Black, the prisoner of Azkaban, escaping from prison?" Headmaster Dumbledore asked without turning his head. "Yes, I saw in the newspaper." "What's wrong?" Remy asked. "What do you think?" Dumbledore asked. "Of course I saw it with my eyes." Remy silently complained and thought about it. "How can I see it? It has nothing to do with me." Remy said. "Are you sure it's okay?" Principal Dumbledore turned around and looked at Remy seriously. "Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic told me that your Dementor brother provided great convenience to Black and Azkaban, and may even have directly participated in Black's escape." "Oh, I thought it was something else, and it scared me." Remy, who was startled by Dumbledore's sudden turn, rolled his eyes and felt relieved. "That's true. I mean the first thing." Remy corrected his wording and said, "I did let them give Black some convenience in Azkaban, but I didn't let them help Black escape. They are very obedient. How could they help Black escape when they refused to help me escape?" "Admit it? Is it so easy to admit it?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and for a moment he couldn't believe it. When did Remy confess so easily? Didn't he always confess after making up a lot of nonsense? "Why would you do this? Do you know what crime he has committed?" Dumbledore asked. "What crime did he commit? He's just a wrongly accused person. Isn't it hard to understand that we should help him if we can?" Remy asked. "Oh," Dumbledore frowned. "How can you be sure that he was wrongly accused? Did he tell you that? Or did you see it?" "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, remember what I said before about knowing the power of prophecy? That's much easier. From what I saw, Black was wrongly accused. The person who actually betrayed Harry's parents was Peter Pettigrew." Remy said. "Peter Pettigrew? Isn't he dead? Is he still alive?" asked Headmaster Dumbledore. "That's not good. He's alive and well. How about I take you to see him?" Remy asked. Dumbledore's eyes widened instantly, and he walked over to the window. "Do you know where he is?" "Yes, and it's very convenient to find him. He is in Hogwarts, and has lived there for several years." "Right, at Hogwarts? And lived there for several years." Dumbledore was completely stunned. If he could accept the fact that Black was wrongly accused, then he really couldn't imagine that Pettigrew had been in Hogwarts for several years. Black had been arrested and imprisoned for so many years and had never confessed. Dumbledore actually thought that he was wronged, but due to the lack of evidence, he could only watch Black continue to stay in Azkaban. But now, Remy actually said that the real traitor, the evidence, was in Hogwarts and had been living under his nose for several years. How can I describe this? It's unbelievable. Where is he? Dumbledore asked solemnly. In the Gryffindor dormitory, to be exact, the same dormitory as Harry. Remy said, "I blanch. In the same dorm with Harry." Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes widened instantly, and he appeared beside Remy and grabbed Remy's arm without saying a word. The next moment, the two figures appeared in front of Grindelwald, scaring Grindelwald, who was about to drink tea, and he almost dropped the cup. "What are you two doing? Why didn't you say hello?" Grindelwald asked helplessly. "I don't know. I was brought here by force." Remy pointed at Headmaster Dumbledore. "Stop talking nonsense, Remy. Just to be clear, is Pettigrew really in Harry's dormitory right now?" Dumbledore asked. Remy nodded. "Yes, it's the big rat that Ronald raised." "Big rat? Animagus? Damn it, I should have thought of it earlier. They all have Animagus." "Yes, that's right. Pettigrew must have escaped through the Animagus. It seems that he has been showing himself as an Animagus all these years. No wonder no one has ever seen him, and everyone thought he was dead." Dumbledore paced back and forth while muttering to himself, causing Grindelwald's eyes to spin in circles. "What are you talking about, Albus? And why did you come to my place? If you want to tell me a story, you should have told it logically. I can't understand you at all because of your incoherent talk." Grindelwald complained. "We'll tell you the story later. Now come with me to catch Pettigrew, a wizard who uses Animagus to transform into a mouse. Do you understand?" Dumbledore asked, while reaching out to grab Grindelwald with one hand and Remy with the other. Within the confines of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he He is the only one who has the ability to apparate. No one else can, except for non-human house elves. I think I understand. Grindelwald nodded. Following Grindelwald's nod, Headmaster Dumbledore quickly apparate the two of them to the Gryffindor common room, where Remy had not returned for a long time. Everything was so familiar. Even the broken piece of leather on the sofa on the far left had not been repaired yet. Still the familiar recipe, familiar taste. Gellert, once you enter, you must seal off the entire dormitory to prevent him from escaping. We must catch him alive, Dumbledore said as he drew out his wand. He had already taken out his wand before he reached the door, and Grindelwald immediately realized that Dumbledore was serious this time. Nodding vigorously, Grindelwald touched the gloves on his hands, ready to take action at any time. But at the same time, he was somewhat confused. Why bring Remy here? Remy won't be of much help in arresting people, right? Grindelwald asked. Remy was stunned when he heard Grindelwald's question. Oh, right, we're just catching Pettigrew. Why bring him along? He neither knows how to catch people nor how to cooperate. Principal Dumbledore, what kind of work do you want to assign me? Remy asked puzzledly. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. Oh, I was so anxious just now that I forgot. But it doesn't matter, since you are here. You could be a shield for me and Gellert later. Remy, Blanche, who sweetly taught you to arrange work for me like this. Why should I be a shield? Although I am indeed a tanky dandy, just like every mage has a melee heart, I also won't be a DPS. If that doesn't work, you can just be an assistant. Complaining inwardly, Remy followed the two to the familiar door of the dormitory. 3, 2, 1. As Dumbledore's countdown with gestures ended, he waved his wand and blew the dormitory door into flying dust. Grindelwald followed closely and waved his hand to release a large blue flame that instantly sealed off the entire dormitory. From the walls to the windows, from the floor to the ceiling, every inch of space was burning with strange blue flames, forming a dragnet that was impossible to escape from. The 4 people who were playing around in the dormitory had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that their brains froze and they stood there in a daze. Happy new school year. Keep playing music and dancing. Remy walked through the flames at the door and into the dormitory and said, but no one paid any attention to him as their brains had not yet been successfully restarted. Noticing that Remy walked to the position between the mouse cage and the 4 people after entering the dormitory, Dumbledore nodded secretly, thinking that this guy was still quite reliable at the critical moment. Is this the rat? Grindelwald asked, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, is quite good. Mouse. Several young wizards also came to their senses at this time, and they looked at the mouse cage together with Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Remy, especially Ronald. Principal Dumbledore, Professor Green, what are you doing? Ronald asked. Did Scabbers bite something important? Why did you all come here in person? Neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald answered. Their eyes remained focused on the rat Scabbers. Remy. Harry tugged at Remy's clothes. What happened? What did Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Green want to do with Scabbers? It's nothing, don't worry, just watch from a distance. You can step on a fire on the ground, it's okay. Remy said with a smile and glanced at Ronald meaningfully, which made Ronald feel uncomfortable. He seemed to want to say something else, but was pulled aside by Harry and Seamus. They stood far away as Remy had said, and Seamus' attention was even attracted by the flames on the ground. What? Are you going to continue pretending? Dumbledore asked. Ban lay motionless in the cage, as if he were dead. But this level of pretending to be dead could not fool Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Grindelwald snorted coldly and was about to raise his hand, but suddenly he noticed a ball of blue flame that detached from the ceiling and floated towards the mouse cage. Glancing at Remy, Grindelwald raised the corners of his mouth slightly in a relieved smile. He is very satisfied with this student. Remy, what are you doing? Covering Ronald's mouth, Harry and Seamus pulled Ronald hard. Ronald, calm down. Headmaster Dumbledore is here. There must be something wrong with your Scabbers, said Harry. That's right. Maybe it's not the same Scabbers anymore, so don't mess with it now, said Seamus. While they were talking, Remy had already controlled the flames to come to the mouse cage, and then the flames flowed into the cage like water and enveloped Banban's body. Banban remained motionless, as if he had made up his mind to play dead to the end. Seeing how persistent he was, Remy grinned dangerously. Bang! With the sound of a finger snap, the flame in the cage exploded, and at the same time a shrill voice came from the flame. "Ay!" Along with screams, a fat figure broke through the cage and fell to the ground, rolling over and wailing. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore! Headmaster! It's me! Stop it! Great Headmaster Dumbledore! Put out the fire for me! Merciful Headmaster Dumbledore! Please, please! My dear Headmaster Dumbledore! Don't you recognize me? I am your student. Ah!" He rolled back and forth on the ground, and the strange thing was that the flames on his body did not decrease at all, but they did not increase either, and the flames on the ground did not spread towards him. Only the flames on his body were burning him. "Remy, stop it! Don't burn him to death," Dumbledore said. "Yes, great, kind, generous Headmaster Dumbledore," Remy said, controlling the flames to slowly die out. Later, seeing the living person suddenly appear, the 5 people were all dumbfounded, especially Ronald. Although he did not see how this person appeared, Ronald had a bold guess. This bold guess made him very excited. His heart was beating violently with excitement, and the hot blood rushed to his brain, making him almost faint. "Peter Pettigrew, it's you," Dumbledore said as he looked at Pettigrew, who was trembling as he got up from the ground. Pettigrew trembled all over, his eyes moving around in panic, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Principal Dumbledore, I have always been protecting Harry Potter," Pettigrew said. "You must have misunderstood. I have endured humiliation for so many years just to protect James and Lily's child in secret. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that after what happened that year, I dare not trust anyone anymore. I did it all to protect him." "To protect me? This guy named Pettigrew knows my parents. Are you a friend of my parents?" Harry asked excitedly, and even couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. If Neville hadn't grabbed him, he might not have taken more than 2 steps forward. "Oh, my dear Harry!" Pettigrew turned around, tilted his head, and opened his arms as if for a hug. However, before he could take 2 steps, a black muzzle of a gun blocked his way. "Stand back, put your hands on your head, and squat down," Remy said, shaking the revolver in his hand. Pettigrew was shocked. Having lived in the same dormitory with Remy for a year, he certainly knew what Remy had in his hand. He also knew how tough Remy was. At that moment, without any hesitation, he immediately took 2 steps back and squatted down with his head in his hands. "Remy, calm down. He's my parents' friend," Harry shouted anxiously. Remy rolled his eyes, thinking that Harry had wasted the past 2 years, as he was still so uncalm when it came to matters concerning his parents and Voldemort. "Yes, that's right. Harry, I'm your parents' friend, the best." Just as Pettigrew was about to stand up and continue playing the emotional card, he felt a chill on his forehead and quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. This naughty kid is still the same boy as before, without any change. Time is just a test. The faith planted in our hearts has not diminished in the slightest. He still pulled out his gun when he disagreed with something, and was even more rampant than before. He even threatened others with a gun in front of him, the principal. But there are some things that are really inconvenient for him to do with his identity, so it's good for Remy to make a fuss like this. Dumbledore sighed helplessly and turned away. "Out of sight, out of mind. As long as I close my eyes, the world does not exist. This is the idealism that is essential to the magical world. Mr. and Mrs. Potter are so unlucky to have a friend like you. Tell me in detail why you betrayed Mr. and Mrs. Potter in the first place." Remy asked casually. This casualness came from the fact that Remy didn't expect Pettigrew to tell the truth at all, and Pettigrew did not disappoint Remy's trust. Betrayal? How is that possible? Pettigrew raised his head sharply and stared at Harry, who was stunned. "I didn't betray your parents. It was Black. He was the traitor. I was seriously injured at the time, but managed to escape. When I recovered a little, I wanted to find him to avenge your parents, but he had already been imprisoned in Azkaban by then. Then I heard that you were still alive. Oh, it was really Merlin's miracle. You're still alive. Do you know how happy I was when I heard the news? I heard that you were taken away by Headmaster Dumbledore. I believed he could protect you. At that time, I also heard that the outside world thought I was dead, so I decided to hide and secretly investigate other Death Eaters and protect you. I know that as James' child, you will become an excellent wizard. Sooner or later, you will enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have been waiting for you. Peter Pettigrew spoke very quickly, but every word was full of sincere emotion, and his voice and emotion made Harry believe him again. However, his words could only fool Harry, who was too concerned, but not even Ronald. Ronald didn't even listen at all. He was always immersed in his own world and playing tricks. Yawned, that's a fascinating story. Remy yawned and then clapped his hands 3 times expressionlessly. But have you been a mouse for so long that you've forgotten that there is such a thing as truth serum in this world? Professor Snape has brewed several pots of truth serum before, little mouse. You're in for a treat. Truth serum? Peter Pettigrew was stunned at first, then his face changed drastically. He indeed forgot. As his expression kept changing, Harry's expression kept changing too. His fists were clenched tightly, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Now, he didn't know who to believe, but he had to find out the truth. So when Pettigrew cried and begged Harry to believe him not to give him Veritaserum, even though his excuse was that Veritaserum might cause dementia, Harry still did not speak for him. Just when Pettigrew was in despair and didn't know what to do, a straw appeared in front of him. Harry, what if what he said is true and he became an idiot after drinking Veritaserum? Dumbledore asked. Headmaster Dumbledore is speaking for me? Pettigrew was stunned. Without having time to think about the reason, Peter Pettigrew quickly grabbed this life-saving straw. He opened his watery eyes and looked at Harry with a pleading and desolate look. Harry, I have been living as a mouse for so many years just to protect you. Can you bear to watch me become an idiot? At this moment, everyone looked at Harry. Harry's face was very pale. Even his lips were slightly pale. If anything unexpected happens, I will take care of you from now on, Harry said, gritting his teeth. Hearing Harry's words, Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened, and he was about to say something, but Remy's gun muzzle approached him again, so he didn't dare to say even one more word. Holding Peter Pettigrew at bay with his gun, Remy glanced at Dumbledore. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Remy felt that Dumbledore didn't look very happy at the moment, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. Following Dumbledore's gaze, Remy realized immediately when he realized that Dumbledore's serious expression was directed at Harry. It must be because of Harry's attitude. Don't advise others to be kind without first experiencing their suffering. Remy said, Principal Dumbledore, some people's desire for something is something that people like you and me will never understand, and we have no right to comment on it. Headmaster Dumbledore was stunned for a moment and looked at Remy with an incredible look in his eyes, as if he had never expected that a good student like Remy could say such philosophical words. Well, you are right. Besides, there are suspicious points everywhere about this guy, so we have to interrogate him thoroughly no matter what. In comparison, truth serum is already the best way of interrogation. Headmaster Dumbledore pushed his glasses and nodded to Grindelwald, who had been watching the fun next to him. Grindelwald nodded and pointed, and Peter Pettigrew's whole body stiffened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Sorry, kids, I scared you. You can continue playing, but don't play too late. Remember to go to bed early, Dumbledore said with a smile. To be fair, Headmaster Dumbledore's smile at this moment was still very warm and contagious, but the situation was really not relaxing. Principal Dumbledore, are you going to interrogate him? I want to go with you, said Harry. It's too late. Dumbledore shook his head and said, and this is not just about your parents. There are many things involved with him, but he claims to be a friend of my parents after all. I think I should have the right to listen to your interrogation of him, Harry said without giving in, and even took 2 steps forward. This time, no one pulled him back. It was unclear whether the others thought what he said made sense or simply didn't have time. Since he wants to sit in, let him sit in. It's not a big deal, said Grindelwald. Hearing Grindelwald say the same thing, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment and then nodded. With a shake of his hand and a wave of his wand, Pettigrew on the ground floated into the air and was the first to go out. He was in Dumbledore's sight the whole time, leaving him no chance of a comeback. Harry took a deep breath and hurried to catch up. Remy, shouting, Grindelwald pointed to the flames around him. Understood. Leave it to me. After watching Grindelwald leave, Remy stretched out his hand and sucked the flames all over the dormitory into his hand like a whale sucking water, gathering them into a small fireball. With the fireball, Remy just walked to the door and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at Ronald, who was still immersed in his own world, and woke him up. Ronald, you know Animagus, right? Have you ever cuddled that Animagus rat to sleep? Have you ever kissed him? Ugh. Peter Pettigrew is taken to a detention room, which is fully equipped with props. After securing him firmly to the wide stool, Grindelwald removed the magic cast on him, while Headmaster Dumbledore also called him Professor Snape. As soon as he entered the room, Professor Snape's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the person sitting on the stool. Before, I had always believed that a certain guy who always refused to plead guilty committed a crime. But now that I have met you, it seems that there may be another story behind that incident. Snape said in a cold tone, without any fluctuation in his voice, and the tone had almost no ups and downs throughout the whole process. This way of speaking immediately frightened Peter Pettigrew. He knew Snape very well. Back then, he had joined James and the others in bullying Snape at school. How could he still get away with it when they met again in this kind of situation? At that moment, Pettigrew became scared, especially when he saw Snape sneer and take out a large bottle of unknown liquid from his pocket. Headmaster Dumbledore, I'll tell you everything. I am a traitor. It was me who betrayed James Potter. What? Was this person really the one who betrayed my parents back then? Harry's eyes turned red instantly, and he clenched his fists and was about to rush forward. However, someone is faster than him, but I have no choice. I also have my own difficulties. Back then, Snape! Dumbledore shouted hurriedly as he saw Snape suddenly rushing forward and grabbing Peter Pettigrew's neck. He can't die yet. I still have some questions to ask him, Dumbledore said while pressing Harry's shoulders. And Harry calmed down too. Both of them lowered their heads and said nothing. Just then, a series of thudding sounds attracted the attention of several people. What are you doing? Are you preparing to feed him medicine? Remy walked in and said, Professor Snape, you can't do it, right? If you can't do it, I'll do it, and I'll feed you some as a way of repaying your kindness in feeding me medicine before. Snort. With a cold snort, Snape loosened his grip on Peter Pettigrew's neck and instead pinched his chin, then raised the bottle in his other hand. Before I had the chance to thank Mr. Barrett for his help, I have developed a more effective truth serum with fewer side effects. As if explaining, Professor Snape waited for 2 seconds after he finished speaking, and when he saw that no one else reacted, he opened the bottle cap and poured the truth serum into Peter Pettigrew's mouth. Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened immediately, and he struggled with all his strength. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not shake Snape's big hand that was as tight as a clamp. Cough, cough, cough. Gurgle, gurgle. After pouring a whole bottle of Veritaserum into Peter Pettigrew's stomach in one breath, Professor Snape let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Tell me, who was the traitor who betrayed Lily back then? Snape asked. It was me, Peter Pettigrew. It was me who betrayed Lily Potter. Pettigrew said with a dull look in his eyes. Some of the truth serum that was not swallowed slowly flowed out of his mouth as he spoke. But Professor Snape, who always cherished potions, didn't even look at the wasted potion. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and turned away. Principal Dumbledore, can you hand him over to me after the interrogation? I need someone to help me test the effects of new drugs. Don't worry, he won't die. Professor Snape suddenly stopped and said, or you can ask Mr. Barrett to help me test the drugs. Those new drugs were developed with the help of Mr. Barrett. Blanche, you have a rage in your belly that you want to vent, so why drag me into this? You should vent your anger on the culprit, Peter Pettigrew. Extending his hand in the international friendly gesture towards Professor Snape, Remy patted Harry on the shoulder. If I were you, I would definitely give him a good full-body massage later. Madame Pomfrey is a very good doctor, Remy said. Remy, giving Remy a glare to signal him not to cause trouble at this time, Dumbledore turned around and nodded to Professor Snape. Let him make perhaps his only contribution to the wizarding world before he goes to Azkaban. I think he would definitely agree, even if he was more sober now, said Dumbledore. Thank you. Professor Snape said thank you in a whisper and quickly left the room. Dumbledore looked at Remy and then at Harry. You two should get out too. What I'm going to ask you next is not something you, as students, should know now. What? Are you going to ask him about whether there is any reproductive isolation between animagus and real female mice after they transform into mice? Remy asked. Coo. Jerking his arm up and pointing a finger toward the door, Headmaster Dumbledore uttered a word through gritted teeth. Roll. Okay, well, I'm still a child, so I won't eavesdrop on the answers to such explosive questions. She left obediently, but not far away, as Remy stood at the door, leaning against the wall, waiting quietly. After a while, Harry also came out and closed the door of the detention room after he came out. He walked forward silently with his head down, seemingly not noticing Remy at all. The past cannot be changed, but the future can be changed, said Remy. Huh? Oh, Remy, sorry, What did you say? Harry asked. I said, the past cannot be changed, but the future can be changed, said Remy. Harry thought for a moment and frowned. What do you mean? Please, don't ask me to guess riddles at this time. My mind is very confused now. Very confused. Okay, then I'll be frank. Remy smoothed his hair and stood up straight. Since the real traitor has been found, then the person who was wrongly imprisoned for more than 10 years and now escaped from prison. Don't you plan to find him? He is a true friend of your parents. Oh, yes. I almost forgot about him. Harry slapped his forehead hard very loudly. So what should I do? Do you have any clues? Harry asked. That's your business. I just want to tell you that instead of focusing all your attention on the real murderer who has been caught and causing your brain to become confused, it is better to use your time and energy to find that person. Remy said, You're right. I get it. I will find him. Find him before the Ministry of Magic, said Harry. Smart. With a flick of his hair, Remy threw his arm around Harry's shoulders and suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Hee hee. From today on, the Mouse Ban will have to leave Ronald's arms forever. In a sense, today should be Ban's death anniversary, right? Do you think we should go to the kitchen and order a cake of the same style as Ban's to comfort Ronald? Isn't this not good? Although he said these words hesitantly, the corners of Harry's mouth slightly raised uncontrollably, as if he was thinking of something happy. Action speaks louder than words. Seeing that Harry was already moved, Remy immediately took Harry to put the idea into action. Reluctantly, Harry followed Remy to the kitchen to ask the omnipotent house elf to order a cake of the same style and even the same size as Ban's. During the ordering process, Harry played a crucial role. He had a better understanding of Ban's appearance. When Remy and Harry returned to the dormitory with the cake, the door that was originally destroyed by Headmaster Dumbledore had been replaced with a new one by the omnipotent house elf. It was said that the original one was too damaged to be repaired. Ronald had gone to bed, but was not asleep. When Remy and Harry placed the same cake as Ban in front of Ronald, who looked pale, as if he was terminally ill, Ronald jumped up from the bed excitedly. Not only did his face instantly become rosy again, but it even had a faint red glow, and even his eyes were red. Combined with his red hair, Remy boldly deduced that Ronald must have awakened the ancient magical bloodline of the Weasley family, the blood of the Berserker, due to his emotional excitement. Maybe this bloodline has some side effects common to the Berserker series bloodlines. Ronald, who has awakened his bloodline, hugged Remy and patted Remy's back with emotion. He was not gentle enough and triggered the automatic defense mechanism of the magic treasure. If he had used less force, Remy might have been hurt, but after activating the magic treasure's automatic defense mechanism, Remy didn't feel anything. This touched Remy a little. and he thought Ronald was really a good friend, as he didn't forget to consider him even when he was so upset. But then I thought, he is quite a friend himself, and he even sent a cake to Ronald. Thank you so sweetly. Remy, Ronald said with red eyes after he calmed down a little. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Remy shook her hair. Do you want to eat Banban's head or Banban's tail first? Eat your uncle. Puff. Ronald picked up the cake and smashed it on Remy's head, and his mood finally eased a little. However, okay, I'll go find Peter Pettigrew to claim my brother later. My dad will probably be very happy to find a brother from the wizarding world. Remy said calmly. Ronald's anger instantly reached its maximum. He roared loudly, Shut up. Don't mention that thing in front of me again. Seeing that Ronald was really about to explode, Harry quickly covered Remy's mouth before Remy could say anything else. It may still be considered a joke if it is played up to this point, but if it continues, it will be too much. Remy, you should use your smart brain to help me think about how to find Sirius Black. Harry changed the subject and said, I think he will come to find me, and he may even have come to Hogwarts. What good solution do I have? But if you need, I can write you a note so that at least you won't be affected by the Dementors during your search. Remy said. Harry was stunned for a moment. Really? You can also command Dementors? Remy didn't say anything, but walked to the window, opened it, and whistled outside. 5 seconds later, a large group of Dementors rushed out of the window with billowing black smoke and floated quietly. Even though there was a pouring rain above their heads, not a single one of them was uneasy. The sudden appearance of the Dementors scared everyone. Even Ronald, who had successfully transformed into a berserker, shrank to the side. It was doubtful whether he would have hidden under the bed if he was not already in bed. Only Harry was relatively calm. Remy suspected that he was just ignorant and fearless. He didn't encounter any Dementors who made out with him on the train. These guys are my friends. Don't make things difficult for them when you meet them in the future. Especially this one named Harry Potter. He may have to move around the school frequently in the future due to some things. Please take care of him. If I find out that he has been hurt by your companions, I will skin you alive and make you become skeleton soldiers. Do you hear me? Remy pointed at Harry and said. The Dementors nodded repeatedly, then turned to look at Harry. The gazes from a large group of Dementors suddenly made Harry feel cold in his heart. He felt an inexplicable, creepy feeling from his tailbone along his spine all the way to the top of his head. After a start, Harry came to his senses, forced a smile, and waved his hand to greet the Dementors. A large group of Dementors quickly stretched out their hands and waved in return. However, it would have been fine if they didn't raise their hands. Once they raised their hands, Harry saw a whole bunch of skeleton hands shaking, which scared Harry so much that his face changed drastically. Okay, let's notify them. Oh, by the way, Remy, who was about to close the window, suddenly opened it again. If you find a fugitive, don't rush to catch him. I know you will do your duty and will not let him go, but before you officially catch him, remember to come and notify me or Harry. Do you understand? The Dementors nodded repeatedly without any objection. Closing the windows to keep the wind and rain out, the Dementors saluted Remy in unison and then disappeared in the heavy rain. Not until they disappeared did the people in the dormitory breathe a sigh of relief. Harry looked grateful and seemed to want to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, he could only say thank you. Perhaps he had experienced too many things today, and his ability to express himself had been drained. When he was overwhelmed with emotions, it was always difficult for him to say anything eloquent. After chatting with a few people about the holidays, asking them about their opinions on the Witcher auto chess and doing some market research, and finally eating and drinking for free, Remy left the dormitory contentedly and went to his own dormitory. This year he wasn't a Gryffindor. This year he was a Hufflepuff. Although Harry tried to persuade Remy to stay by saying that his bed was still there and he could stay here for the night, Remy said that it was only right for him to go back to his dormitory on the first day of the new school year. On the way back, Remy met Mr. Filch. This year, Mr. Filch was a little different. When he saw Remy, who was already out at night, he not only did not stop Remy, but also did not avoid him. He greeted Remy openly and continued his patrol. This made Remy stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but wonder if Headmaster Dumbledore had said something to him that caused him to give up on Remy. This feeling of being abandoned made Remy both happy and depressed. He always felt that this would take away a lot of fun from his campus life. People are just like that. When being stared at, they want to break free. But when no one pays attention to them, they want to be noticed again. It's hard to deal with. Shaking his head, Remy returned to the dormitory and took a hot bath first, washing away the tiredness of the journey and all the random emotions. After taking a shower, Remy returned to his room, lay on the soft big bed, and quickly fell asleep. It was a stormy night. That night, there were lightning and thunder. This night, I had a sweet dream alone. The flowers fall and the water flows, one kind of lovesickness, two kinds of idle worries. On the first morning after school started, Remy got up early to exercise as if he had just arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, then took his fishing gear to the Black Lake to fish to relax his body and mind. This time Remy made full preparations. Not only did he use special ropes to connect the special chair to a forced iron lock, he also connected a special fishing rod to the chair to ensure that no matter how big the fish is, it cannot drag him into the water while also preventing the fish from escaping. Unless the fish is strong enough to uproot an entire forest. If there really is such a fish in the Black Lake, Remy promises to catch it by any means necessary, no matter the cost. Because he brought a stool, Remy used a straight fishing rod today. It is convenient for fishing while sitting, and it is also more convenient as he doesn't have to keep turning the reel to reel in the line. At first glance, fishing with a straight rod doesn't require so much preliminary preparation, but it doesn't matter. This fishing spot was selected by Remy after a round of searching, and he will come here again when fishing in the future, so the previous preparations will not be wasted. What's more, who says you can't catch big fish with a straight rod? Using the levitation spell to help him swing the 40-meter long, super long straight pole, Remy controlled the fishing rod with one hand and put on special binoculars with the other hand. He could see the fish float clearly even if it was 100 meters away. It's just that the fish float sinks a little too fast. The water in this Black Lake is really deep. I don't know if I can control it this time. Retract the fishing rod, adjust the float, and cast it out again. After repeated adjustments several times, the float was finally adjusted to the correct position. I have to say that the wandless levitation spell is really useful. If Remy didn't know how to cast a levitation spell without a wand, he wouldn't be able to fish with this fishing rod, and he wouldn't know how many peripherals he would have to set up to even pick it up. It's not like now, when one can cast and reel in a 40-meter-long fishing rod with just two hands. Remy hung a piece of fried steak coated with secret spices on a palm-sized fish hook, swung the fishing rod hard, and waited for the fish to bite. But Remy is not wasting food. The steaks he hangs are made by him through alchemy with soil as raw material, and it is like transfiguration that only changes its appearance and smell. If people eat it, they will get kidney stones. On the contrary, the spices above are genuine spices, and they have been strengthened by alchemy, which especially enhances their ability to attract fish. This also belongs to conceptual alchemy. In the second half of the holiday, Remy has been honing his conceptual alchemy skills. These spices were his practice works at that time. Now, they can also be regarded as experimental products to see whether their effects can meet the expected indicators. Maybe the effect of this spice really met Remy's expectations, or maybe Remy was just lucky. Less than half a minute after the fishing rod was thrown down, the float sank to the bottom in Remy's vision enhanced by the binoculars. Immediately afterwards, the 40-meter-long fishing rod was pulled out of Remy's hand in an instant, which scared Remy. However, this time was unlike 2 years ago. This time, Remy's thorough preparations took effect immediately. The rope connecting the chair and the fishing rod instantly straightened, holding the fishing rod firmly. The rope connecting the tree and the chair at the back also straightened, holding the chair firmly. The only flaw was that the rope stretched straight for a moment and lifted the chair up, causing Remy to almost fall into the water. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Remy reacted in time and rolled off the chair and landed steadily on the ground. Big fish! Remy rubbed his hands excitedly and took off his glasses and put them in his pocket. You won't need these glasses for now. For Remy, as long as there is a bite, it is equivalent to catching it. Decoupling doesn't exist. The fish hook used by Remy is also specially made, and it also uses concept alchemy. Once bitten by a fish, it will not be able to escape from the hook even if the fish tears its mouth apart. What's more, it is impossible for it to break its mouth open. From the moment it bites the fish hook, its mouth and entire body are firmly sucked by the fish hook, unable to break free. Remy tried to pull the fishing rod, and was surprised to find that he couldn't pull it at all with his strength. From this, Remy came to a conclusion. The fish was bigger than he thought. The fishing rod was swinging wildly, but Remy didn't move an inch. He stepped back a little to avoid being hit by the swinging fishing rod, and waited quietly for the fish in the water to exhaust itself. Then he could easily catch the fish. I suddenly feel like fishing is not fun this way. No, I still have to fish myself. Rubbing his hands again, Remy put on a pair of non-slip dragon leather gloves, grabbed the fishing rod, and pulled back with all his strength. 5 seconds later, Remy sat down on the ground. He gave up. I can't pull it at all. Forget it, forget it. I'll fish it myself next time I catch a smaller fish. This one is really beyond my ability. Remy casually made a table and a chair out of stone, took out the tea set, and drank tea leisurely while admiring the fishing rod swaying back and forth like a car wiper. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The fish was not tired yet, but Remy was tired of watching. 5 minutes later, the fish still hadn't come, but a little girl came instead. "Why are you drinking tea here?" Luna came over and asked, with a red squirrel standing on her shoulder. It was the one that Remy had been feeding. No one knew when the two of them became friends. "Where else can I drink tea? In water? I've never tried it." As he spoke, Remy squatted down, picked up a stone, and made a chair and invited Luna to sit down. Luna didn't act pretentiously. She sat down calmly, took the tea handed to her by Remy, and drank it, her big eyes staring at the wildly moving fishing rod with curiosity. "What's wrong with this pole? It's so strange. What kind of magic did you cast on it? Or is it your new invention?" Luna asked curiously. "It's a new invention, a fishing rod," said Remy. "Fishing rod? So it's moving around because a fish has taken a bait?" Luna asked. "Smart, but the fish is a little big and I can't pull it." Remy said, "Are you waiting for the fish to get tired? Why not use magic to pull it up?" Luna asked. Remy was stunned for a moment. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. "Magic? Is there any magic that can increase strength?" Luna didn't say anything. She just stood up and pulled out the wand that served as a hairpin from her hair. Her soft golden hair fell in the wind, sparkling in the sunlight. Gently waving the magic wand, as Luna said a spell that Remy was very familiar with, the fishing rod that was swinging wildly in the water suddenly stopped shaking and slowly rose. Levitation spell. Remy suddenly realized, and his face turned red. Fortunately, he remembered to use the floating spell when casting and reeling in the rod, but he actually forgot about it after catching the fish. Ahem, it's soulless to use magic to fish like this. Remy tried to save his dignity. Luna turned her head and looked at Remy, smiled slightly, nodded, put away her wand, sat down again, and picked up the teacup. "This tea is delicious." They say chat while drinking tea and drink tea while chatting, but when Remy and Luna sat together drinking tea, there was almost no communication between them. However, the atmosphere was not awkward, and both of them were quite relaxed. It's just an ordinary cup of tea. There's no need to talk so much. Drinking tea and playing with the little squirrels is also a kind of fun. About half an hour later, the fishing rod swing became smaller and smaller, and finally almost stopped. Without using magic, Remy put on his gloves again and walked over to the chair to grab the fishing rod, trying to pull the tired fish ashore by his own strength. At first it was going smoothly, although it was a bit strenuous, but I could still pull it. But when I pulled the fishing rod completely to the shore and was about to pull the fishing line, the fish struggled violently. If Remy hadn't let go quickly, he would have been pulled into the water. But even though he was about to let go and was not pulled into the water, he was suddenly hit by the fishing rod behind him and fell headlong. This made Remy a little annoyed, and also made Remy truly feel how weak wizards who don't use magic are. Without using magic, he couldn't even deal with a useless fish. Need my help? Luna asked. No need. Remy shook his head. It really won't work without magic. I'd better use magic. He raised his hand, used magic to lift the fishing rod, and swung it hard, and a huge fish was immediately pulled out of the water. After drawing a nearly perfect parabola in the air, the big fish slammed into the ground with a bang, bounced 3 times, and finally landed next to Hagrid. The big fish falling from the sky scared Hagrid at first, and then he was confused. Looking up at the sky, Hagrid scratched his head and thought, there is no tornado, so how could such a big fish fall from the sky? It wasn't until Hagrid noticed Remy and Luna running towards the lake that he realized what was going on. It's amazing that we could catch such a big fish. I've never caught such a big fish in my life, said Hagrid. As he spoke, Hagrid bent down, grasped the fish's gills with one hand, lifted it straight up and shook it. You seem to have fainted. Do you need me to help you take it to the castle to show off? Hagrid asked with a smile to Remy, who had arrived. Looking at the fish in Hagrid's hand, Remy's eyes flashed with disappointment. The fish was probably more than 2 meters, but less than 3 meters long, and not very thick either, especially when compared to Hagrid. It looked even slimmer. This was not even close to what he had expected, and it was even harder for him to accept that he was defeated by this fish. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a defeat, it just forced him to use magic. It's too small to be worth showing off, said Remy. Signaling Hagrid to put the fish down, Remy began to remove the fishhook from the fish's mouth. Hagrid was stunned by the huge fishhook. My goodness, how big a fish do you want to catch with such a big hook? Asked Hagrid. Of course, we'll catch as big as we can, Remy said. You can use this fish to feed the small animals you raise. Some of them should eat fish, right? Thank you so much. I came here just to see where's a good place to catch fish. I have adopted a lot of new cuties, so you must come during class. Hagrid said, the little cutie that Hagrid mentioned. Why do I feel like she's not that cute? Although he complained silently in his heart, Remy still promised Hagrid that he would attend class on time. It doesn't matter whether the animals are cute or not. Remy simply wants to see more magical creatures in person and study them at the same time. After saying goodbye to Hagrid and packing up my fishing gear, the sun had already climbed over the hillside. After returning to the castle with Luna, they went back to their dormitories to rest. After a simple breakfast, Remy went to class with his new classmates. The first lesson of a new school year was History of Magic. Cuthbert Binns used his unchanging voice to provide students with the best sleep-to-sleep song and successfully received a lot of 5-star reviews after the get-out class was over. Many students even said that they would come back to attend the class next time if they couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, Harry came to find Remy and told him that he had gone to see Principal Dumbledore at noon. Peter Pettigrew had been handed over to the Ministry of Magic, but the Ministry of Magic did not withdraw the wanted warrant for Sirius. Principal Dumbledore said that what Minister Fudge said about Sirius escaping from prison is true and he must be caught. And there is no other physical evidence to confirm Pettigrew's statement, so Sirius' suspicion cannot be completely ruled out. Harry said, Headmaster Dumbledore said Minister Fudge said? Who said it then? That's normal. Sirius broke the myth of Azkaban. Just for this reason, even if it can be proved that he was wronged, it is impossible to let him go. If he is not caught, the Ministry of Magic will lose face. Remy said, That's what Headmaster Dumbledore told me, but don't think too much. Although Fudge is a bit of a B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** basic rules. As long as the investigation is thorough, he will vindicate Sirius. If you really want to help Sirius, go find him, otherwise he will be afraid to show up and hide. Yes, I will. By the way, Professor Lupin seems to be having problems. Remy, how did you come to doubt Professor Lupin again? In the first year, you suspected Professor Snape. In the second year, you suspected Malfoy. And now you suspect Professor Lupin. Can your sharp intuition be reliable for once? There were so many things to complain about that Remy wanted to express, but at the moment he could only hold it in, and he was almost hurting himself. What's wrong with him? Remy asked. He seemed to know about Peter Pettigrew's arrest. He came to me and asked me about Peter Pettigrew, but it didn't seem like he was asking out of curiosity. He seemed to be particularly concerned about this matter, but he didn't ask directly and kept testing me in a roundabout way, Harry said. And when I asked him why he didn't ask Headmaster Dumbledore directly, he kept laughing and talking about other things. Remy, okay, that does sound a bit fishy. So, what do you think is his problem? Remy asked. I think he may have a deep connection with Peter Pettigrew. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to care so much about Peter Pettigrew's affairs. At this point, Harry suddenly sighed and scratched his head. But I always feel that there is something wrong with thinking this way, as if I have forgotten something. Plus, I have been suspecting the wrong people for the past 2 years, so I want you to help me sort out my thoughts so as to avoid suspecting the wrong people again. Harry said a little embarrassedly. Well, it's a big change for you to say that. Remy reached out and patted Harry's shoulder in a mature manner, with an expression of satisfaction on his face, showing that the boy was teachable. You overlooked another possibility. Which possibility? It's possible that he's not concerned about Peter Pettigrew, but about Sirius. Was Lupin concerned about Sirius rather than Peter Pettigrew? Oh yes, it is indeed possible. Awesome. Why didn't I think of that? You're so awesome, Harry said excitedly. SOSO. Remy, who seemed a little embarrassed by the compliment, waved his hands. I just know a little more than you do. Professor Lupin and your father are good friends. Harry was stunned. Is it true? Professor Lupin and my father are good friends? Harry asked. Really? Remy nodded affirmatively. Your father, Professor Lupin, and Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew. The 4 of them were influential figures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry back then. They were known as the F4. F4? Is it true? Where did you hear that? Harry asked. You can find out by asking any professor, or even Professor Hagrid. He knows too, Remy said. But I advise you not to learn too much about your father's past. Why? Harry asked immediately. Well, do you like Malfoy? Do you like people like Malfoy? Remy said, after thinking for a while. Harry shook his head without even thinking. No, I don't like people like him at all. I hate people like him very much. Malfoy is a far cry from your father, Remy said. Of course, but my father is, What do you mean? Harry was stunned for a moment, and then frowned and asked, You don't mean to say that my father was... It's just what you think. Remy nodded. At the same time, I can also tell you that Professor Snape was as honest as Neville back then. So he and your father, well, you know. Harry, my father, isn't that bad? Wait, if my father's relationship with Professor Snape was really the same as Malfoy's and Neville's now, or even worse, then Professor Snape is always giving me trouble now. It's a betrayal to my son. This father is really a traitor to his son, isn't he? Looking at Harry, who seemed to understand something, Remy raised the corner of his mouth slightly and decided to add fuel to the fire. You know, Harry, if you were a girl, Professor Snape would definitely take good care of you, just because you have the same eyes as your mother, said Remy. Why? You don't mean to say that Professor Snape did that to my mother. The more Harry spoke, the lower his voice became, and the wider his eyes became. I have to say, his eyes are really beautiful. Of course, they're still slightly inferior to Remy's. Remy patted Harry's shoulder and said, If you want to improve Professor Snape's attitude towards you, since we are friends, I will help you with this, no matter how difficult it is. Harry rolled his eyes and slapped Remy's hand away. No, thank you. I'm quite happy with my current situation. Don't be so absolute. Life is unpredictable. Maybe you will figure out one day, Remy said. After shaking his head vigorously, Harry quickly changed the subject and talked about the F4, including his father. However, Remy couldn't remember the details, so Remy suggested that Harry go directly to ask Professor McGonagall. After lunch, Remy had a nice nap. When he woke up, the sunny sky started raining again. It was dark outside, and Remy was so scared that he thought he had overslept. However, after checking the time, he realized that he had only slept for an hour, and there were still nearly 2 hours left before the afternoon class. With nothing to do, Remy went to his laboratory to continue working. First, open the window to ventilate, listen to the sound of wind and rain, and then start up several machines in the corner. After turning on the machines and letting them automatically produce the Witcher auto chess, Remy came to the workbench, took out a pen and paper, and fell into deep thought, occasionally writing down some ideas on paper. He was thinking about all matters related to the Wizard auto chess competition, from the way to enter the competition to the competition process to the competition rewards, thinking about it bit by bit and improving it bit by bit. The first thing to think about is naturally the competition rewards, which can be given directly in galleons. And the rewards don't need to be too much. 1,000 galleons is enough for first place, 600 galleons for second place, 300 galleons for third place, 200 galleons for fourth to sixth place, 100 galleons for 7th to 10th place, 50 galleons for 11th to 20th place, and 10 galleons for 21st to 30th place. The top 3 will receive an extra trophy, and the top 10 will receive an extra medal. Perfect. Such generous rewards, plus rewards for the top 30, should motivate everyone to participate. Once everyone buys my Wizard auto chess, I can continue to make money by selling chess piece skins. After enjoying the beautiful future, Remy continued to conceive the rest of the content. The essence of holding a competition is to promote not only the product of Wizard auto chess, but also Remy himself and the store. So naturally, the more contestants, the better. I can provide the auto chess for the competition myself. In this way, the competition process can be divided into auditions, preliminary rounds, and reselections, until 8 people are selected for the final. The longer the competition is, the better. It would be best if it could last for half a year. This way, the competition would maintain its popularity and give the contestants enough time to improve their skills, making the competition more enjoyable to watch. Remy thought silently. He didn't want to see 8 noobs fighting each other in the finals. If that happened, his Witcher auto chess would become a joke. The auditions can be more entertaining, but the finals must be competitive enough. The promotion rules are based on the points. The first place in each game gets 8 points, and the last place gets 1 point. Each person plays 5 games per round. This will not only prolong the game cycle and make it more fair, but also provide me with enough data for me to make secret changes, to optimize the balance between the chess pieces. Oh, and we can also add a resurrection match to allow those who are slow to learn but quickly improve their chess skills to make a comeback. TSK. If we can get a few dark horses out, it will definitely be a hot topic. There are also competition broadcasts. The auditions don't matter, but the semifinals and finals must be broadcast live on the entire big screen outside the store. Oh, and ideas pop up and are recorded, and rules are added to make the event more formal. Squeezing out the last bit of inspiration, Remy checked the time, picked up his textbook, and headed to the potions classroom for class. I entered the classroom on time, and Professor Snape was already there. Just as Remy was about to say hello to Professor Snape suddenly spoke first. Remy Barrett, step into the classroom with your left foot first, and Hufflepuff Academy will deduct 50 points. Remy, deducting points for entering the classroom with your left foot first? You don't want to act anymore, right? But I haven't messed with Snape recently, right? Didn't I help Snape find a real murderer who caused Lily's death? Why didn't he think of repaying the favor, but instead turn around and pick a fight with me? With all kinds of doubts, Remy even forgot to argue with Professor Snape and walked into the classroom silently. As soon as I sat down, an extremely discordant voice came from the side. Remy, it's all your fault. Remy frowned. Why blame me? Sean, I didn't do anything wrong. Can you blame me for this? You made me lose a sicko. Why don't I blame you? Sean said with his eyes wide open. Remy, what's going on? When did I make you lose money again? What's wrong with you today? Are you looking for trouble with me? Just when Remy was confused, Sean gave an explanation. Where's your former ruthlessness? In first grade, you even dared to point at Snape's nose and scold him. Why are you so cowardly now? Go fight him, Sean said with a look of disappointment. Remy, you bastards are not betting on my reaction, are you? That's right, Remy, F***K him, said another classmate next to him. You think Hufflepuff got too much? Remy asked. How is that possible? Sean said. But even if more points are deducted, we'll still be last, and there's not much room for improvement. That's right. What's the big deal if they deduct more points? Can they make our school the second to last? Whatever, as long as he didn't deliberately deduct points, it doesn't matter. If he deliberately finds fault and causes points to be deducted, he can treat everyone to a good meal, and everyone will forgive him. Yes, but it has to be made by hand, and it has to be delicious and receive unanimous praise from everyone. Well, Remy was completely dumbfounded. He had been to 3 colleges in 3 years, but this was the first time he encountered such a casual college. For a moment, he really couldn't accept it. Excuse me for asking, what should I do if my cooking skills are not good enough to make delicious food? Remy asked. Easy, Sean patted Remy's shoulder. We have plenty of patience. We can wait for you to improve your cooking skills. Sean, Remy, Robert, David, for disrupting class order, each of you will be deducted 5 points. The sudden sound of deduction made everyone quiet down. Then some shrugged their shoulders, some rolled their eyes, and some flipped through their books, but no one seemed to take the deduction seriously. Remy was shocked by this atmosphere, and even felt a little embarrassed. I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. I know a little bit about cooking, and the food shouldn't kill you. Remy whispered. Sean's eyes lit up. You said it. No one forced you to do that. Yes, I said that. Remy nodded and said, but does anyone know why Professor Snape was so against me just now? The school has just started, and I didn't offend him. You don't know. Sean was stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly became strange. Then why didn't you do it to him just now? I thought you didn't do it because you felt guilty. Why should I feel guilty? What do I have to feel guilty about? Remy asked puzzledly. The last class was between Slytherin and Gryffindor. During class, Professor Snape found fault with Harry and deducted 2 points from him. As a result, Harry stood up and asked Professor Snape if he was targeting him because he had failed in his pursuit of his mother. I heard that Professor Snape's face was almost as black as ink at that time. Sean said gossipingly with an indescribable smile on his face. But at this moment, Remy's expression was similar to what he described Snape's expression as. That has nothing to do with me? Shouldn't he deduct points from Harry? Why deduct points from me? Remy asked with a dark face. He had already guessed the answer in his mind, but he felt that he still had to verify it just in case. Are you pretending to be confused, or do you really not know? Sean asked. Then Professor Snape deducted 100 points from Harry and asked him where he heard the rumor. Maybe because too many points were deducted, Harry got a little carried away. You know, Gryffindor is not like us. They take the house points very seriously. So he dumped you and said he heard it from you. Remy, MMP, I have a sentence MMP that I have to say whether I should say it or not. And I have already said it. You idiot. I told you about Professor Snape's dark history because I hoped you could understand him, but you actually went to kiss his face, especially in front of so many classmates. Just one word, disgusting. I only say this in private. Judging from your expression, it must be true. Be careful. Professor Snape has sharp ears and has already heard and noticed your expression. He will definitely give you another. Sean, Remy, for disrupting the class. Hufflepuff Academy will deduct 100 points. Points deducted. Sean shrugged. You really don't take it seriously? I've been deducted 150 points. No, it's 155 points. More points than Harry deducted. Remy said, gritting his teeth. Who made you the initiator of the rumor? Isn't it normal for you to be deducted more points as the culprit? Sean said. After glancing at Professor Snape, Sean leaned closer to Remy and lowered his voice to continue asking. Tell us in detail about Professor Snape after class. Remy, isn't your heart a little too big? After having so many points deducted, you still have the time to listen to gossip? If this happened in Gryffindor House, not only would they not listen to my gossip after class, they would probably tie me to a cross and burn me after class. They're all students of the same school. So why is there such a big difference just because they belong to different colleges? Just when Remy was at a loss for words about Sister Chi, Robert, who was sitting opposite Remy, suddenly spoke, and his voice was quite loud. Remy, just tell me now. Don't worry, I just calculated that Professor Snape only has 20 points left to be deducted this year. So, just tell me. At most, he will be deducted another 20 points, which is no big deal. I'll take it. Robert patted his chest and said generously. As he finished speaking, the entire classroom, including the Ravenclaw students, first looked at Robert, then looked at Professor Snape, whose gloomy expression almost blended into his black hair, and finally looked at Remy. In their eyes, there was nothing but gossip and curiosity. Remy was frightened by being suddenly stared at by so many people. He didn't dare to look at Professor Snape at all, for fear of being killed by his eye attack. At the same time, Remy couldn't help but curse Robert in his heart for being unreliable. Even though Professor Snape cannot deduct points, he is a professor and the head of Slytherin House. He is a senior executive of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If he wants to punish a student, how could the only method he has be to deduct points? You are too naive. After thinking it over again and again, Remy decided, I would rather die than let my friend die. Whatever the reason is, since you, Harry, sold me out first, don't blame me for returning the favor. I don't know what you are talking about. I have been completely wronged. I know nothing, and I have never said anything. Harry, and I'm not familiar with him. I have never heard of Harry, Remy said seriously. Perhaps knowing that Professor Snape could no longer deduct points, both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students in the classroom showed their true selves. There was a lot of booing at the scene, and some people even raised their middle fingers to Remy to express their highest respect for Remy and their dissatisfaction with their gossipy hearts not being satisfied. Quiet, Snape said coldly with a sullen face. I think I need to remind you that the points I deducted today have not been summarized. In fact, I only need to summarize the bonus and deductions to Headmaster Dumbledore before the end of the House Cup at the end of the school year. In other words, I can change whose points are deducted and how many points are deducted at any time. This remark successfully silenced the students, and Professor Snape continued with the class. The class was quiet and orderly after that, as if nothing had happened before, except for Professor Snape, who still had a sullen face. But after class, they instantly returned to their previous state and even became worse. A large group of people surrounded Remy, with 3 layers of people inside and outside. Some people even stood on the table and poked their heads over to Remy with a gossipy look on their faces to ask questions. But since he said in class that he didn't know about the rumors, Remy doesn't plan to go back on his words now. He told Harry that he didn't intend to cause trouble for Professor Snape, so he certainly wouldn't cause trouble for Snape now just because of the house points that no one cared about. If Hufflepuff's classmates cared about their house scores, Remy might have satisfied their curiosity to appease them, but unfortunately they didn't care, and Remy didn't need to appease them. They can only blame themselves. Remy insisted that he didn't know, and after asking for a long time without success, everyone gave up. Hufflepuff's classmates turned to ask Remy what delicious food they were going to make in the evening. It's a secret for now. You guys can look forward to it. Maybe it's not suitable for your taste, but I guarantee you have never eaten it before. Remy said mysteriously. Just brag. We have eaten everything. Selena can cook French food. Sean said. There is more than just French food in the world. I'll go back and prepare something. See you in the kitchen at 9 o'clock this evening. Remy patted Sean on the shoulder and said, prepare more ingredients. You lost so many points today. You should at least make enough for 10 people. No problem. Not to mention 10 servings. 50 servings are no problem. You said it. I'm going to get some help. Go ahead, shout more. Eating is all about the atmosphere. A lively atmosphere makes eating more enjoyable. Okay, just because of what you said, if we don't call all the students in the academy here, it means that there is no qualified foodie in our Hufflepuff Academy. Saying goodbye to Sean with a smile, Remy first went to the kitchen to ask the house elf for some ingredients, and then returned to the laboratory to start preparing for the evening dinner. The reason why he had to do it in the laboratory was because there were many things he had not found, and he could only use alchemy to change the properties of some ingredients to create the flavors he remembered. When was the last time I cooked? 5 years ago. I think I made fried rice with egg. It's so rare for me to cook, and I don't know how bad my cooking skills have become. Remy sighed and looked at the Huxia kitchen knife in his hand with mixed feelings. He hasn't held a sword for so long that he almost forgot that he was once swordsman who dreamed of traveling the world with a sword. Let's prepare some hot pot base first. If the other dishes don't taste good, let them eat shabu shabu hot pot. I'm so smart. With a chuckle, Remy officially began to prepare the hot pot base. Normally, preparing hot pot base is a very troublesome task, but it is very simple for Remy. He only needs to find the raw materials in his memory. As for the taste, he can use alchemy to adjust it slowly later. If Remy wasn't afraid of scaring them, he could even make hot pot base out of a piece of stone. One clear soup, one slightly spicy, one milk soup, one medium spicy, one super spicy, one seafood. Would you like another spicy crayfish flavor? After hesitating for a long time, Remy decided not to try those messy flavors to avoid bringing shame to Wuxia cuisine. After preparing the hot pot base, Remy relaxed and started to prepare other ingredients. Remy didn't have many kinds of ingredients and even fewer spices, but with the help of alchemy, he could modify the ingredients as he pleased. For this purpose, Remy specially asked the house elf for a large basket of potatoes. Potatoes are used as the raw material, so even if they are modified and eaten, no food safety accidents will occur. At most, they will not have much nutritional value. From appearance to taste, from flavor to texture, everything can be modified. After working for more than 2 hours to prepare all the necessary ingredients, Remy brought all the materials and a large number of crucibles purchased when he first entered school to the kitchen to officially start cooking. The first thing to be completed was naturally the hot pot. With the hot pot base and side dishes prepared in advance, and the house elves using magic to help heat it up, 10 pots of cauldron hot pot were on the table in less than 5 minutes. There is a small brazier under each crucible that keeps heating it. Waves of tempting aroma keep coming out, making everyone who smells it salivate faster. What is this? Let me guess. This soup is definitely not for drinking, said a Hufflepuff classmate who arrived early, looking at the plates of side dishes that the house elves had just placed on the table. That's right, but there's no reward, and you can only stand here and drool while waiting for others to come, said Remy. Tisk, do you think I'm stupid? Can I just go and call someone over right now? With a chuckle, he turned around and ran away without a trace. After a while, he came back with 2 people from the dormitory. The 10 people were divided into 2 groups and stood around the 2 crucibles. They picked their favorite side dishes and put them into the pots to cook without any instruction. But after they were cooked, they were in trouble. Remy, give me a bigger spoon. How can I eat otherwise? Someone shouted. This dish is not drunk with the soup. It is eaten by dipping it in the hot pot. Only the vegetables that are cooked in the hot pot are eaten, Remy explained. Oh, then give us 2 colanders, said the man. Remy was stunned for a moment, and reluctantly let the house elf provide them with a colander. But what can you do with a colander? Even if they held the colander directly, it would be inconvenient for them to put the overcooked ingredients into their mouths. Not to mention that they still used the colander to scoop them into the plate and then used a knife and fork. Remy was very happy to see that each of them had more difficulty eating than the other. Damn, who gave you chopsticks, but you didn't use them, and you made a mess all over the table. They were already eating hot pot outside, and although it wasn't going too smoothly, they still tried their best to overcome it. These guys used transfiguration to turn the chopsticks on the table into tweezers. Although it's a bit crazy and not very convenient, it does work. They were eating enthusiastically. After being busy in the kitchen for half an hour, Remy decided to order takeout. Ahem, that was of course impossible. It was impossible to order takeout, and there was no place to order takeout in the wizarding world, but Remy, who had recognized his cooking skills through practice, gave up cooking high-end dishes and only made a few home-cooked dishes. Dishes like fried rice with egg, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 3 vegetarian dishes, and shredded potatoes with vinegar are all the most common ways. Remy felt that the taste was okay, but the classmates didn't know whether they had never eaten this kind of food before or were just being polite. They all said that the taste was very good. When Remy finished work and came out to eat with everyone, when Remy picked up the chopsticks to fry the meat, they suddenly realized the function of the small branches, and one by one, they followed Remy's example and used chopsticks. But chopsticks are not so easy to learn, especially for first-timers. Even though Remy has been patiently teaching them, no one has really mastered it until everyone is full. There are a few people who use it, and it looks like it works, but it's just that, at best, it can only pick up large objects like meat slices and vegetables, but it has no chance of picking up vermicelli or the like. After dinner, Remy taught them how to use chopsticks during the break, and they agreed to have another meal together on the weekend to eat hot pot. In the next few days, Harry seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Even when Remy went to his dormitory to look for him several times, he was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he was hiding from Remy out of guilt. After searching for Harry for the third time without success, Remy gave up on finding him and instead focused his energy back on studying and his own affairs. Professor Lupin is a good professor. Although he does not teach much interesting magic, he brings many evil, magical creatures for students to practice. These are all magical creatures that are not very harmful, but each has its own difficulties, allowing students to experience the diversity of the magical world. After a few classes, Remy felt that Professor Lupin could work together with Professor Hagrid, with Professor Hagrid introducing how to live in harmony with those magical creatures, and then Professor Lupin would teach students how to deal with those magical creatures. But it's just a thought. Professor Hagrid would most likely not agree. He loves magical creatures so much that he is crazy about them, even to the point that it is unbelievable. To be honest, Remy didn't like Professor Hagrid's magical creature protection class, because every time Remy attended the class, he felt like he was listening to a lecture by an animal protection activist. Professor Hagrid never tires of repeating over and over again how cute, good, and friendly those magical creatures are, and rarely mentions their dangers and the harm they may cause. Remy always felt that if things continued like this, a teaching accident would happen sooner or later, and that day didn't come long before. On the afternoon of the day, when Remy finished his animal protection class, it was said that when it was the turn of Slytherin and Gryffindor houses, the stitched hippogriff, which had a long name and served as a teaching prop, went out of control. Someone was injured, and the victim was Malfoy, whose father was a school director. Remy was not surprised at all, nor did he think that this was the result of some world's corrective force. When he was teaching, the hippogriff was not subject to any restrictions. However, Professor Hagrid required all the students to salute the hippogriff one by one in order to gain its recognition and become friends with it. It would be strange if sparks didn't fly between such a proud animal that always required people to salute it first and met Malfoy, who advocated pure blood and aristocraticism, without any restraint. After knowing this, Remy did nothing and didn't pay much attention to it. In Remy's opinion, it would be a good thing if Hagrid could recognize his mistake because of this incident and change himself to become a truly qualified professor. And if Hagrid doesn't realize that his identity has changed and can't adapt to his new identity as a professor, then so be it. There are many truths that cannot be understood simply by knowing them. Without experiencing them, one can never truly understand them, especially for a stubborn person like Hagrid. Unless he wakes up himself, no matter what others say, it will be of no use. More than half a month passed in a flash. After Remy perfected the competition process and rules, he found Principal Dumbledore and formally proposed the plan to hold the competition to him. Headmaster Dumbledore was also very interested in wizard auto chess and even bought a set at his own expense. Therefore, Headmaster Dumbledore agreed to Remy's plan to hold a competition without much thought, and even suggested that he could ask the professors to help promote it. However, Headmaster Dumbledore obviously underestimated Remy. Less than an hour after he agreed to hold the competition at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, promotional posters were pasted all over the dormitory doors and walls of the common rooms of the 4 major colleges, ensuring that every student could see them. There was even a registration point and plenty of flyers at the entrance of each college dormitory. Those in charge of the registration were students from Hufflepuff College, who had been bribed by Remy. No, to be exact, Remy was convinced by them. Hufflepuff College was too obscure in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After constant persuasion from his classmates, Remy finally agreed to name the first wizard auto chess competition Remy's Aid and Hufflepuff College Cup. Simply by adding the name of Hufflepuff Academy to the event, a large number of volunteers were attracted, and the students of Hufflepuff Academy gained unprecedented attention. Both parties were very satisfied, and it was a win-win situation. The registration period lasted for a week. Because there was no threshold for registration, all students, even Mr. Filch, signed up to join in the fun. When the final list of contestants was being counted and divided into groups, Remy also saw Harry, who had been elusive for a long time. He didn't know whether he was just joining in the fun or really going to participate. Remy is very happy that the first event has been successfully turned into a super event with the participation of the whole nation. At the same time, he is also more concerned to prevent any unsuccessful follow-up. After arranging the groups by drawing lots, Remy asked the volunteers of Hufflepuff Academy to announce the audition groups, the location and time of the competition to the whole school. The venue is in the Hogwarts Great Hall, and the time is every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 p.m. At this time, everyone has already eaten and is bored. Wouldn't it be great to watch a game or participate in a game in person? Why don't you start yet? Is it time? Where are the people? Isn't it going to be canceled? What the hell? I'm going to win a championship. Go away. You're such a lousy chess player, and you still want to win the championship? I didn't even say I wanted to win the championship. Come on, you're not much better than him. You talk like you're so great, but who was that person last night begging you to please let me get into the top 4? What do you know? This is called tactics. Showing weakness to the enemy, understand? Then you made a comeback. Didn't you get eliminated in 6th place? Bang. The sudden explosion startled everyone, but when they saw the fireworks blooming over the auditorium, everyone became excited again. Here it comes. It's finally about to begin. I'm so hungry and ready to kill. Bang, bang, bang. As the fireworks rose into the sky, the images of chess pieces appeared in the air, vivid and lifelike. Behind the chess pieces was a huge chessboard, and then more fireworks rose into the sky. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the chess pieces that emerged from the fireworks actually started to play chess on the huge chessboard. The little wizards were all stunned, yet more excited at the same time. The fireworks lasted for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, cold fireworks shot out from the platform at the end of the hall, startling the people around them. At the same time, Remy, Headmaster Dumbledore, and the deans of the 4 major colleges made a brilliant appearance. Remy is at the front, in the absolute center position. Welcome, everyone, to the first Remy's Aid and Hufflepuff Academy Cup Wizards Auto Chess Tournament jointly organized by Remy's Aid Store and Hufflepuff Academy. After speaking a long paragraph in one breath, Remy paused. The person who was arranged in advance in the crowd immediately took the lead in applauding, and in a blink of an eye, he led everyone to applaud and cheer together. With a satisfied smile, Remy stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air before continuing, I'm glad that everyone likes the game I invented. After making a witty remark to liven up the atmosphere, Remy continued his speech. I won't talk about any irrelevant nonsense. Let's just talk about the rules. You should already know the group list for the competition. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll tell you later. Now, everyone please move away from the table and come to the aisle. Okay. After waiting for a while, seeing that the crowd had gathered in the aisle, Remy snapped his fingers and a series of barriers suddenly appeared in the area in front of the long table. They were similar to the anti-cheating barriers in the examination room, but they were more temporary, without even a gap, and each one was like a sealed telephone booth. Each one has a number on it. These were all made in advance by Remy and transferred using the transfer spell. In order to prevent cheating, and also to prevent anyone from making noise and affecting the contestants' performance, all contestants will have to enter the cubicle to compete, Remy explained. Then how can we watch the game? Two, who was arranged in the crowd, asked immediately. Don't worry about this, because... Bang! He snapped his fingers again, and screens suddenly appeared between the 4 long tables. At first glance, they looked very much like the layout of computers in an internet cafe. You can watch the game on the screen later. You can also see the real-time status of the contestants on the screen. You can also vote for your favorite chess player. I will provide an extra mysterious reward for the chess player with the most votes. Remy explained. You can watch 4 games at the same time through this screen, and you can also click to enlarge one of the games to see it more clearly. Now, please take your seats and listen to Headmaster Dumbledore's words. After saying that, Remy led the applause, and the students also took their seats while clapping, while staring at the screen in front of them curiously. Then I'll say a few words. Headmaster Dumbledore stepped forward and said, then suddenly winked playfully. The game officially begins. Not to mention other students. Even Remy was confused by Headmaster Dumbledore's speech. Instead, it was Thor in the crowd who reacted first and led the applause. Remy came to his senses and quickly joined in the applause. After the applause died down, Remy stepped forward again. Since Headmaster Dumbledore has said so, please invite Vice Headmaster McGonagall to announce the names and numbers of today's contestants. Please enter the corresponding number competition area and prepare to start the competition. Oh, by the way, paper and pens are provided in the competition area. Food and water are also provided in both the competition area and the spectator area, but toilets are not provided. If you need them, please solve your physiological problems within 10 minutes after Vice Principal McGonagall announces the list. It successfully triggered a wave of laughter. The professional MC, Professor McGonagall, walked up with a piece of parchment, cleared his throat, and began to read out the list of contestants and their corresponding numbers. Every time Professor McGonagall read out a name, there would be applause from the audience, especially the applause from their own college, which was very similar to the scene when they first arrived at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When all the contestants were in place and confirmed that no one had any physiological problems to solve, Remy immediately announced the official start of the competition. Rows of screens lit up at the same time. Plates of snacks suddenly appeared, along with cups of drinks. But at this moment, neither snacks nor drinks could attract the little wizards. They were all attracted by the screen, and each of them pointed at the screen curiously. This kind of trendy stuff, let alone them, even if it was brought to the Muggle world, it wouldn't just be curiosity, it would definitely cause an uproar. This is an invention ahead of its time. 30 years ahead. If you add live broadcast and picture quality, it will be 50 years ahead. The only problem is that the operating system is a bit laggy. It has no operating system and can only be used to broadcast matches. It was specially customized by Remy for this match. They were given 2 minutes to study. As Remy announced the official start of the game, fireworks rose into the sky again. At the same time, all the Wizard Auto Chess games provided by Remy in the compartment were automatically turned on and connected to the pre-designed local area network. There is no longer only the image of the chess player on the screen in front of each person. 4 chessboards appear on the screen in front of each person, and a 30-second countdown appears on each chessboard. As the countdown continued to get smaller, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. Until the countdown reached 0 and the chessboard lit up, everyone cheered and scrambled to switch views back and forth to check each player's opening situation. Some people nodded secretly, some instantly started talking king mode and commented on the good or bad chess players' openings with people around them, and some people with more flexible minds walked around with boxes in their arms, asking if anyone wanted to place a bet. That's right, the last thing we're talking about is the Weasley twins. Remy does not plan to participate in the auto chess competition. He is only interested in the blossoming in the second half of the year. Ahem. The new activities in the second half of the year that are being prepared. However, in order to fulfill his agreement with Ronald, Remy designed an exhibition match during the competition involving the winner of the competition, the 4 major deans, Headmaster Dumbledore, and himself, a total of 8 people. As for whether Ronald can qualify to play with them, it depends on his ability and luck. The Wizard Auto Chess still requires a lot of luck. Whether the chosen lineup is defeated by the opponent, whether useful chess pieces can be refreshed after each round, and whether the random opponent in each round is strong or weak all depend on luck. Remy casually took a look at the races chosen by the contestants. There were 32 people in the 4 groups playing all kinds of races, except for goblins, which surprised Remy a little. Really? Goblins are the race I've put the most effort into, but no one is playing with goblin technology. They'll be invincible in the later stages. After looking around again in silence, Remy discovered that almost everyone was playing a race that was strong in the early stages or had good special effects, such as werewolves and Vila. Vila is also a late-stage race in Remy's design, and needs to be matched with 1 or 2 meat shields like giants to exert its true strength. As for the werewolf race, it is an early mid-stage race, and its strength is the last in the late stage. But the number of people who used werewolves was the largest. Among the 32 people, there were 6 who played werewolves, which was almost 1/5. "Who do you think will win?" asked Headmaster Dumbledore. "It's hard to say. When noobs are fighting each other, anything is possible. Experts may be eliminated early. The gameplay ideas of high-end and low-end games are completely different. If half of the people in a game have high-end ideas, the final winner will definitely be among those 4 people. But if there is only one person in a game who has high-end ideas, he will most likely be eliminated first." Remy said, "Oh, I see. No wonder I'm often eliminated first when I play." Headmaster Dumbledore said happily. Professor McGonagall next to him rolled his eyes after hearing this, and thought to himself that you are not what Remy said at all. You are just a rookie. With the messy lineup you play in every game, you will be eliminated first no matter what game you are in. After silently complaining about Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall continued to carefully watch and learn from the contestants' playing methods. She knew about the exhibition match, and they would have to compete with the champion in front of all the students. Dumbledore, as the headmaster, can no longer be relied upon. The reputation of the professorial group must be supported by her, and she must not embarrass herself. The other 3 deans were in a similar situation, all paying close attention to the competition. After 1 round of competition, there will be a 10-minute break, and then the second round will begin. There will be a total of 5 rounds. After 5 rounds of competition, 21st place winners emerged, but no one of them won the first place 3 times, which shows that their levels are indeed equal. After the results of the competition were announced, it was theoretically curfew time, and a group of people returned to the dormitory in a crowd, excitedly discussing the previous competition along the way. Headmaster Dumbledore was very pleased with the lively scene, and was even more pleased that Remy restored the hall's decoration by himself after the game, without causing any trouble to others. After greeting several professors, Remy returned to the dormitory to rest. Today's first competition was very successful. Not only did it arouse the students' enthusiasm, but the average level of the first batch of contestants did not scare the contestants behind them. It was perfect. This is undoubtedly the best outcome for Remy, the organizer. As the organizer of the competition, Remy is not afraid of noobs winning awards. He is just afraid that the winners will be better than the last, so good that others will be discouraged. In the following period of time, Remy continued to carry out the competition step by step, keeping the heat of the competition going. When all the auditions were over and the official elimination rounds began, the heat of the competition reached a new height. The official knockout rounds are obviously more entertaining than the previous ones, and there are many eye-catching moves in almost every game. Remy was more concerned about the match between Harry and his 2 teammates and Luna. Ronald played steadily, and even though he didn't have any outstanding performances, he ranked very high and was consistently in the top 4 in every game. Harry has made many brilliant moves, but his performance has fluctuated greatly. He has taken first place, but he has also been eliminated first. Hermione and Ronald had similar points, but Hermione was not as stable as Ronald, and her overall ranking kept fluctuating. However, Luna's way of playing surprised Remy. She was the first one to use some of the supermodel chess pieces that Remy deliberately designed as tools. Most players use supermodel pieces as the core and tailor a unique lineup for them. Some people even played with an all-supermodel lineup, but ended up getting beaten. But Luna is not like that. She neither gives those supermodel chess pieces racial bonds nor professional bonds to them. She almost treats them as individual tools and integrates them into her own lineup. If the lineup lacks output, get an over-the-top output piece. If the lineup lacks meat shield, get an over-the-top meat shield. Moreover, the lineups she played were very varied, Unlike most of the contestants who spent some time at the beginning and then used the same 2 or 3 fixed lineups over and over again in the middle of the game, Luna should be able to advance to the finals if her luck isn't too bad. Ronald should also be fine. As for Harry and Hermione, it's a little uncertain. After taking a look at the voting on the screen, Remy added another vote in addition to the popularity vote at the request of his classmates, voting for the candidate they think is most likely to win. Among them, Ronald and Luna were both at the top, and those who rank higher than them were all from higher grades. After today's competition, we will select the top 24 players. Then we will select 8 players through the revival match. When we have 32 players, we will be divided into 4 groups to compete. Half of the top 32 will be eliminated, and the remaining 16 will be divided into 2 groups for the semifinals. Finally, 8 people will be selected to compete for the top 8 spots, and the 8 eliminated will compete for the remaining 2 spots in the top 10. First, the competition for the last 2 spots will take place, and then the competition for the top 8 spots will take place. Perfect. While silently calculating in his mind, Remy was also paying attention to the competition to understand these people's tactics. In the end, he will also have to participate in the competition. If he, the founder of Wizard Auto Chess, is eliminated first, how can he hold his head up in school from now on? Although as the founder, he already knows the game very well, when it comes to games, the players are always the ones who are powerful, not the designers. Unless it's cheating. Should I also use a cheat? It should be more hidden, and if I adjust the probability a little, no one should notice it, right? Or give myself a guarantee? Thinking of this, Remy's mouth curled up wildly. Although it is not good to use cheats in games, especially in competitive games, but it does make you stronger after using it. With my status, even if I don't cheat, I will definitely be suspected of cheating as long as I win. Rather than letting them make mistakes, I might as well cheat directly so that they don't violate the 3 precepts of greed, ignorance, and anger. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm not using a cheat. I'm using a merit machine. Once you understand something, you can understand 100 things. After Remy figured it out successfully, he prepared a cheat for himself that night. There is no need to open it too high. Just add a minimum guarantee during the chess piece refresh after each round to balance the uncertain luck factor. Remy believed that with his level, and as long as his luck was not too bad, he would have no problem defeating Principal Dumbledore. The final match was scheduled for the weekend, which was probably the busiest weekend at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. All the students gathered in the auditorium to watch the match, with discussions and cheers ringing in the air. I don't know whether I should say that Harry benefited from the Son of the Plains. His chess skills were obviously not very good, and he was about to be eliminated. However, in the last few games, he had a burst of luck and continuously refreshed the chess pieces he needed. In the end, he successfully made it to the finals. However, Hermione, a truly skilled chess player, was eliminated, and she was eliminated by Harry. Harry was ranked 8th, and she was ranked 9th. She did win first place in the competition for 9th and 10th place, but it was too late. Even if she won first place, she would still be 9th place. None of the contestants vying for the top 8 spots were freshmen, and all the freshmen were tragically wiped out, with no one spared. There's a second-grade student named Luna who is favored by Remy and many classmates. There are 2 third-year students, Harry and Ronald. Both of them are favorites to win the championship, and Harry is the biggest dark horse. Many people are waiting to see if he can have another burst of luck. There are also 2 fourth-year students, one from Ravenclaw House and the other from Slytherin House. There are still 2 fifth-year students, one from Gryffindor House and one from Hufflepuff House. A 6th-year student from Slytherin House. The 7th grade class also failed miserably, probably because they were focusing too much on exams and future jobs. After all, it's just a game competition. Even if the rewards are generous, it's just for fun. Compared with the major events in life, it's not worth mentioning at all. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the weekend, all contestants had rested and the final officially began. Ronald's start was still as steady as an old dog. He still used his favorite fairy, and he was lucky enough to complete the bond in the 6th round and trigger the fairy's money-stealing racial talent. Remy was a little confused about Harry's start. It seemed like he had two lineups and was going to play whichever one came out first. But in the end, he didn't come up with either one. Luna started as a werewolf, one of the strongest races in the early and middle stages, and killed a group of people right at the start. This made Remy feel very interesting, because Luna's name means moon goddess. It is not known whether she chose werewolves simply because she valued the strength of werewolves or out of personal preference. Remy thinks the latter is more likely. After all, although werewolves are one of the strongest races in the early and middle stages, they're not the only one. The finals were still played over 5 rounds, and the final ranking was based on the points. When the game entered the 3rd round, Harry, who was ranked last in points, suddenly made a strong effort and drew key pieces in several consecutive rounds to make a direct counterattack. This really excited the audience, and the cheers were getting louder and louder. When Harry won the first place in the 3rd game, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. Apart from cursing in his heart, Remy could only sigh that the Son of the Plains was worthy of being the Son of the Plains, and his luck was indeed outrageous. But unfortunately, this game is not a game of pure luck, and luck will not always favor a person. After winning first place in the 4th game, when almost all the audience were shouting Harry's name in the 5th game, Harry's luck left him. At the most critical moment, he didn't refresh a single useful chess piece for 4 consecutive rounds and was eliminated on the spot. Harry used his own personal experience to prove a truth: the law of conservation of luck. Harry, who was the first to leave the competition area, was not only depressed but even a little manic. However, he soon came to his senses and started to cheer for Ronald. Ronald was as steady as ever, but after 5 games his total points were not first or even second. He was only 1 point behind the 2nd place, and the 2nd place was also only 1 point behind the 1st place. The 1st place is Luna from Ravenclaw Academy. Ronald was so depressed because he lost the chess game and lost to a girl younger than him. Zhao, the werewolves are still strong. Remy doesn't even know how to balance the werewolves. Ronald said sourly. Who said it wasn't true? I just lost too much mana to the werewolves before, otherwise I wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. Harry said, forget it. Your lineup in the last game was indeed a bit outrageous. It was not until the 10th round that you just put together 1 bond, while I had already put together 3 sets of bonds by that time. Ronald said. Harry's face turned awkward. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I had bad luck in the last round. Yeah, this game involved a lot of luck. Otherwise, I would definitely win. Hey, what lineup do you think Remy will use later? Ronald asked. Werewolves, right? Werewolves are indeed very strong. Or giants. Not to mention that giants are naturally nemesis of werewolves. They should be stronger than all other races in the midterm. Harry said, feeling a little depressed. In his last game, he was killed so badly by the werewolves in the previous round, so he wanted to switch to the giant, but he couldn't refresh it no matter what. And finally, he ended up being the last one and was eliminated. The giant cannot be refreshed in the first 3 rounds, and the chance of it appearing in the first 10 rounds is not high either. As a designer, Remy must know this, and it is impossible for him to use the giant at the beginning. Ronald said, What? No giants can be refreshed in the first 3 rounds? Are you sure? Harry asked with wide eyes. Ronald was speechless and thought to himself, how did you make it to the finals if you don't even know this basic common sense? Just as he was about to give Harry a thorough scientific lecture, Professor McGonagall suddenly called Harry's name. It turned out that the awards ceremony had already begun while they were chatting. After everyone had received their awards, Headmaster Dumbledore personally presented awards to the top 3 and said a few words of encouragement to each of them. When all the winners received their awards, the layout on the platform in front of the auditorium suddenly changed. The original long table disappeared, replaced by a huge octagonal table. When everyone saw this table, they immediately understood that the exhibition match was about to begin. As the Headmaster Dumbledore was naturally the first to take his seat, followed by Deputy Headmaster McGonagall, then the other 3 deans, and finally Remy and Luna. When everyone was seated, Remy was completely stunned. How come this sweetness is missing 1 person? Why only 7? Shouldn't it be 8? Oh, when I was counting the president, vice presidents, and deans of the 4 colleges, I accidentally counted Professor McGonagall twice, even though he has 2 titles. Remy suddenly realized what was happening, and his brain raced to find a remedy. Now everyone's eyes are on him. How about letting the most popular one make up the number? Oh, the most popular one is Luna. Sorry to bother you. Because of her strong strength and the fact that she created a new way of playing, coupled with her outstanding appearance and temperament, Luna successfully counterattacked and became the number 1 on the popularity list last week. Let the second place make up the number? But it was agreed before that only the first place winner would participate in the exhibition match. Changing the words now is no different from exposing oneself. After much thought, Remy set his sights on Harry, who is now ranked 2nd on the popularity list due to his previous Dark Horse performance and his own fame. Originally, I had planned to have the number 1 on the popularity list participate in the exhibition match, but I didn't expect everyone's vision to be so accurate, and the number 1 on the popularity list turned out to be the overall champion. Remy stood up again and said with a smile, "But we can't play without one person. How about this? Who's the second most popular person? Come over and play with us." As Remy finished his words, everyone looked towards the Gryffindor seats, towards Harry. Ronald on the side was so jealous that his eyes turned green. But there was no way. Although he was good at chess, his image was not outstanding, and he was not a celebrity before. This led to his low ranking on the popularity list, and it would never be his turn no matter how many times he played. Even if we used the strength ranking, it would not be his turn. He is 3rd, not 2nd. Pa pa pa, with Headmaster Dumbledore leading the applause. Everyone applauded and welcomed Harry to the stage. Harry, not knowing whether he was shy or excited, blushed as he trotted up to the stage, greeted the deans and the headmaster, and then sat down in his seat. There was only one empty spot left. The positions were very particular, with Headmaster Dumbledore sitting in the main seat, with Remy and Luna on either side of him, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape on Remy's right, and Harry on Professor Snape's right. To Harry's right were Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, and to Professor Sprout's right was Luna. This forms a circle. However, the table is very large, and it is not easy to easily check other people's lineups. Besides, there is no need for a tilted helmet. The chessboard itself has the function of checking the lineups of players in the same game. After waiting for a while until Harry's expression eased a little, Headmaster Dumbledore asked everyone a few questions and then announced the official start of the competition. The Witcher Auto Chess is a modified version of the auto chess game that Remy remembered, with some changes and some retentions. The Witcher Auto Chess has deleted numerous equipments, which not only makes it easier to update them in a gradual manner in the future, but also greatly reduces the difficulty of getting started and facilitates promotion. However, the wild monster mechanism is retained. The first 3 rounds are all about fighting wild monsters, and then every 3 rounds, the person fighting 1 round of wild monsters will increase the player's gaming experience. At the same time, the boss mechanism is also retained. A boss appears every 10 rounds, each one stronger than the last. The boss in the 30th round is very difficult, and the boss in the 50th round is absolutely impossible for the player to defeat. These settings ensure that the duration of a single round will not be too long. It can also increase the player's gaming experience. Before the first round, there are 2 gold coins that can be used to buy chess pieces. The moment Remy opened the store, his eyes lit up. Wow, I'm really lucky. It seems I don't need to cheat to win. Remy thought as he looked at the 2 goblin chess pieces in the store. The 2 goblins are unique. One is a goblin warrior and the other is a goblin thrower. Each costs 1 gold coin. They are very weak and can only fight wild monsters. They will definitely be crushed if they encounter other chess pieces. However, there is a hidden setting in this game. The chess pieces with the largest number of races and professions owned by the chess player will have an increased refresh probability, and the minimum trigger condition is 2. 2 goblins were refreshed in the first round to gain a probability bonus, which was a great start. He decisively decided to buy 2 goblins, and the audience went wild instantly. Why did Remy choose a goblin? Are goblins strong? Why do I remember them being weak? I've played with it, and it's pretty strong, but it's very difficult to shape. Yeah, I almost got it done once, but I got eliminated. Maybe he just picked a random one because the race he wanted wasn't refreshed yet? Anyway, a goblin worth 1 gold is also worth 1 gold, so he won't lose money. How was that possible? Why not choose the goblins over the werewolves? Maybe he doesn't want to play werewolf? If he doesn't want to play werewolf, what kind of werewolf should he choose? It's also very powerful for transition. Amid the discussions among the crowd, the first round had ended and all members passed without any injuries. In fact, you can pass it without any damage as long as you play normally, unless you don't buy chess pieces. However, in order to reduce the difficulty of getting started and the difficulty of production, Remy did not set up a gold coin subsidy for losing streak, so no one would lose on purpose out of idleness. Remy's luck was bad when buying chess pieces in the second round. He didn't get the chess pieces he wanted despite the probability bonus. But it didn't matter. In the second round, he could only put 2 chess pieces on the board. He already had 2, so it didn't matter whether he bought them or not. Seeing that Remy didn't buy anything in the second round and didn't even buy a giant chess piece, the people below were in an uproar again, and Remy could hear the loud discussions clearly. But Remy didn't care. Instead, he calmly checked other people's starts. The deans of the 4 major colleges started the game fairly well, with relatively strong opening pieces. It was obvious that they must have studied Wizard Auto Chess carefully, or at least watched the game carefully. Harry and Luna are similar. Both have at least 1 strong piece in the early stages. So far, it is unclear what lineup they are planning to play, as these pieces can be used as transitions. However, Headmaster Dumbledore's start was a bit strange. He actually bought a goblin as well, which made Remy very suspicious whether Dumbledore wanted to copy his lineup. Are you thinking you're playing chess with a village old man using the chess app on your phone? This game isn't so easy to copy the lineup. While collecting intelligence, the second round of the game ended and Remy still didn't buy anything. But after the third game, when everyone's player level was still level 3 and they were about to play against other players in the next game, Remy used the saved gold coins to upgrade his player level by 1 level and bought a giant tank chess piece and a human warrior to form a warrior bond, and the giant was a blue chess piece. When Remy put the chess piece on the battlefield, the 4th round began, and his opponent was Headmaster Dumbledore. 2 goblins worth 1 gold coin and a centaur worth 2 gold coins. Looking at this combination, Remy raised his head and smiled kindly at the confused Headmaster Dumbledore. I let you copy my lineup, and now something bad happened, right? Remy happily clicked on the chessboard to receive the winner's gold coin reward. He looked at the store and was happy again. A blue goblin captain had actually appeared. The goblin team leader is also a warrior, so he can replace the previous human warrior. This will not affect the warrior bond, but also bring together 3 different goblins to unlock the goblin bond. The bond of the goblins is the technology tree. 3 goblins can activate the first bond, the Iron Age. At the moment of activation, the goblins will be transformed into iron weapons and iron armor, with significant improvements in offense and defense. Now they have reached a medium level in offense and defense, and are only lacking in skills, but they attack very fast. At this moment, they cannot be considered to have undergone a qualitative change, and their overall strength is of medium to lower level. But when the 5 bonds are gathered together and they enter the era of firearms, they will enter the first echelon. And if they can unlock 7 bonds and enter the era of heavy firearms, they will instantly become a T0 team of kitchen knives. It's just that it's a bit difficult. There are only 7 different goblin chess pieces in total, and they are a combination of 2 white, 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 gold. Even if you can get them all, it's not easy to upgrade them. It just so happens that the core of this race is the white goblin thrower and the golden goblin heavy gunner. The white goblin thrower must be upgraded to 3 stars to be able to exert its strength, and the golden goblin heavy gunner also needs 2 stars to truly show its strength. It's pretty good that I have both the warrior and goblin bonds now. Next, I'll see if I can upgrade the goblin thrower to 3 stars as soon as possible. It would be great if Principal Dumbledore didn't mess things up. Remy thought. The number of chess pieces is fixed. Now, with Principal Dumbledore competing with him for the Goblin lineup, it will become very difficult, even if he has the probability bonus provided by racial bonds. And the longer he delays, the harder it will be to complete his lineup. While I was thinking about it, the second match began. In the second match, Remy played against Professor Sprout. Now we can see some clues about the lineup she played. In this game, everyone's chess player level had reached level 4, and they could field 4 chess pieces. She seemed to be preparing to play a meat shield style, as she didn't have any racial bonds, but she put 4 guard-class chess pieces on the field, including a giant, 2 humans, and a fairy. Even though he designed the chess piece image, Remy still couldn't help laughing every time he saw the fairy guard pushing the safe as a shield. The Guardian class is very strong in the early stages, being both tanky and having strong output, but it can only be defeated when facing Remy's double bond lineup. In the early stages of the game, the output capabilities of warriors and shooters are much higher than those of mages, and the tankiness of warriors is second only to that of guards. Facing the output of Remy's blue giant warriors who have activated the warrior bond, Sprout's guards simply can't stand it. After winning another game, the shop did not refresh the chess pieces Remy needed. Remy bought nothing again and was sanctioned in the third match. In the third round, he faced Professor Snape, who had a lot of luck. Only 3 rounds had passed, and he had only opened the shop 4 times, but he had managed to collect a 2-star human guard and a 2-star blue human wizard. Not only is he a 2-star blue mage, he's also a poisoner who's good at group attacks. The Poison Master is the core of the poison team. Although the damage he deals is not high, the damage he deals is true damage that ignores defense, and it is a group attack. Of course, it also has obvious shortcomings. That is, it is very fragile and will be killed instantly after encountering an assassin, and its attack speed is very slow. The poison team deals continuous damage, and the longer it drags on, the more obvious the advantage will be. Remy's lineup currently has no ability to break through the defensive positions of 2 1-star guards and 1 2-star guard, and can only watch his pieces being poisoned to death bit by bit. A player with bad luck can't go far. When I refresh the Goblin Assassin, I will let your Poison Master know what it means to be covered with wounds all over the ground. With 2 hums, Remy received the loser's gold coin reward, then opened the store and his eyes suddenly lit up. As he said, the Goblin Assassin really appeared. Not just a Goblin Assassin, but a white Goblin Thrower. After 4 rounds, the Goblins have gathered 4 people. After taking a look at the player level, he found that he still needed 5 experience points to upgrade to level 5, and the next game would be a battle against wild monsters. Remy bought 2 chess pieces and chose not to upgrade the player level first. After defeating the wild monsters, Remy quickly upgraded his chess player level and put the Goblin Assassin into battle. Then he opened the store and waved his fist excitedly. Another Goblin Thrower. Goblin Thrower can be 2 stars. Just after upgrading his star, Remy's joy reached a new level when he saw his next opponent. It was Professor Snape again. This time, God is supporting me in avenging my previous humiliation. Let's do it. As the countdown ended, Remy's second duel with Professor Snape officially began. Professor Snape's lineup had not changed at all from before, except for 2 temporarily useless pieces in the preparation area. On Remy's side, not only has the Goblin Thrower been upgraded to 2 stars, but he has also added another person, who is a special person to restrain the squishy ranged assassin. At the beginning of the game, as soon as the front rows of both sides faced each other, Remy's Goblin Assassin drilled into the ground and came out from behind the poisoner. This is not a skill, but a special effect of the assassin's movement. However, most chess pieces just jump over when they move, and only a few chess pieces have this targeted movement effect. The Goblin Assassin's skill is Backstab, which is a passive skill. It can be triggered as long as the enemy is not attacked head-on. Once triggered, it will increase the attack power, critical hit rate, and critical hit damage. It can be called a magical skill for a basic attack assassin. However, once facing the enemy, you will become a muggle without any skills. It can be said that risks and benefits coexist. Professor Snape did not arrange guards to protect the poisoner. At the same time, perhaps in order to allow the poisoner to kill people faster, he placed the poisoner closer to the front. This allowed the goblin assassin to appear behind the poison master smoothly. The short goblin assassin swung the shiny little dagger in his hand and stabbed forward, each dagger hitting the poisoner's anus. From time to time, he would hit 1 or 2 red critical hits as if drawing blood. The poison master ignored him and only wanted to attack the goblin warrior in front of him. In less than 5 seconds, the poison master wailed and shattered into rubble. The goblin assassin swung the small dagger in his hand and changed his target to a human guard behind him and started stabbing happily again. After the battle ended with victory, Remy looked up at Professor Snape and found that Professor Snape's face was as dark as if he had just fought in person. The battle continued, and Remy then fought with Harry and Luna once again and won both times. Remy has been keeping an eye on other people's lineups. Of all the lineups, only Headmaster Dumbledore's lineup makes him unsure. Headmaster Dumbledore changed the lineup to the warrior team. I don't know why a great wizard like him would play with the warrior team, but one has to say that his luck was very good, as he had gathered 3 2-star fighters, one of which was a blue 2-star with a group attack skill, which made Remy tremble with fear. Remy's 1-star assassin couldn't beat any of those 3 warriors. Even if the blue 2-star warrior only needed to use a skill, his little assassin would be dead. But Remy was lucky. He didn't run into Headmaster Dumbledore again until the 10th round when he defeated the boss. By the time the first boss was defeated, Remy had collected 3 2-stars and upgraded his Big Meat Shield Blue Giant Warrior to 2 stars, and also added a purple Vila Mage chess piece Phantom. Phantom skill can charm the opponent's chess piece with the highest attack power. During the duration of the charm, that chess piece will attack its own target. It's a pity that skills cannot be used during the charm period. However, it can interrupt the skills currently being used by the charm target, which is a perfect counter to Principal Dumbledore's trump card. It can use the Hurricane Swordsman, who can perform a Whirlwind Slash. So when it met Principal Dumbledore in the 13th round, the Hurricane Warrior was interrupted by Remy's Phantom just as it used its skill and started to spin. Trapped in the gentle arms of the man, it could only sadly swing its sword and tearfully take down its teammates. After the authorities were over, Remy's luck exploded again, and he successfully refreshed the purple Goblin Heavy Crossbowman. At the same time, he also upgraded the Goblin Warrior to 2 stars. He also had 2 Goblin Assassins, and only 1 more was needed to upgrade them to 2 stars. The situation was set, and Remy won battle after battle, steadily strengthening his team. While Remy was fighting fiercely here, the spectators watching the fight over there noticed something was wrong. That's not right. Why doesn't Remy use the gold coins to refresh? What's the point of keeping them? Yeah, I've saved so many gold coins. Why did it only refresh a few times? This is weird. Remy's chess player level is 2 levels higher than others. Logically, he should have spent a lot of gold coins to upgrade his chess player level. But how can he still have so many gold coins? Oh, right. Even if we don't refresh the store, it's impossible to save so many gold coins, right? Do you guys feel that? Remy adds a lot of gold coins in each game. Oh my god, it's true. Does it mean that if you save gold coins but don't use them, you can still get interest? Shit, this isn't mentioned at all in the game rules. There are hidden settings, I love it. F***K it. Geneva, give me your money back. Too babyish. How could they deliberately hide such an important setting? Give me back. Noticing the noise from the audience, Remy curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself, this is not a rule I added. Who can I blame if you didn't notice it before? Every time you play, you can't wait to refresh the entire lineup in the first 10 rounds, and you never have more than 10 gold coins on hand. How can you blame me for not discovering this hidden rule because of your lack of patience? Besides, this hidden rule is not something that no one has discovered. It's just that people have kept it hidden and not spoken out. Thinking of this, Remy glanced at Ronald and several other students without leaving a trace. The few people Remy glanced at were all people who had saved money in previous competitions, and they should have discovered this hidden rule. It's a pity that they were not able to make good use of the interest earned from saving to realize compound interest, but were instead dragged down by their early saving behavior. Especially Ronald. Remy wanted to laugh when he saw his depressed look. In the previous finals, he always saved up to $30 and stopped there. After a few rounds of interest, he spent it all. It seemed like he wanted to save money, but was afraid of being discovered, just like a married woman who was keeping a secret stash of money. The competition continued, and the first person to be eliminated was somewhat beyond Remy's expectations. It was Professor Flitwick. The mage lineup he played was obviously pretty good, but he was eliminated first. Next was Professor Sprout, and then Professor McGonagall was also eliminated. On the contrary, Headmaster Dumbledore, who had a messy lineup at the beginning, still had a high mana value, second only to Remy. Later, Harry's mixed Wolfhorse team suffered Professor Snape's poison punishment and was eliminated. But Professor Snape did not hold on for long. He was chopped down by Principal Dumbledore's explosive attack team, which reduced his mana to 15 drops in one wave, and he died on the spot. There were only 3 people left on the field: Remy, Headmaster Dumbledore, and Luna. Remy plays the Goblin Technology team. The lineup has been formed, and all members are equipped with heavy weapons. Even the Goblin Assassin has returned from further studies in Syria and is carrying explosives. If they encounter Principal Dumbledore's Cleaver team, all his chess pieces can be evaporated in an instant. And this time, Luna actually transformed into a Vila Mage team midway through the game. A 2-star Golden Gem Giant King stood at the front of the lineup like a mountain, and the remaining 8 pieces were all long-handed pieces that were deployed in a scattered manner to ensure that the team would not be wiped out in one wave. Through the Vila Bond, all the Mage-class chess pieces can release a skill at the beginning of the game. The Phantom chess piece can also control Remy's only Goblin Assassin, who can cut the back row at the beginning of the game, which is a perfect counter to Remy's lineup. However, her lineup could not withstand the fierce attack of Principal Dumbledore's team. Principal Dumbledore's team was also scattered, and they were able to successfully cut into her back row every time. Moreover, the Warriors panel plus the defense provided by the Warrior Bond could ensure that they would not be killed instantly. The 3 of them formed a circle: Remy, Headmaster Dumbledore, Cluna, and Luna, Remy. It just so happened that Remy and Headmaster Dumbledore had faced off several times in the previous rounds, which resulted in Headmaster Dumbledore's chess player mana being much less than Luna's. Oh, if I had known, I would have made some moves earlier. Now I'm screwed. Once Headmaster Dumbledore is eliminated, I'll be beaten to a pulp. With a wry smile, Remy looked at the store and the remaining money and hesitated, wondering whether to activate the plugin he had set up before. Up to now, he has not used any plugins, but if he activates the plugins now, his remaining 60 gold coins will be enough to upgrade all the remaining chess pieces to 3 stars. Once all are upgraded to 3 stars, and by adjusting the positions with the advantage of the panel, I will definitely be able to compete with Luna. But after thinking about it for a few seconds, Remy gave up. There is no sense of accomplishment in winning a girl by cheating. Besides, there are so many people watching now. If his luck suddenly explodes at the last critical moment, he will be scolded to death by the audience, even if he wins. After playing the last game honestly, Remy stood up and led the applause as he watched his chess pieces evaporate again in an instant. The entire auditorium was filled with deafening applause and shouts. "Congratulations, you won." In response to the congratulations, Luna smiled faintly and followed Remy to the stage to accept the audience's applause together with the professors. This was a wonderful game. Everyone played very well, and everyone had a brilliant performance, even the one who was eliminated first, especially Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape. No one expected that Principal Dumbledore, who had a terrible start, could actually turn his fate around and persevere to the end. I believe that after tonight, there will be another discussion at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, discussing the true strength of Principal Dumbledore and whether he could have won the final victory if Principal Dumbledore had not played around at the beginning. The unconventional poison team lineup played by Professor Snape was even more eye-catching. The lineup he played was quite different from the poison teams that had appeared in previous games. His lineup brought the role of the poisoner to the extreme and could be said to have created a new lineup. It was also quite strong, but it was easy to be targeted. Remy has heard many people discussing how to further improve it, to improve it into an ultimate torture flow that is not so easy to be targeted, and strive to make every round a bladder game to torture other players to death. After waiting for a while until the discussions and cheers died down, Remy walked to the front and put his hands together to signal everyone to be quiet. To be honest, today was a little beyond my expectations. I thought I could easily win the championship, especially after seeing several players who found that saving money had interest were eliminated, said Remy. After getting official certification from Remy, confirming that this hidden rule really exists, the audience immediately exclaimed and discussed. After waiting a little while, until they were quiet again, Remy continued. But I didn't expect that the founder of Wizard Auto Chess, would lose, and lose so miserably. Luna, you are amazing. Amid the thunderous applause, Luna smiled faintly. I thought I could easily win the championship at first, so I didn't set any rewards for this exhibition match. But now that I've lost, it would seem a bit stingy of me if I don't give a little reward to the person who beat me, the founder. Hearing Remy say this, the audience first burst into laughter and then became excited, much more excited than Luna, as if they were going to receive a prize. How about this, Luna? As a reward for you winning the Founders Tribe, I can grant you a wish. Remy turned to look at Luna and said, any wish will do. Wish? Any wish is okay? Luna's eyes lit up. I want friends, true friends, said Luna. Remy was stunned for a moment. This wish, he can't do it. He couldn't force others to be friends with Luna, and even if he used some means to influence others' minds, that couldn't be considered sincerity. However, just when Remy was stunned, there was a sudden burst of shouting from the audience. They all wanted to be friends with Luna, both men and women. Facing the cheers from the audience, Luna smiled and nodded continuously in response, laughing happily. It seems that you don't need my help to fulfill this wish. You have already fulfilled it yourself. Remy said with a smile. How about changing to another one? Do you want a boyfriend? I can introduce myself to you. Bah, shameless. Luna the fairy is mine. Wait, these two weren't together before. Haha, my chance has come. Luna, I love you. Me. Choose me, I can do it. Don't choose them, choose me. So Remy is single too? Remy, I love you. Oh my God, sister. Even though Remy is handsome, you can't just look at his appearance when choosing a boyfriend. He was caught by the Ministry of Magic. Oh, I don't care. I just like handsome ones. Having accidentally gotten himself into trouble, Remy shook his head and sighed helplessly, thinking that being handsome really does allow one to do whatever he wants. Just as he was indulging himself in self-admiration, Remy was stunned by a gentle touch on his face. Boo! At this moment, the entire auditorium was completely silent, as if time had stopped. No one expected Luna to be so bold that she kissed Remy on her own initiative in front of everyone, in front of the deans of the 4 colleges and the president. Pop. It's great to be young, Headmaster Dumbledore said, while applauding, which immediately attracted the dissatisfied look of Professor McGonagall. Is this the kind of thing that a principal should take the lead in expressing emotion about, in such an occasion? Do you still want the school's atmosphere? However, Headmaster Dumbledore was unaware of it, and following his lead, the others came to their senses and began to applaud. Remy turned his head to look at Luna, and saw that although her face remained calm, her eyes revealed an unconcealable nervousness and anticipation. Without saying a word, Remy held Luna in his arms and slowly lowered his head. Ahem! The sudden familiar cough and sharp gaze did not interrupt Remy's spellcasting, nor did it interrupt the thunderous boos from the audience. This moment belongs to both of them. Using her eyes to stop Harry from applauding, after Remy disappeared in a ball of blue flame, holding Luna, Professor McGonagall immediately stepped forward and severely criticized the incident that had just happened and was detrimental to the school's morale. However, judging from the reactions of the audience, they did not take her words to heart. Instead, many of them had their sweethearts in their eyes. There will probably be many more incidents today that damage the school's morale. On the other side, in a ball of firelight, two people hugging each other tightly appeared on a tree outside the castle. They hugged each other for a long time under the moonlight before slowly separating. They smiled at each other, and neither of them spoke. Sitting on the tree, branch hugging each other, the two admired the bright moon in the sky, the beautiful Hogwarts castle under the moonlight, and each other. The moonlight shone through the leaves and onto their faces, making them a little mottled, allowing them to see each other more clearly from different angles. The breeze blew, making the leaves rustle, playing a unique melody. When the moon, with the help of the breeze, pulled a thick cloud to cover itself, the two people smiled at each other under the moonlight and then hugged each other again, as naturally as if it was supposed to be so. The two did not separate until a red squirrel came from nowhere and jumped onto Remy's shoulder without any sense of romance. The moonlight shone once again, shining on Luna's face, who was slightly out of breath. The blush on her face seemed redder than that of a red squirrel against her fair skin. Remy pinched the red squirrel's neck and lifted it in front of him, then gave it a slap on the head in annoyance. Just as he was about to hit it for the second time, Luna put her hand up to protect its little head and reached out to take the red squirrel and put it on her shoulder. She stood up, stretched out her hands to keep her balance, and walked step by step along the branches into the moonlight. Who sent the brocade letter from the clouds? When the eagle returns, the moon is full in the west building. For a student who has just started a relationship, there is probably nothing more tormenting than a holiday, especially when the winter holiday comes the day after he or she starts dating. Bored Remy could only sit alone in the west suburb tower in the heavy snow, happily eating hot pot. There is no worry that can't be solved by a hot pot meal. If there is, then have two meals. Eating train and singing pot. Life is so sweet and beautiful. Long Johns, stop eating and get up sweetly. That our world needs to have. More love every day. You and I both know that. Let's start here and now. So hold me close. Don't let go of me. I'm bewitched by you, and I want you. Come and hold me now. Remy was singing happily when suddenly a burst of applause interrupted his performance. I used to think love songs were either gentle and melodious or low and sad, or they had to be sung at the top of their lungs. I never thought love songs could be performed so vigorously. It's amazing, Professor Lupin said while applauding. Love song. Harry was stunned. Professor Lupin, are you sure Remy was singing a love song and not a war song? Professor Lupin nodded. Of course I am sure. I also know some Swedish. Swedish? Harry suddenly realized and thought, no wonder I couldn't understand what Remy was singing. That's great, Remy. I didn't expect you could speak Swedish. How many languages do you know? Harry asked. Quite a lot. Depending on the situation, I can also apply for off-field assistance to patch myself up. Shaking his head, Remy played with the microphone in his hand while looking at Professor Lupin with amusement. I didn't expect that Professor Lupin actually knows Swedish. Are you a wolf from the north? Remy asked. Looking into Remy's eyes, Lupin's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he smiled bitterly. You figured out? Professor Lupin asked. When did you figure out? I've seen it a long time ago. Do you want to eat hot pot? As Remy asked, he raised his hand and motioned for the two to sit down. Where his finger pointed, two stone benches were moved over through the transfer spell for the two to sit down. What did you see? What are you talking about? Harry asked puzzledly after sitting down. Don't worry about the details, Harry. What's the matter with you coming to see me? Don't tell me you two were just wandering around with nothing to do and happened to come to me. Remy said. As he spoke, Remy used his superb knife skills and a small device similar to a peeler to cut a large piece of lamb that looked like it was frozen into slices of lamb rolls as thin as cicada wings. The mutton roll fell into the boiling pot, and after just a few rolls, it began to emit a rich, meaty aroma. The aroma made Professor Lupin and Harry swallow their saliva involuntarily. Oh yes, that's right. Professor Lupin taught me a magic specifically for dealing with dementors. I want to ask you for a favor and find a dementor for me to try it out. Don't worry, Professor Lupin said that this magic will only drive away Dementors, not hurt them. Harry said. Remy didn't react after Harry finished speaking, but Professor Lupin next to him was stunned. Harry, you said before that you wanted Remy to help you practice the Patronus charm. Do you want him to help you catch Dementors? No, that's too dangerous. Professor Lupin said. It's okay. It's not dangerous at all. Those Dementors obey Remy's orders, right? Remy, Harry said proudly. If someone didn't know him, they might think he was talking about himself. I can't say it's all of them. There are only a few who take my orders directly. The other Dementors are their subordinates, but they are not my subordinates. The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. Do you understand? Remy asked. It's a bit confusing. Just tell me directly whether you can help me with this. Harry said after thinking for a while. It's not a big deal. Kuju, go and call 2 strong Dementors to come and keep Mr. Potter company. Remy said to Kuju, who was happily eating meat on the shelf beside him. Harry, I was a kid. I didn't understand anything. Cool. It saluted Remy and suddenly stretched out its huge wings, which scared Harry. When the Long Johns fully spread its wings, its huge wingspan even scared Professor Lupin. My goodness, what do you usually feed it? It's grown too big. Professor Lupin exclaimed. It's okay. It can barely lift me now, but it can't carry me to fly. Remy said, and that's only for now. I feel like I've been growing rapidly recently. If it's still like this for a while, I'm afraid it won't even be able to lift me. Lupin, Harry, what a bird. You're too greedy. My Hedwig is probably not even 1/3 of its size. Harry said, but your Hedwig is so pretty. Remy said, I've been wondering whether to change the skin of my Long Johns. It's winter now, and it will look great in photos if I change it to a white skin. You'd better not do that. It would be terrible if you damage your Long Johns. If you want to take pictures, I can lend you Hedwig. Harry quickly dissuaded him. That's not necessary. By the way, I was too busy some time ago and forgot to ask you. Have you found Sirius? Remy asked. Glancing at Professor Lupin beside him, Harry remained silent. Sirius is a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic, and he is likely coming for Harry. It is too dangerous for Harry to face him. Professor Lupin said. Remy frowned when he heard Professor Lupin's words. Didn't Professor Lupin come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in collusion with Headmaster Dumbledore in advance? Peter Pettigrew has been arrested, and the truth of what happened back then has been revealed. Hasn't Headmaster Dumbledore informed Professor Lupin yet? He didn't tell Professor Lupin, and Harry didn't tell him either? Are you doubting Professor Lupin? Or are you worried that Sirius has become a psychopath because he's been locked up in Azkaban for too long? After thinking about it, the more Remy thought about it, the more troublesome it seemed. Just at this moment, with a loud eagle cry, Long Johns came back with 2 Dementors, scaring Professor Lupin so much that he quickly stood up and protected Harry behind him. You guys are really working hard. You guys just practice magic here. I'll go and get Sirius. Remy stood up and said. Harry's eyes lit up. Do you know where Sirius is? I don't know, but it's just finding someone. It's not difficult. After saying that, in front of the shocked gazes of Harry and Professor Lupin, a ball of white light that they were very familiar with appeared around Remy. Patronus charm, Harry exclaimed and was about to ask Remy when he learned it, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The ball of light was seen getting bigger and thinner, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a giant white python that swallowed the sky. No, that's not right. It's not a python. It's a dragon. The kind of Hualong in Chinatown. Deer antlers, lion head, cow ears, crocodile mouth, turtle neck, snake body, fish scales, tiger paws, eagle claws, and goldfish tail. His whole body is filled with divine light, and he is awe-inspiring without even being angry. Looking at the dragon flying in the air, Harry and Professor Lupin were stunned. This feeling, it must be the Patronus charm. But the Patronus charm alone certainly can't do this. It must have been integrated with transfiguration. The only transfiguration that can be performed on oneself without a wand is the animagus. But how is this possible? How is it possible to fuse 2 highest-level magics, or 2 completely unrelated magics? Lupin stared at the dragon in a daze, with shock and confusion in his eyes. He couldn't figure out how Remy did it. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed impossible. There wasn't even the slightest possibility. Especially, Remy is only a third-grade student. A third-year student can be called a genius if he can learn either the Animagus or the Patronus charm, let alone create his own magic. A third-grade student combined two highest-level magics to create a completely new magic. If anyone told others about this, they would definitely think he was crazy. You guys take your time playing here. I'll be back soon. Remy said. The deep voice woke them up like thunder. Harry looked at Remy with great envy and nodded vigorously. That's so cool, Harry said. Be careful. You'd better not hurt him. Oh, are you more worried about me or him? Remy asked. Even Voldemort can't hurt you. I don't think there's any need to worry about your safety, and you look just like the final boss in a movie or TV show now. Harry said, I'm not a villain. Pursing his lips, Remy controlled his body to circle in the air and disappeared in the wind and snow. Harry didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Remy's figure completely disappeared. That's so cool. I must ask Remy to teach me later. I hope I can learn this cool magic. Harry murmured. Professor Lupin forced a smile, but now he's gone. What about these two Dementors? Will they still be obedient? Maybe. Harry blinked. Let me try. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped out from behind Professor Lupin and walked in front of one of the Dementors. Remy asked you to come and practice the Patronus charm with me. You guys understand? Harry asked. The two Dementors looked at each other, then turned their heads to look at Long Johns, who had started eating meat again, and then nodded to Harry. Seeing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, then excitedly ordered the Dementors to stand aside and serve as living targets for him to practice the Patronus charm. The two Dementors were very obedient. They stood wherever they were told and posed however they were told. Professor Lupin, who was watching from the side, was amazed and at the same time even more confused. Who is this Remy? Not only can he invent super high-level magic at such a young age, he can even command Dementors. Not to mention a child, even legendary wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore might not be able to accomplish this, right? And, Harry, why did you say before that even Voldemort couldn't hurt Remy? Could it be that Remy had been attacked by Voldemort before? Professor Lupin asked while Harry was resting. Yes, Remy is a monster. He was able to withstand Voldemort's killing curse head-on without any damage. It was so outrageous that I once doubted whether he was not a human being at all. Harry said, Have you really encountered this? When did it happen? Why have I never heard of it? Professor Lupin continued to ask. 2 years. No, about a year and a half ago, when we were in our first year. Harry said, At that time, Voldemort sneaked in a Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Remy and I told Professor Lupin roughly what happened in the first grade, and the more Professor Lupin listened, the more frightened he became. He was actually the direct disciple of the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. In his first year, he brought a lot of guns to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and took Harry and others with him to shoot at Voldemort with guns. In the end, he even hit Voldemort with a club despite Voldemort's killing curse. Are all the freshmen nowadays so tough? Is it because I haven't been out for so long that I can't keep up with the times? Or is it that Harry is making up stories? But can such a bizarre story really be made up by human imagination? It's bizarre, isn't it? I guess the Ministry of Magic didn't make it public because they thought it was too bizarre, Harry said with emotion. After that, he picked up his wand, adjusted his state, and practiced the Patronus charm on the two targets again. After continuous practice, he can now push the Dementors back a certain distance. Professor Lupin fell into deep thought and began to worry about Sirius. Such a tough and powerful man can even fly. If Remy really finds Sirius, Sirius will not even have the hope of escaping, let alone resisting. I hope Sirius is hiding well enough and nothing will happen. After praying silently, Professor Lupin suddenly noticed that Harry's wand-waving posture was not right. He stood up and walked over to correct Harry when suddenly, accompanied by a gust of wind, a large cloud of snow rushed into the building. Remy is back, And he's not alone. He's back as a dragon, with a human in his giant claws. Sirius Black. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, Professor Lupin still recognized him at the first sight. Subconsciously, Professor Lupin held his wand and protected Harry behind him. Sirius and Remy's claws seemed to recognize Lupin. He had been struggling all the way, but suddenly he stopped. He looked at Lupin and communicated with Professor Lupin frantically with his eyes. However, Professor Lupin kept a straight face until Remy shrank and took Sirius into the tower, until the two Dementors took over and controlled Sirius. He still remained in front of Harry and did not move at all. This made Remy, who had regained his human form, a little confused. He thought of a possibility. Maybe Professor Lupin came to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry not to help Sirius, but to protect Harry. Maybe it wasn't until he found out that Peter Pettigrew was not dead that he realized everything and decided to help Sirius. Harry, do you have anything to say to him? If not, I'll have them take him away. Remy said. Harry. Sirius raised his head suddenly and even wanted to get up, but he couldn't resist at all with two Dementors holding him down. Harry? Are you Harry? James' son? Sirius asked. It's me. Harry nodded emphatically and stepped forward. Just then, a hand suddenly stopped him again. It's Professor Lupin. After all, was this just an act, or did Professor Lupin and Sirius have no previous contact? Looking at Professor Lupin, who stopped Harry, Remy thought silently while eating mutton. After thinking for 5 seconds, the meat was cooked. Forget it. Why should I think so much? I'm not a detective. Isn't it enough to just know that these two people are good people? Ding, ding, ding. Tapping the cauldron, Remy looked at Harry and said, Give me an answer, Harry. Don't just talk. Sirius, you broke out of prison and are coming to find me? I am Harry Potter. Harry asked. Sirius raised his head and looked at Harry lovingly. But just like Harry just now, he just opened his mouth but said nothing. Remy was speechless after watching it. Okay, you guys just take your time here. Putting down his chopsticks, Remy clapped his hands and walked towards the guardrail. Shokun next to him immediately stopped eating and spread his wings. When Remy jumped up on the guardrail, Long John's glided over and stretched out its claws to Remy in time. The next moment, with the cry of an eagle, Remy, along with his autumn trousers, fell into the snow pile with a bang. Jow! You shouldn't have jumped. Remy crawled out of the snow pile, cursing, and went to check the condition of his Long Johns first. Fortunately, it was not injured. It walked around everywhere with its Long Johns on, and its huge body hovered over Remy's head just enough to shield him from some of the wind and snow. I went to the woods and found the red squirrel to see how it was doing. It turned out that there was not only one red squirrel in its nest, but also a much smaller baby squirrel. Remy, who was accidentally fed a mouthful of rat food, immediately cut a piece of wood to block the tree hole to prevent them from catching a cold. Remy, who was sweating all over, pushed the wood into the tree hole with great force, but he felt extremely relaxed both physically and mentally. I have protected 2 little animals today. I am so blessed. I praise Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva. After bowing 3 times, Remy left in a leisurely manner, despite the crazy scratching sounds coming from inside. After leaving the grove, Remy went to visit the lonely old man Hagrid. In a windy and snowy weather, he was alone in his cabin, drinking unconsciously. Fortunately, his house had long been replaced with a stone one. Otherwise, with a strong fire in the room, it would have caught fire long ago. After finally waking Hagrid up and giving him 2 servings of hot pot base, Remy left the cabin and entered the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid would not come to stop him now, not only because it was holiday, but more importantly because his mind was still not clear. When Remy walked out of the cabin and closed the door, he heard a dull thump from inside. He knew without thinking that Hagrid must have fallen down again. After a casual stroll in the Forbidden Forest, Remy came to the main peak of Dragon Nest to visit Deathwing. Grindelwald often came to see it, but today Grindelwald did not come. I don't know if he was staying in the castle to keep warm with Headmaster Dumbledore. When Remy arrived, Deathwing was sleeping with his 4 legs up in the air like a dead pig. Remy kicked him twice but failed to wake him up. He didn't know if he was hibernating. Remy was also kind enough to help it close the door, and having done another good deed, he went to the next location contentedly. This time he was going to be somewhere warmer, underground. The underground world has changed a lot after more than half a year of renovation, but it is still a long way from the finished product that Remy planned at the beginning of the school year. So he has to continue the renovation. Fortunately, he has now mastered wandless casting and the ability to fly. Moving huge rocks is as easy as turning on the creative mode in Minecraft. Remy was busy until 6 o'clock in the evening. He stopped working on time and returned to Hogwarts Castle for dinner. Then he went to the laboratory to work until 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, he returned to the dormitory on time to go to bed. The entire holiday was like this, a regular and hipster lifestyle. A week before the end of the holiday, Harry found Remy and excitedly told Remy that Sirius had been declared not guilty and released. He also said that Sirius hoped to treat Remy to a meal at his home. Since it was during the holidays and wouldn't interfere with anything, Remy agreed. However, when he arrived, he found out that Sirius had invited more than just him. Professor Lupin, Headmaster Dumbledore, and some old members of the Order of the Phoenix were also there. Although it was a little noisy due to the large number of people, the food was indeed delicious and Remy was quite satisfied with it. After the dinner, Remy heard Harry curiously asking Sirius about the Professor of the Defense against the Dark Arts class next year, asking him if he was interested in taking over the position of the Defense against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry next year. This question was asked in front of Professor Lupin, which made Remy very curious about what Professor Lupin was thinking at the time. Was he thinking, isn't this a kind of NTR? Unfortunately, this was just Remy's guess. Professor Lupin himself did not make any statement. Instead, Sirius apologized to Harry after thinking for a few seconds and said that he had no intention of becoming a professor. The reason he gave was that he had spent too long in Azkaban prison, causing his magical skills to decline significantly and making him unqualified to be a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Apart from the small episode of the dinner party, Remy resumed his previous regular life after returning, and each day was both monotonous and fulfilling. Until the end of the holiday, all the students and teachers returned to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the castle became lively again. After the dinner on the first night of school, Remy found Luna, who had returned from vacation, and called her. "Luna, I'll take you to a fun place. Do you want to go?" Remy asked. The classmates around immediately started to make noises. Many of them kept making faces at Remy, and some even whistled, which made Remy roll his eyes in annoyance. Luna, on the other hand, remained calm, smiled and nodded, then followed Remy out of the auditorium. Taking Luna all the way to the laboratory, Remy let Luna enter the door first, and then covered her eyes with his hands. "Close your eyes and don't peek. I have a surprise for you." "Okay, come on, move forward slowly." Remy continued to command Luna to move forward, directing the Luna, who couldn't see the road, to move forward step by step, until she finally walked into the portal and came to another world. Luna continued to move forward without any hesitation or question, following Remy's instructions completely. When they reached the designated position, Remy took a deep breath and slowly released his hands that were covering Luna's eyes, allowing her to slowly open her eyes. All she could see was darkness, which made Luna a little confused. She turned her head and looked at Remy in confusion. "Don't be anxious. Take a closer look now," Remy said softly. Luna turned her head and looked again, only to see tiny dots of starlight slowly appearing in the darkness. Beautiful planets slowly emerged and rotated freely. Meteors streaked across the sky, lighting up the starry sky. There is no need to look up at the starry sky, because they are in it. The starry sky room, starry sky ceiling, and so on are all weak compared to this starry sky. Being in this starry sky, you can not only see beautiful planets, but also the colorful wonders of the universe, and you can see it from a 360-degree angle. You can appreciate the magnificence of supernova explosions, the depth of black holes, the rotation of star rings, and the flow of galaxies. It is like a dream, making people unconsciously indulge in it and linger on. Luna opened her eyes wide and admired the starry sky that was difficult to describe in words. From time to time, she stretched out her hands to catch a planet or moved with them. She chased the light, traveled through the stars, and ran as much as she could. Remy had an idea and raised his hand to summon a planet and pressed it lightly. Suddenly, melodious music sounded in the starry sky. Luna stopped, turned around, and looked at Remy curiously. She watched him hold a planet in his hand and slap it on his body to change into a formal suit. She watched him hold another planet in his hand and bow to her. She ran to Remy with a cheerful step and took the planet. The moment she took the planet, a soft white light emanated from her body. The wizard robe on her body changed rapidly from top to bottom, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a gradient evening dress. It is the paid costume in the game, Secret Starry Sky. She stretched out her hand, and a planet next to her turned into a full-length mirror. Luna immediately turned to look at herself in the mirror, watched Remy pull out the magic wand from her hair, and watched Remy carefully comb her long golden hair. "My dear girl, can I invite you to dance?" Remy asked softly. Luna turned around with a smile on her face, and the two of them held hands, swaying slowly to the melodious music. From the simplest one-star dance to the two-star dance, and from the two-star dance to the three-star dance. When they were dancing to the three-star dance, Remy was already having trouble keeping up. When it came to the four-star dance, Remy was completely flustered and dancing in a panic, causing Luna to burst into laughter like a silver bell. When the background music switched to 5 stars, Remy could only step aside and admire Luna's solo dance in the starry sky. The planets rotated and jumped along with Luna, and some were knocked aside by her. Some planets turned into meteors and flew into the endless space, while others collided with another planet, bursting into brilliant fireworks. Until the last dance song ended, Luna, who was a little tired after dancing all the time, returned to Remy and sat back to back with Remy on the same planet to rest and continue to appreciate the beautiful starry sky. Only after both of their clothes changed back to their previous wizard robes did Remy take Luna out of the starry sky room and onto a minecart. After coming out of such a high-end place, they rode in a very low-end minecart, which really lowered their status. However, neither of them cared, and even Luna was still enthusiastic. We rode all the way to another room. This room is completely different from the previous ones. It is very bright, and the surroundings and the ground are made of sand and stone, which looks a bit rough. The room was not big. There was a glass display cabinet on the wall next to the door, which contained different types of guns and grenades. "I'm planning a shooting competition at school, and here's one of the maps, Pyramid." As he spoke, Remy operated the display cabinet next to him twice, and then picked up the AK-47 that suddenly appeared from the table next to him. "The guns here are all specially made. The bullets they fire will not hurt people. They will just cover them in paint, which will disappear automatically in half an hour." Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 shots in a row to show Luna that what he said was true, Remy took out a necklace from his pocket and then handed the AK-47 to Luna. "And if you wear this necklace, you can remove the paint from your body just by walking out of this room." Remy said, "You can shoot me. I'll show you." Luna nodded, and after a brief exploration, she imitated Remy's previous actions, raised the gun, aimed at Remy, and fired 3 shots. The actual recoil startled her and caused her to only hit Remy with 1 shot. But this was enough for Remy to demonstrate the necklace effect to her. Remy put on the necklace, opened the door, and walked out. When she came back, the green paint on her body had disappeared, but the green paint left by Remy's previous gun test was still on the opposite wall. "How about it? Do you want to play?" Remy asked. "How do we play?" Luna asked. "Of course, we're going to have a competition. Follow me." Watching Remy walk towards the passage ahead, Luna hurried to follow. After walking through an L-shaped passage, the view suddenly opens up. A desert ruin appeared before my eyes, with various building remains made of sand and stone scattered on it, including stone walls, stone pillars, and collapsed walls. They crisscrossed with each other, forming a map that looked very complicated. At the end of the site was a pyramid, and when Luna turned around, she suddenly found that there was also a pyramid behind them. They were just in the pyramid. The difference is that there's a blue flag flying on the pyramid at the end, while there is a red flag flying on the pyramid behind them. The red and blue sides of this map each have a birth point, which is the pyramid behind us. In the official game, both sides will choose weapons and start the game there. And this necklace also has another function, which is to record the hits. It can give different scores based on the locations of the hits. When the score reaches 100, it will automatically start to teleport the wearer to the birth point bound in advance and refresh the paint on that person's body. Remy explained to Luna. In fact, this necklace is equivalent to a shield. Once the attack exceeds the damage limit, it will automatically activate and teleport the person away. Remy just said it was a score to prevent Luna from attacking others because she couldn't accept it, but Remy soon found that he was overthinking it. When he finished explaining to Luna, Luna raised her gun without saying a word and fired a volley of bullets, killing Remy on the spot. Even after being resurrected, Remy was still confused. He found Luna again and explained to her the usage of different firearms and a grenade bag. Remy took out a necklace and helped Luna put it on. He also assisted her in binding the resurrection point to the red side. He then ran to the blue side to rebind the resurrection point. In order to teach Luna better, Remy specially prepared a walkie-talkie headset and bought only a small pistol. Luna, have you bought your weapons? I have already bought them. I will go out to find you now. You better be careful. Looking at the familiar resurrection point, Remy, who should have already walked out of the preparation area, fell silent for a moment. Luna's learning ability seems to be a little too good. I was actually ambushed by a gun novice? How can this be tolerated? This is absolutely intolerable. Holding his breath, Remy used the legendary silent step with the pistol to approach the door step by step. Remy paused at the door, then leaned half of his body out and immediately retracted it. After doing this 3 times and making sure that Luna was not continuing her ambush, Remy carefully stuck out half of his face. Not ambushing me will be your biggest mistake. Next, there will be a massacre. Remy casually twirled the pistol, raised the corners of his mouth to reveal a wicked smile, and walked out of the birth point. Keeping his eyes and ears open, Remy held the pistols in both hands, arms stretched out, and approached a huge rock in front of him little by little. Remy! The sudden sound startled Remy. Before he could turn around, he saw the familiar ceiling again following a burst of dense gunfire. Remy, who led Luna astray? How can my Luna be so stupid? I feel so cold and angry, I want to calm down. After taking deep breaths for a long time, Remy finally managed to calm his inner anxiety. That shouldn't be the case. I clearly didn't teach Luna any of the 6th Master's secrets. So why did Luna change her job to 6th Master? It must be Professor Snape who taught my Luna bad things. When faced with a dilemma about who to blame, Remy learned from Harry and put the blame on Professor Snape. Remy adjusted his mindset and bought a new gun. This time it was still a small pistol, but this time Remy decided to be serious. After buying the gun, Remy went out and, as usual, made 3 feints to make sure there was no one in front of him. He took a deep breath, then lunged forward and rolled over, hiding behind a rock. Bang, bang, bang. He stretched out his hand and fired 3 blind shots towards the door frame. Remy quickly leaned over to look. There was a bulge above the door that was barely big enough for a person to stand on. That place was very suitable for Lao Lu to ambush, but there was no one there at the moment. Did you run away? Pretty smart. Muttering, Remy stood up and moved slowly along a larger stone behind him while listening carefully to the sound of his footsteps. But nothing was heard. Recalling the map, Remy climbed up a half-person-high stone quietly and then climbed up to a larger stone right behind it through this stone. Looking at Luna squatting in the corner on the other side of the stone and staring intently at the front, and then looking at the gun in his hand, Remy hesitated. Isn't it a bit too cruel? Even though you won't get hurt, it wouldn't be good if you get scared. Thinking of this, Remy gave up the sneak attack and instead used a move of justice from the sky. Remy leaped forward, and before Luna could react, he grabbed Luna's right hand to stop her from shooting and held the gun against her neck with the other hand. "This time you lose," Remy said to Luna, who was still in shock. Luna came back to her senses and smiled faintly. In Remy's surprised gaze, she suddenly raised her head and kissed Remy. "Well, is this my reward for winning against you?" Remy asked with some lingering feeling. "No, this is my gift to comfort you," Luna said. "Comfort? Do you mean what happened just now?" "That was me letting you," Remy asked. "I mean this time." "This time?" "This time, wait, in your hand. I'm Chow." Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, Remy saw the familiar ceiling again. At this moment, Remy's head was confused and full of question marks. When did Luna buy the grenade? Why did she buy the grenade? Who taught her to use the face-to-face bomb technique? Is this really the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry instead of the Syrian Suicide Bomber Training Center? That must have been taught by that old Snape. "I'll come after you later." With a sharp spit, Remy walked out of the spawn point without buying any guns. He wanted to talk to Luna and tell her that what she had just done was wrong. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, Remy saw Luna standing behind a stone and looking at him indifferently. On the stone in front of her was a cannon, a Barrett heavy anti-material sniper rifle. Bang! The distance was less than 5 meters, and the gun was placed on a rock, so the bullet hit Remy hard and killed him instantly. Remy returned to the birth point and looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, feeling extremely sad. He was unexpectedly killed in seconds by his own firearms and by Luna's several times in a row. I asked the heaven with tears in my eyes, but I was speechless. "Well, I'll have some fun with you for once." After buying another small pistol and 5 magazines, Remy turned on the rampage mode and rushed forward, moving swiftly as he rushed. Bang! The shot missed, and while Luna was aiming again, Remy raised his gun and pointed it at Luna, emptying the magazine in 2 seconds. With one move, Luna was taken away. Remy replaced the magazine with a new one and continued to rush forward without stopping. He wants to push the battle line forward, at least to the center line, and preferably to the door of the opponent's birth point. After running all the way to the center line, Remy felt that the time was about right, so he hid behind a rock and waited quietly. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching from afar, Remy listened to the sound and got ready. The moment Luna ran past the stone, Remy could almost have put the gun to her. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. 5 consecutive shots sent Luna away again. Want to try out different guns? Looking at the Chicago typewriter that automatically moved back to the display cabinet after leaving the player's hands, Remy nodded thoughtfully. Remy replaced the magazine again and continued to move forward. He only stopped when he reached a stone at the entrance of the birth point. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Remy heard the sound of footsteps and something moved his mind. Here we come. Remy held his breath and was about to attack Luna again, when suddenly he was startled by a sound like the ring of a can being pulled open. SS. Whoosh. SS. Whoosh. Looking at the grenades flying over his head, Remy was speechless. Luna, when did you change your job to a bomber? Can you please wake up? Where has the quiet, intelligent, beautiful, generous, calm, lively, and lovely you gone? Just when Remy was feeling sad, suddenly he felt a pain in his head. Boom! Ouch! After subconsciously covering his head, Remy suddenly realized that something was wrong. What hit my head? What else could hit me on the head at this moment? Just as I figured it out, before Remy could take a step, there was a loud bang and Remy appeared at the birth point again. Grenade cleaning is fine, but it's my fault. I only limited each grenade bag to a maximum of 3 grenades, but forgot to limit the number of grenade bags that can be purchased. But it's not bad. Just treat it as a test to find bugs. Remy took a deep breath. His mentality had changed. He bought a small pistol and charged towards the door again. There's a girl playing with me while testing and finding bugs. Where can I find such a good thing? Pyramids, squares, transport ships, small towns, deserts. After playing several classic FPS battle maps and testing all the guns, Remy took Luna to another larger room. To be precise, it is a piece of space. This place is huge, with mountains, water, forests, and all kinds of strange buildings that are not found in the magical world. A traceless extension spell had been cast here, and magic had been cast on the sky to make it look like the real sky, but in fact this place was still underground. The scenery here is unique, but why build such a place? It's so big, even everyone in the magical world can live here, right? Luna asked puzzledly. This is an amusement park, Remy replied. Amusement park? Right. Remy nodded and pointed to a nearby building. The rooms in the front are used for team games, and this is where the elimination rounds will be held. After the game starts, these buildings will randomly contain various firearms, accessories, bullets, and other supplies that are useful in the battlefield. Players will start the game by boarding a plane that flies across the entire island. Each player will be provided with a flying broom that can be used for a limited time of 3 minutes. During the flight across the island, players can use the flying broom to leave the plane and land on the island at any time. After landing on the island, players can obtain guns from these buildings, fight against other players, and eliminate others. When all others are eliminated, the survivor will be the only winner. Remy briefly introduced the rules of the game to Luna, who listened carefully but became even more confused after hearing it. This place is so big. If I just find a random place to hide, how can others find me? If they can't find me, won't this game continue forever? Luna asked. No, I'm prepared. Remy shook his head confidently and pulled a tablet out of his pocket. You see, the outermost part of the island is surrounded by the Kuroshio. The safe zone is within this white dividing line. As time goes by, the safe zone will become smaller and smaller, and the Kuroshio will gradually cover the island. People in the Kuroshio will continue to be harmed and eventually eliminated. The range of the next safe zone is not fixed, but is randomly refreshed within the range of the previous safe zone, so no one can hide in one place forever. Everyone will eventually be driven together by the black tide and engage in a fierce battle to determine the winner. Luna suddenly realized, it sounds interesting. Is this game a single-player game? It can be played by one person, 2 people, or 5 people. I originally wanted to design it as a 4-person team mode, but considering that the dormitories in our school are all 5-person rooms, I changed it to a 5-person team mode. Remy continued to introduce. Each round has 100 people. The individual battle ends when all other people are eliminated, and the team battle ends when other teams are eliminated. Oh, I forgot to mention that during the game, Voldemort will be randomly dropped into the safe zone by plane. If you kill Voldemort with weapons, you will get the best weapons and armor. Remy said. Luna was stunned. Voldemort? It's just a fake, but he can attack, and his attack power is very high. Unless you have a full set of level 3 armor, you will be eliminated if you're touched by him. But his attack range is not long, and he is not very durable. You can use a sniper rifle to kill him remotely. Remy smiled and said, it can also be regarded as a chance for those who have been scared by the stories of Voldemort since childhood to practice their courage. I see. What can we get after killing Voldemort? Luna asked thoughtfully after fixing her hair. Level 5 bulletproof helmets, level 5 bulletproof vests, 16x scopes that can automatically assist aiming, invisibility cloaks that can hide the body but not the gun, Barrett sniper rifles that can blow up level 3 armor or level 3 helmets with one shot, Gatling guns with infinite bullets at super fast firing rates, nearly invincible bulletproof vehicles, portable anti-tank guns with a 50-meter explosion radius, defensive artifact trigger mines, and so on and so forth. These are all equipment with superb attributes. It can be said that unless there is a group fight or the difference in skill is really outrageous, the only people who can defeat the person who has obtained these super equipment are those who have also obtained super equipment. Remy took the tablet and introduced it to Luna. While introducing it, he called up the properties of the equipment and showed them to her so that she could have a clearer understanding. After reading the properties and evaluations of these super equipment, and then looking at the introductions of other ordinary equipment, Luna immediately came to a conclusion. I feel like you're not giving everyone a chance to test their courage, but guiding them to hunt down Voldemort, Luna said. How could that be? Remy chuckled. I'm only guiding you to be brave enough to shoot Voldemort from a distance of 800 miles. If you chase after Voldemort, he will kill you instantly. Guns, are they really useful against Voldemort? Luna asked. It's useful. Ordinary firearms can cause damage to him, not to mention magic firearms. I mean real magic firearms, not those toy guns you just played with. Remy said, I see. I understand. Luna nodded, her bright eyes staring at Remy, and she said seriously, Remy, you are awesome. This compliment is not so easy to accept. After 2 seconds of silence, Remy came back to his senses and quickly turned his head to reflect on his thoughts. As a good young man, you must never let your thoughts go astray. The island is almost finished. Do you want me to take you to familiarize you with the terrain first? Remy asked, changing the subject. Luna thought about it for a while and shook her head. No, since it's an amusement park, it will be more fun for everyone to play together after it officially opens. Okay, do you want to go shopping some more? Or go back to the dorm now? Remy asked. It must be quite late now, right? As she spoke, Luna yawned and turned to look at the building next to her. Is there a bed in here? Luna asked. Is there a bed in there? Of course, yes. Even if it hadn't before, it had to have it when Luna asked the question. Yes, we have all the furniture and beds you could ever need, even the luxurious configuration of a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, said Remy. Can I stay here for one night? Going back to the dormitory now will disturb them. Luna asked. Certainly. Nodding vigorously, Remy took Luna into the building next door and let Luna choose a room. When they opened the door, the room was empty. But when they entered the room, as Remy waved his hand, the sofa, carpet, coffee table, double bed, curtains, dining table, every piece of furniture appeared. Luna possesses a magical power. Looking at her is like looking at the bright moonlight. It makes people calm down unconsciously, and all the worries and sorrows in their hearts disappear. Coming out of 2 rooms at the same time, the two smiled at each other. Go wash up first, I'll make a pot of tea. Good. Everyone was busy with their own things and took turns washing up. When Remy finished washing up, Luna had already poured 2 cups of tea for him. After drinking a cup of Ermine tea, Remy took Luna away from the island and returned to Hogwarts Castle for breakfast, as naturally as if it was supposed to be so. In the following time, Remy's life became monotonous and regular again. Except for taking some time to accompany Luna every day, the rest of his time was almost spent on improving the construction of the island and arguing with Principal Dumbledore. Remy submitted a plan for a new activity, but this time it was full of difficulties. Principal Dumbledore made many suggestions for rectification of his plan, even denying this activity from the root. Principal Dumbledore thinks that team confrontation games are acceptable, but the setting of a battle royale game where all the players are chased together by the Black Tide and then kill each other is very negative and will teach children bad lessons. No matter how hard Remy tried, he couldn't convince Headmaster Dumbledore to accept it. Remy had no choice but to rack his brains to make changes to the game content without changing the gameplay. Since we can't kill each other, it's okay to save each other, right? So Remy changed the names of the game background and game props. The new game background story is affected by the Black Tide. The Dark Lord plants black demon eggs in the bodies of all players. When the player is in the Black Tide, the black demon eggs will continuously absorb the power of the Black Tide and eventually hatch into black demons to kill the player's consciousness and occupy the player's body. After making up this story, Remy renamed the guns into purifiers, the medicines into suppressants, and the protective gear into suppression helmets and suppression clothing. The purifier cannot be used on himself due to some special reasons that Remy has not yet figured out. So players can only use the purifier to help other players purify the black magic eggs in their bodies. Inhibitors can be used to suppress the hatching speed of black magic eggs. Suppression armor can also inhibit the hatching speed of black magic eggs. With this rhetoric, the game is no longer about killing each other, but about saving each other. But there are many bugs in this argument. For example, if they're saving each other, why do they need to avoid each other after meeting? Why do they need to wear suppressant armor to effect treatment? Why do they need to use suppressants in the safe zone? When Principal Dumbledore asked these questions, Remy explained that because they were saving each other, theoretically, there would be only one person left in the end, and each player was a selfless hero. They all wanted to sacrifice their own lives to save others. This time, the game not only became green, but also its purpose was elevated rapidly, from a coal mine at the bottom of the 18 levels of hell to as high as 3 or 4 floors. Headmaster Dumbledore expressed his reluctant acceptance of Remy's new story, and after haggling over the details for a while, he signed his frighteningly long name on Remy's plan with a wave of his hand. After the project was officially approved, Remy worked overtime to perfect the site layout. This is not difficult for Remy now. He has mastered the art of transfiguration, and it is a basic art that allows him to transform objects at will. In theory, all transfiguration techniques are developed from basic transfiguration techniques. Those transfiguration techniques that can only change into a fixed shape are easier to master than basic transfiguration techniques, and also save more magic power. But what Remy lacks the least is magic. Remy randomly stacks the stone blocks excavated before together and uses basic transfiguration to instantly turn them into a house or a small hill. The infrastructure speed is max. Of course, if the details need to be designed, the construction speed will definitely be slowed down a lot. But it was only slow relative to the speed that did not require details. In fact, Remy completed the editing of the map after a month, and then spent another half a month repairing and renaming various props on the terminal. After everything was ready, Remy wanted to mobilize the students of Hufflepuff College again to help with publicity and warm up. But unexpectedly, Casa, the female student union president of Ravenclaw College, found Remy first and expressed her hope to obtain the naming rights for this event. "Remy, I heard from Luna about the new event you were planning to hold. Our Ravenclaw Academy can help." Casa said. "Hear Luna say that? No wonder. I thought you knew prophecy." Remy said, "But you should know the general content of this event, right? This event has little to do with intelligence. It's all about confrontation, which doesn't quite fit in with Ravenclaw Academy." Kaisha smiled slightly and pushed her glasses. "The students of Ravenclaw Academy are not just good at studying. You should know this, right? You were also a student of Ravenclaw Academy last year. I don't really care which house's name is added to the competition, but are you sure that the students of Ravenclaw Academy would be willing to name their names in such an event?" Remy asked. "I can't think of any reason why they refused." Casa shook her head and suddenly sighed. "For many years, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has always been a competition between Gryffindor and Slytherin for first and second place. Ravenclaw has always been third, and Hufflepuff has always been fourth. In the first half of the year, Hufflepuff became famous because of your activities. You certainly don't know how jealous the students of Ravenclaw felt at that time. Many people even complained about why you didn't hold any activities when you were in Ravenclaw last year. Okay, it's my fault. I'll leave the promotion of this event to you guys," said Remy. "Okay, it's a deal." Kaisa stood up and stretched out her hand to Remy. "Please organize the content of the event and give it to me. I will help you design a perfect promotional plan based on the content of the event." "Okay, I'm aware of the creative ability of Ravenclaw Academy. You have to draw the flyers and the like for me more beautifully," Remy said, holding Cassidon's hand. "Don't worry, Ravenclaw Academy has no shortage of artists. Not only will they draw beautiful pictures for you, but the writing will also definitely satisfy you," said Casa. After receiving Casa's confident reply, Remy immediately handed the plan for Principal Dumbledore to Casa. Casa took a look at it and immediately gave Remy a thumbs up. "Great! It's a pity that you left Ravenclaw Academy. Do you want to come back? I can arrange a separate dormitory for you," Casa said. "A remote dormitory? It would be so boring for me to live alone there. Will you come and take care of me, senior?" Remy asked with a smile. Kaisa was obviously stunned. Then she pushed her glasses with a smile. "Of course the senior sister will take care of the junior brother." After saying that, Casa slightly extended her tongue and licked her lips, her eyes full of meaning. "Oh my God!" Sure enough, the girl with glasses is the most. There was no loud gongs and drums, and no blasts of firecrackers. But when warming up for the new event, the students of Ravenclaw Academy helped Remy prepare several songs that would make people's blood boil at the first hearing. And they were symphonies. Although there were no firecrackers, there were plenty of fireworks. Someone even customized fireworks that looked like various guns, which were continuously set off in the square outside the castle. Registration for the event is in full swing, and this time everyone is still welcome to participate. Remy moved the portal and placed it in an empty room, free for all students to use. At the same time, Remy changed the layout of the underground world, fully opening up the rooms used for team competitions, so that Hogwarts students can invite 3 or 5 friends to play there at any time. The most important island room was isolated by Remy, and a separate portal was set up for it. According to the plan, it would only be open for 2 days on weekends every week, and only when there were 100 people could a game be started. It is very difficult and slow to explore the game by yourself, so Remy has not opened the solo and duo modes at this stage, only the 5-row mode. With 5 players per team, 20 teams can form the necessary number of players to start a game. On the first weekend after the event opened for registration, Remy selected 20 teams, including his own, and led everyone through the portal to the game venue. This game was not a competition, but an ordinary game. Remy planned to hold the real competition at the end of the semester, but now is the time for them to get familiar with the rules of the game first. After passing through the portal, 100 people came to a huge platform together. In the middle of the platform, there was something similar to a vending machine, and in the distance there was a huge airplane. As everyone arrived, a prompt sounded on the platform, and it was Professor McGonagall's voice, which made the curious and chattering little wizards quiet down and follow the voice prompt to line up at the vending machine in the middle of the platform to receive game equipment. A tablet, a pair of glasses, a headset, a camouflage uniform, and a pair of combat boots. The tablet can be used to view maps or to check game help. The glasses can check their own status in real time. The headset can communicate with teammates remotely. Camouflage uniforms and military boots are the most important. They are magic props that can increase the player's physical strength and speed after wearing them. The island is too big. Without their help, most players would probably die in the black tide. At the same time, this set of clothing can also bring the player's physical fitness to almost the same level, making the game as fair as possible. Well, it's just the best we can do. After all, things like myopia, height, weight, and so on cannot be modified for now, and absolute fairness is impossible. According to the voice prompts, everyone first put the clothes on their bodies to complete the disguise. Then, under the voice prompts, they put the tablet into the tactical pocket on their chest and put on the headset. After all the outfits were changed, almost everyone was excitedly trying out the headsets and their new enhanced bodies, jumping and dancing. It was very lively. How cool. I feel like I can run a marathon now. Harry said excitedly. Don't worry, you'll have a chance. Remy said meaningfully. The flight path of the plane has been determined. Where should we jump? Remy. Hermione asked. It's all right. I can dance anywhere. I'm just here to join the fun. Remy said. He came just to play with Luna. There were only 2 of them, and there were exactly 3 people on Harry's side, so the 2 sides formed a team. At first, when Harry suggested forming a team, Remy was reluctant because Hermione was in the team and he was worried about the awkwardness when they met. But then he thought that avoiding it was not a good idea. Some things still had to be faced head-on, so Remy agreed to Harry's proposal to form a team. I think we should start from the very edge. Now no one knows how to play except Remy. If people play randomly, I think even Remy may capsize. Ronald said, I'm more worried that we'll get beaten up. Harry said with a wry smile. Don't worry. The map is huge, said Remy. Harry was comforted by the fact that the reminder also reminded them that it was time to board the plane. This platform is actually floating above the sea outside the island. As the game starts, the platform moves the player and the plane along the outermost stone wall to the designated takeoff position. After all players have boarded the plane and are seated, the plane officially takes off and starts its journey across the island along the predetermined route. Through the window, players can clearly see the sea outside and the islands in the distance, and can also use a tablet to view a more specific location. Almost every team of players was discussing the landing location, but some people were using team voice, and I tuned to the wrong channel and turned on the full voice. When the plane was about to fly to the takeoff and landing point, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded again, reminding everyone to get ready and also reminding them to check their headsets to see if they were using team voice. But after the prompt sounded, there were still quite a few people using the group voice, making a lot of noise. I didn't know whether they were deliberately making trouble or just didn't react. I marked a location as prompted. Can you see it? Can you jump there? Harry said. Remy took out his tablet and took a look and found that Harry had marked the city Z in the upper left corner of the map, which was also the place closest to the jump point. The flight route of this flight is from City Z in the upper left corner to Port Inn in the lower right corner. Look at how impatient the people around you are. If we jump now, there will probably be a lot of people around us, said Remy. Well, forget it. How about jumping to the nuclear power plant on the far right? Scanning from right to left will help me get familiar with the terrain. Ronald said, Okay, start from the periphery and familiarize yourself with the terrain, Harry said. Remy had no objection to this, and Luna didn't raise any objections either, and everyone agreed to go to the nuclear power plant. As the plane arrived at the takeoff point, a large group of people disappeared in an instant. Each of them fell out of the cabin through a hole that suddenly appeared under the seat, holding a flying broom. From a distance, they looked like missiles dropped by a bomber. Because the landing point had been determined, Remy and his companions were not in a hurry. Instead, they waited and observed the remaining people in the cabin. Others were watching them as well, especially Remy. These guys look like they want to snipe me. Smiling slightly, Remy pushed up his glasses and took hold of the broom next to his seat. Remy's move immediately motivated a group of people to move, and almost all the remaining people were ready to go. Seeing that the map showed that they were only 1,500 meters away from the nuclear power plant, Remy nodded to Luna and then turned on the microphone. You can jump now. Target, nuclear power plant. Ding. As the button on the seat was pressed, a bomb well suddenly appeared under Remy's feet, and at the same time the seat disappeared, ensuring that Remy could fall without obstacles. After riding the flying broom in the air, Remy stopped for a moment and waited for Luna and the others to get out of the plane. However, there were more than just 4 of them coming out, at least 4 teams. MMP, there are so many people, I guess I'll have to add a privacy function so that players can't see each other. Remy said, What now? Do we still go to the nuclear power plant? Harry asked. Of course. Follow me closely, let's go down first, get the guns, and then shoot them directly. As he spoke, Remy lowered his broom and rushed towards the ground. The speed of the broomsticks provided in the plane has a uniform upper limit, and the fastest is just that fast, so Remy and his friend were unable to shake off the followers behind them. It doesn't matter if you can't get rid of them, as long as you land before them and get the gun first. Guns and bullets are the most important. When you go down, find the gun first, and then look for protective gear and other things. Remy said, It's not a gun, it's a purifier. Ronald reminded, Whatever, it's just a name. While chatting and controlling the flying brooms, a large group of people flew towards the nuclear power plant. After arriving at the nuclear power plant, Remy noticed that some people moved away a little, as if they were preparing to go to other houses in the area. Hey guys, I thought you guys were here to learn how to play games from me, but it turns out you're here to snipe me. Pursing his lips speechlessly, Remy controlled the flying broom and rushed into the building and flew directly above a gun. Remy braked suddenly to stop the broom, jumped off the broom, and rolled to release the force while grabbing the AK-47 on the ground with one hand and picking up the bullet box next to it with the other hand. When the bullet box is touched to the magazine position of AK-47, the bullet box disappears instantly. At the same time, a rotating circle appears on the magazine, with the words "Reloading" written on it. 2 seconds later, the bullets were loaded and Harry landed just in time, while the others were still in the air rushing over. There's a price to pay for being a follower. With a sneer, Remy raised his gun, aimed at the people in the air, and started shooting. In just a moment, 3 people were seriously injured. I'm so angry. Run. Go somewhere else. This guy is too insidious. Remy, if you have the guts, wait until we go down to fight. That's right, don't launch a sneak attack. You have no moral principles. Amid their shouting and screaming, Remy fired 30 bullets in one breath, causing them to run around in all directions in the air. One team was even wiped out by Remy. Just as Remy was about to go find the next bullet, a small hand holding a box of bullets reached out to Remy. "Here you go, rifle bullets," Luna said. "Okay, you go inside and collect supplies first, and leave this to me." Remy said, "Good." Remy took the bullet and pressed the button on the magazine again. Just as he was about to continue shooting, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out not far away. At the same time, several green dots appeared on the wall next to him. "No, idiot!" Although Remy was mocking arrogantly, his body was very honest and hid in the house. Remy is now in the big house in the middle of the nuclear power plant, which can also be said to be a warehouse. The supplies here are quite good. It was a pity that Remy didn't pick up anything because Harry and the other three had already walked in first. "You four really leave no grass growing wherever you go. How can you not leave even a single hair for me?" Remy complained through voice. Sorry. How are you doing over there? Do you need our help?" Harry asked. "Not for now. I'm planning on ambushing someone. Luna, bring me some rifle bullets," Remy said. In order to make it easier for the young wizards in the magic world to understand, Remy did not classify bullet types according to caliber, but classified bullet types according to the type of firearms. All rifles use the same cartridge, the rifle cartridge. "Got it. Please keep an eye out for the submachine gun bullets for me." "What I picked up now is a submachine gun," Luna said. "I have some submachine gun bullets here," said Harry. Just as Remy was listening to them discussing the situation of supplies, the next moment, something suddenly occurred to him. He heard footsteps right next to him, probably just separated by a wall. Here, judging from the sound, there should be only one person. Perfect. Holding his breath, Remy pointed the gun at the door, ready to shoot at any time. 2 seconds later, a man walked in with an M4 in his hand. Remy pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Da-da-da-da. All 5 bullets hit the target, killing instantly. Remy grinned as he looked at the classmate who had fallen to the ground in such a daze that he even forgot to run away. "You're brave, young man, to come after me without even a bulletproof vest." After saying that, Remy raised his hand and fired 3 more shots, killing him instantly. No, it's to help him completely purify the demon eggs in his body and save him. Eliminating 1 person instantly, Remy walked over, opened the box on the ground, and searched everything inside. Secondary backpack on your back. M4 on the back. 60 rounds of ammunition. Keep them. A grenade. Click. Remy pulled the ring and threw the grenade directly out. With a bang, a team wipe notice popped up in Remy's eyes, and I don't know which unlucky guy was killed in the explosion. "Search faster. That's enough. We have to retreat quickly, otherwise they'll drive away with the car, and we'll be finished," Remy said after taking a look at the map. They were very unlucky. The first safe zone refreshed a little to the left in this round, and they had to run a long distance to enter the safe zone. If they can't find a car, it will be difficult for them to enter the safe zone within the specified time. "I'm almost there. I have a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, a submachine gun, and a shotgun, the same configuration as recommended on the tablet," Ronald said. "I'm almost there. I was going to follow the C-set configuration recommended on the tablet, a rifle and a sniper rifle, but I didn't find a sniper rifle, so I have 2 rifles at the moment," Harry said. "I have a sniper rifle, but I don't have a scope," Hermione said. "I have a quadruple scope," Luna said. "Okay, Luna, come here. We'll go get 2 cars together. The 3 of you go to the upper right corner of the nuclear power plant area and wait for us, and be careful," Remy said. After receiving the reply from his teammates, Remy thought about it again and again, but still did not put on the green level 1 helmet in his hand. This is not a virtual game. Remy doesn't think that a group of young wizards who have just come into contact with guns can hit the target with every shot. After throwing down the green helmet and waiting for a while, when Luna came over, Remy was surprised to find that Luna not only brought him bullets, but also a complete set of level 2 protective gear. The protective gear cannot be put into the backpack, and you can only wear 1 set, but Luna found a bug, and she got it with her hands. There are many more ways to cheat in real life than in games, especially in the magical world. Holding it by hand, it can only be considered a very small bug. This bug is so small that Remy is too lazy to fix it and just regards it as a hidden setting. After changing into the equipment Luna gave him, Remy looked at the gun Luna was carrying. A Thompson submachine gun and an M24 sniper rifle. And the sniper rifle even has a 4-fold scope. Your equipment has already graduated. Just now you said you wanted to give Harry a quadruple scope. Is that too much? Remy asked. Well, I have two, Luna said. I understand. Give it to him later. Let's go find a car first. Remy said. There are many shelters in the nuclear power plant area, and now there is a large group of people here. The top priority is to break out of the encirclement first, rather than wasting time here with those people who don't know how to play. The less skilled a person is at playing, the more he dares to waste time with others at times like this. He or she won't even pay attention to the shrinking time of the poison circle, the black tide circle. Be careful. Follow me about 3 meters behind. Not too close or too far. Remy said, Okay. Luna nodded and picked up the Thompson, ready for battle. After looking outside and making sure that there was no one there, Remy waved to Luna and rushed out of the house first. He did not run along the obstacles, but instead ran in an open area to prevent Lao Lu from hiding behind a cover and launching a sneak attack. Remy was not afraid of others shooting him with guns, because Remy was very confident in their shooting skills. But Remy is still very afraid of sneak attacks, especially close-range sneak attacks with a shotgun. It was not known whether the remaining people were frightened by Remy's killing spree or were too obsessed with collecting supplies, but Remy and Luna actually ran all the way out of the nuclear power plant through the open area very smoothly, and no one shot at them. What made Remy even happier was that there was a Jeep parked on the road next to the nuclear power plant. In the game, the Jeep can seat 4 people, but this is reality, and as long as there is room, you can seat as many people as you want. Remy ran to the Jeep, swung the gun behind his back, then opened the door and entered the cab. Luna, get in the car, this one is enough. Remy said as he opened the passenger door. Okay. Well, Luna got into the car and told Luna how to close the door. With a bang, the door was closed. Remy started the Jeep, did a drift, turned around, and drove towards the north of the nuclear power plant. Remy's route forward is not straight, but curved, almost circular. After taking a short detour, they arrived at the previously agreed location. As soon as Remy came out from behind the slope, he saw 3 furtive figures squatting together. Drops. Da-da-da-da. I'm Chow. Don't shoot. It's me. Remy, I'm here to pick you up. Remy, who was startled by the gunshot, hurriedly explained, and at the same time had a new understanding of Ronald's shooting skills. I was scared to death. Why didn't you tell me in the team voice chat in advance? Ronald complained while changing bullets. Just now, he fired a whole magazine of bullets in one breath, hitting. Well, no more than 3 bullets, and the durability of the Jeep was hardly reduced. True master tracing. Stop complaining and get in the car. I'll take you somewhere else, said Remy. Just as he finished speaking, there were sudden and continuous gunshots in the distance, and at the same time, green dots appeared from time to time on the mound next to the car. But there was nothing abnormal on the car body. It is obvious that the unknown gunman in the distance is not better at shooting than Ronald, and he is also a master of outlining. Although the gunshot missed the car, the sound still startled Harry and the other 2, and they hurriedly got into the car. In other words, all 3 of them have had contact with cars. If they had not had contact with cars before, there would definitely be trouble in an emergency like this. Maybe it was because they saw Harry and the others getting into the car. The gunshots in the distance suddenly became more frequent, and for a moment he was actually hit by 2 bullets. Not daring to stay any longer, Remy stepped on the accelerator and drove to the left without waiting for the car door to be closed. After making a small half circle, he successfully ran behind the dirt slope. The gunfire stopped, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It's so exciting. This activity is so fun. Where are we going next? Harry asked. Go around to the front of the nuclear power plant area near the safe zone, and we will snipe them there. Remy said, Today, except for a few of us, no one will be able to leave the nuclear power plant alive. Sniper? Great. Watch me kill them one by one. Ronald said excitedly. Remy, with the marksmanship you just demonstrated, it would only take a burst of luck to kill a person with 100 shots. They drove all the way to the west side of the nuclear power plant, where there happened to be a few houses that could be used as shelters. Remy was very cunning and drove the car behind the houses, so that even if the other party wanted to destroy their car, they couldn't. Leaving a way out, he let the four of them exchange supplies with each other first, while Remy went into the room alone to search. As soon as Remy entered the door, he saw a VSS sniper rifle lying on the ground. Beautiful. Weapons graduate instantly. He quickly picked up the VSS sniper rifle and replaced the AK-47 behind him. Remy now has a VSS sniper rifle and an M4A1 rifle. He no longer needs to collect weapons deliberately. The VSS sniper rifle is a rapid-fire sniper rifle that can fire continuously. It also comes with a 4-fold scope and a silencer. It has very little recoil. Such a buggy firearm naturally has many disadvantages. Its biggest disadvantage is that the bullet firing rate is relatively slow and the bullet drop is obvious. But these advantages and disadvantages are all from the previous game. In this event, it is the most powerful sniper rifle that can be picked up, no doubt about it, because it is the most suitable weapon to attack the Dark Lord. I'm safe this time, but I don't have enough bullets. I'll ask Luna for some later. She's playing with M24, and 30 rounds of bullets are enough for her to play with for half a day. Remy muttered to himself as he continued to search, and he found 2 bottles of suppressant drinks, energy drinks, and a box of suppressant ointment, bandage. After putting these emergency supplies into his backpack, Remy climbed through the window and ran to another wooden house, where he found a barrel of oil and 2 extended magazines, one for a rifle and one for a sniper rifle. Remy slapped the extended magazine onto the gun to complete the enhancement and took some oil with him in case of emergency, then returned to the loot-sharing meeting site. Originally, he wanted some bullets, but when Remy came back, he was speechless by the pile of accessories scattered on the ground. These people are really good at pretending. You only need 1 set of these accessories. Picking up more will only waste space in your backpack, Remy said, then raised his hand and pointed in the direction of a nuclear power plant. Now it's time to snipe others. Oh, and there are cars. You could try sniping car tires first, just as a way to practice your shooting skills. Sniper car tires? Practicing shooting skills? Harry and his companions' eyes lit up, and they quickly looked for vehicles with their sniper rifles, or even submachine guns. There are 2 advantages to using cars as targets. One is that it can improve your marksmanship, and the other is that it can prevent the enemy from escaping by destroying the car. The only problem is that the gunshot will attract other people's attention. But it didn't matter. The others had noticed them when they were on the plane, so it didn't matter whether they shot or not. The feud between them was like water and fire, and there was no room for easing. Who said this is a knockout match? The winner gets everything. The loser gets nothing. The most important thing when using a sniper rifle is accuracy. Don't think about firing a second shot. Just assume you only have 1 bullet left and only 1 chance to fire. While explaining, Remy lay on the ground and used the VSS's built-in scope to aim at the tire of a 3-wheeled vehicle in the distance. After holding his breath for 2 seconds, Remy fired 3 shots in a row. It was not completely contrary to what he had just taught, but it was completely unrelated. But Remy also had his reasons. He was using a sniper rifle, so wouldn't it be a waste of resources if he didn't shoot continuously? Through the scope, Remy saw that he hit the target with 2 of the 3 bullets he fired, which was a pretty good result. The scope turned, and Remy looked at the minivan that Harry was aiming at. He was still aiming and was not in a hurry to shoot. The camera turns again, and Remy looks at the motorcycle that Luna is aiming at. Just as Remy turned his eyes away, a gunshot rang out, and Remy witnessed with his own eyes the stone next to the motorcycle tire being stained. Luna missed, but she was close. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. After comforting Luna, Remy turned his gun around and continued to destroy the 3-wheeled motorcycle he was aiming at. After using more than 10 bullets to blow up all the tires of the 3-wheeled vehicle, Remy turned the gun around and shot at other cars. One after another, Soon all the cars that could be found were hit by Remy. At least one tire of each car was damaged, and some four-wheeled cars even had two tires damaged by Remy. Not long after the first phase of the mission was completed, Hermione, who was on guard, suddenly spoke up to remind them that someone had come out of the nuclear power plant and even marked a point with a tablet. The marks on the tablet can be directly displayed on the goggles. Noticing the marks on the goggles, 3 people, including Remy, turned their heads to look at the marked points, and all 3 sniper rifles were set up. "Harry, Luna, have you seen him?" Remy asked. Harry, "Yeah, I see." Luna, "I see. You shoot first, and I'll cover you." Ronald, "Hermione, you can try too, but don't waste too many bullets. No more than 30 rounds, said Remy. "Okay, no problem." "Okay." As soon as the deployment was completed, Ronald raised his gun and fired 3 shots through the holographic sight. His action immediately aroused Harry's dissatisfaction. "Don't be so anxious. How can I shoot if you shoot like this?" "My gun can't fire continuously," said Harry. Sorry, I was too excited." "Hurry up and hit him. Don't let him get away." Bang. Da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire, and the targets of the attack were so frightened that they quickly ran back, passing through the thicket of gunfire without being hit by a single bullet. Not a single shot hit him. There was no way around it. Moving targets were hard to hit, not to mention they were at least 200 meters apart. Not to mention Harry and the others. Even Remy himself wasn't sure. "It seems like I'll have to upgrade my guns and add an assisted aiming function. Otherwise, the 2 teams may fight until they run out of ammunition and food, and still no one can tell who's the winner." Remy complained. "I think it's better to get rid of the recoil. I aimed very accurately just now, but as soon as I fired, the muzzle rose up uncontrollably." Hermione said, "It's impossible to remove the recoil. It's no fun to play with a gun without recoil." Remy shook his head and said, "Stay alert. Next time someone comes out, don't rush to shoot them. Wait until they get closer." Everyone responded, and some nervously or expectantly poked their heads out of the windows and corners of the room to carefully observe the enemy's movements. After a while, 2 more people peeked out from behind a wall. The team voice chat was suddenly in chaos, and everyone was reminding others not to shoot and let them get closer. This time Remy did not give any orders. He remained silent until Harry, who could no longer control himself, fired the first shot. Remy followed closely with 3 consecutive bullets, knocking down the man in front. The guy behind the other team had no friendship at all. He turned around and ran as soon as he heard the gunshot, completely ignoring his teammate who had already fallen to the ground. A good teammate who sells well. Unfortunately, he didn't get to run far before he was shot down by Ronald. Most likely he was just a lucky escapee. There were only 2 of them in their team. When he fell, he and his teammates both turned into boxes and left the island hand in hand. If you are short of bullets, go and search the boxes they left behind. If you are not short of bullets, it is best not to run around. Remy said, "Then I'll go search for some bullets." "I used them up too quickly," Ronald said. "Well, be careful. We'll watch it for you," Remy said. After watching Ronald run towards the box, the others stayed where they were, holding their guns to provide cover, ready to support Ronald at any time. "Hey, guess what I found? An 8-fold scope, and there are 2 of them," Ronald said excitedly in the team voice. "Oh my God, is this true? I'll be there right away." Harry said excitedly, "No, I'll just get it for you. Wait for me to throw away some useless things." Ronald said, "By the way, Remy, your sniper rifle can fire continuously, right? Do you want me to get you some sniper bullets? If your backpack can hold it, take it. If it can't, don't use it," said Remy. "It can hold a lot of things. This guy even has a level 3 backpack. He is so rich," Ronald said. While muttering about the things in the box, Ronald kept putting things into the level 3 backpack he had just put on, until bang, bang, bang. Ronald was startled by 3 consecutive gunshots. "Oh no, someone's coming," Ronald shouted. "Save me." "Got it. You run back first, and I'll look for him. I found him, and I'll mark the spot now," Remy said. After taking out a tablet and marking a general direction, Remy put the tablet away and quickly set up his gun to suppress the enemy with firepower. But Remy soon found that his idea was unnecessary. Ronald was seen running away with his head in his hands, screaming, but no bullet hit him at all. Not to mention hitting him, there were only a few bullets that even hit the area around him, and 90% of them went astray and no one knew where they went. Ronald, stop shouting, it's too loud. Don't you see that you were shot? Remy said. Yeah, I think I really didn't hit any target. Haha, that guy's shooting skill is worse than mine. Ronald laughed wildly. What's even more outrageous is that he was originally running fast, but suddenly stopped and started walking slowly, and even walked backwards. If you walk by the river often, you'll get your feet wet. The extremely rampant Ronald was soon hit by a bullet, and his face was covered with green light. He was so scared that he quickly turned around and continued to flee. I hate green. I really don't understand why you designed the bullets green. Can't you change the color? Ronald complained while running. You don't like green? It's no use liking it. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to remove the bloody and violent elements in the game, saying that he wanted positive energy, so I have to use green. Remy said, I don't believe you. I remember you used green bullets in the previous gunfight. I think you like green. Ronald said, No, I don't like green. I just like to paint other people green. While chatting, Remy held the VSS and shot at the enemy. Adhering to the view that if accuracy is not enough, it can be made up for in quantity, and following the principle of participation, Remy didn't even aim and just unleashed a fierce attack on the enemy, making the opponent dare not even show his head. In other words, it missed. Remy, I find that your shooting skills don't seem to be much better than ours. Harry said, It's just a leisure game. Is it necessary to be so serious? Having fun is the most important thing. Remy said nonchalantly, My happiness now is not to defeat him, but to chase him from a distance of thousands of miles. What a bad taste. Hermione complained. You don't understand. When your gaming level improves, you will understand the joy of controlling the score. Remy said with a smile, I just missed the shot on purpose so that he thinks I am his opponent at the same level. Only in this way will he keep playing with me. Harry, I feel like you're targeting a few of us, but I have no evidence. After firing a few more shots randomly, the other party seemed to have discovered that Remy's people were terrible at shooting. He didn't even dare to show his head, but he poked his head out and stretched out his gun and fired blindly. It's all crooked to the sky. Alas, these guys still need training. We've opened the training ground for them to practice shooting. So why are their shooting skills still so outrageous? Remy curled his lips speechlessly and suddenly saw another person when he glanced. Just as Remy was about to alert Harry and the others, Remy suddenly found that he pointed the gun at the man before and pulled the trigger. Following a burst of intensive gunfire, the number of survivors displayed in the upper right corner of the glasses decreased by 1. So, you're not on the same team. TSK, LYB, I'll eliminate you soon. The reckless man is not scary, but this kind of LYB is scary. If this person were allowed to enter the finals, he might really be killed by him. This child must not be allowed to stay. After waiting for a while, until the opponent could no longer resist the urge to loot the loot and ran out from behind the cover, Remy acted decisively and fired several shots, knocking him down in an instant. After the knockdown, Remy didn't leave him any chances, and after taking a breath, he re-aimed and eliminated him directly. This scene immediately frightened Harry and the others, and then they became excited. That's amazing. Well done. Too strong. Remy, share the secret. Yes. Are there any techniques for shooting? Nothing special. Just practice makes perfect. Shaking his hair and looking nonchalant, Remy asked them to keep an eye on the nuclear power plant. After waiting for a while and making sure they were all watching carefully, Remy gently patted Luna's shoulder and signaled to her. Luna was a little confused but didn't ask. She just followed Remy out of the room silently, reaching out and pressing a button on Luna's headset to turn off the team voice chat. Remy pointed at the car and smiled. I'll take you for a ride. Do you want to go? Remy asked. Luna was stunned at first, then subconsciously looked back at the room. Then the three of them. Of course not taking them, Remy said. This isn't too good, is it? Luna asked softly. What's wrong with that? If they want to practice shooting, let them practice shooting here. Let's go chase the airdrop. Remy said. But what if the black tide comes? We have destroyed all the cars nearby, and they have no cars to use. Luna said, just run. The first time the circle shrinks, it's very slow. Remy said, let's go, get in the car. Remy took Luna's hand and pulled her into the car. He returned to the driving seat, started the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car whooshed out. The sudden roar of a car startled the 3 people in the room, and Harry rushed out of the room. Although he reacted quickly, it was still too late when he got out. He only saw the exhaust gas from the car dissipating behind a small dirt slope. Be careful. I don't know who drove the car away. Harry said, are you sure you don't know who it is? Hermione asked. I'm sure. Harry nodded vigorously. I didn't see anyone. I just saw a car driving in that direction. Where's Remy? And Luna? If I'm not mistaken, they should be in the car that you didn't see and someone drove away, said Hermione. Harry, what does Remy mean? Does he abandon us because he thinks we are a burden? Ronald asked. You think too much. I bet Remy left either to be alone with Luna or to play a prank on us, Harry said in a muffled voice, looking a little depressed. At this moment, he remembered the question he asked Remy before boarding the plane and the answer Remy gave. He had reason to believe that Remy was deliberately making fun of them. Okay, he can do it. So what should we do now? Should we continue to stay in place and fight, or should we go to the safe zone now? Ronald tapped his helmet and asked, without a car, we will be in trouble when the black tide comes. The strategy on the tablet says that the black tide's advance speed during the first shrinking circle is slower than our full speed running. Don't forget, our bodies have been strengthened. Hermione said, that's not the case. Given Remy's personality, it's not impossible that he would deliberately write some wrong information in the guide. I suggest we retreat now. What about you? Ronald said, okay, I agree. Hermione thought for a moment and shrugged. They both looked at Harry, who hadn't expressed his opinion yet. Harry frowned and thought for a while, looking in the direction of the nuclear power plant and then in the direction of the safe zone. After thinking it over and over again, he nodded. Let's retreat. We'll still be hiding in the safe zone, Harry said. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you hide. Ronald said. Having reached a consensus, the 3 retreated immediately without wasting any more time. The 3 of them left, but because they left so secretly and silently, the remaining people in the nuclear power plant thought they had not left yet, and none of them dared to show their heads. Until the black tide came. Some people chose to resist, some chose to charge, and some with more flexible minds chose to take a detour to a safe area. The black tide, which was originally set up to gather people, instead dispersed the crowd here.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.